For most, being sealed away would be the end of the road. But for Diablo Vonberg, the dark archmage who once nearly toppled the gods, it was merely the opening of a new chapter. He was granted the chance to be reborn. In this lifetime, he goes by the name Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the prestigious Count Welton family, and simultaneously, the official heir to the kingdom. From the moment he opened his eyes as a newborn baby, the first thing Jamie felt wasn't hatred, but the boundless love of his parents. For the past 9 years, he has lived as a quintessential noble youth, enjoying a life of luxury and peace. Even the servants praise him for being so sweet and affectionate. But behind that charming smile, Diablo is still Diablo, fanning the flames of revenge within him, vowing to make the 12 angels suffer a fate worse than death. Jamie's family life is honestly suffocatingly happy. The dining room atmosphere is as warm and cheerful as always. Jamie has to act innocent just to blend in. Laughter and chatter fill the entire room. His little sister looks so happy while devouring the delicious food. This energetic lady is Jamie's mother, the only daughter of the great Bell family. And his father is one of the 5 Grandmaster swordsmen in the Arhino Kingdom, Walton. Despite holding such an impressive title, to Jamie, Walton is just a man who's totally whipped for his wife and kids. Finally, there's Sarah Welton, the second child of the Welton family. It seems his current life is quite blissful and easygoing. However, as far as Jamie's concerned, it's annoying as hell. Just one family meal is enough to drain his will to live because Jamie will never get used to their overly touchy-feely ways. Though it's a lot better now than it was at the start. And one more thing to mention, right now, Jamie is incredibly weak, but he's cool with that. Onto a new opportunity, the 12 gods. Jamie hates to the core still exist, and they are still out here exploiting their followers, even though his power is currently nerfed, because dark magic doesn't exist in this era. But it's whatever. Jamie is sure that time will eventually be on his side. From here, the flames of revenge begin to burn even more fiercely. But first, he still has to play the part of a well-behaved and sensible young boy. For now, every time he has to act like this, Jamie wishes he were just sealed away again. His mother and sister were already waiting in the hall, ready for story time. Jamie puts on a cute act, asking who's going to read the book today. Both his mother and sister immediately hug him affectionately. And today's book is about the Sage Haines. She starts reading the story. Before long, it was over. She asks her 2 children if they enjoyed it. A sparkle immediately appears in Jamie's eyes. He really is a top-tier actor. Hearing Jamie say he wants to be a great mage like Haines, Sears reminds him that he's already defeated 3 of his magic tutors, so he'll definitely make it happen. Along with that, she reveals that his father said he would find the greatest mage for him. On the surface, Jamie smiles happily, saying that sounds great. Seeing Jamie about to leave, Sears guesses he's heading to the library. She's full of energy and wants to give him a hug. Jamie is seriously tired of this scene, but he still has to go along with his mother's wish. Sears keeps gushing about how cute he is, making Jamie scream internally in despair. A while later, he finished reading in the private library. This was the last remaining book on mana, but it didn't seem to be of much use. As dinner time approached, Jamie got up to head to the dining room. Just as he stepped out, he ran into a stranger. This old man looks like a grand mage. Invited here by his father, Jamie ignores the old man's words and focuses specifically on his mana levels. It's gushing out and clearly visible through his body, no different from a violent storm. Jamie is certain this person is at least a 7th-class mage. Many doubts begin to surface in his mind, wondering how he could have gotten here without anyone to guide him. Jamie now decides to ask him directly. But at this moment, the man is also doing the same as him. Focusing his observation and certain that he is a genius, Jamie also realizes immediately that he is gauging his potential. His hands begin to shift. Jamie secretly decides to attack the moment he lets his guard down. As for the old man, he can't help but marvel at the mana and the actions of this 9-year-old kid, wanting to test Jamie's abilities himself. He activates his mana. A dramatic showdown is about to take place right now. After that, Jamie gently releases a stream of magic. It's slowly drifting towards Linmal, a beautiful streak of blue power like an aura. Looking at the mess before him, Jamie feels a bit helpless. It didn't work the way I expected. What surprised him even more than that was, holy crap, my magic didn't have even a bit of effect. However, on the other side, Linmal also had his mind blown. Holy cow, that's unreal. Is this really magic that a 9-year-old child could achieve? Then the old man mustered his strength. Not bad at all. Is it my turn now? Because of that, Jamie cursed silently. He is truly unscathed. Damn, Linmal's power is already flowing. And Jamie noticed, but regarding his magic, he can confidently assert, it won't be able to harm me. There's no reason for me to even defend against it. Suddenly, Jamie opens his eyes wide. That takes Lin Mal by surprise. This kid didn't even blink. The situation was getting tense when Arno rushed in to cut it short. He shouted angrily, "Sir, you are going way too far." Then he turned to ask Jamie, "Are you okay, son?" Jamie blankly replied, "Yes." But once he grasped the situation, he immediately acted clingy. "I'm only a little bit okay, sir." Arno became worried because of that. Thinking the boy was truly in shock, his blood started boiling, leading him to flat-out challenge the man. "We should have a little chat." Marcus Lin Mal. However, these tricks were seen through by the opponent. The kid is just acting shy in front of his pops. The old man burst into a fit of laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha! What a surprise, this is truly interesting." Lin Mal couldn't stop cracking up. "Count, I'm quite envious." Meanwhile, Arno was completely bewildered. The man attacked someone else's son for no reason. After a while, Arno and Lin Mal were sitting formally on the sofa. Arno held a teacup in his hand. He couldn't control the tone of his voice. "That boy is my son, and also the heir to the Welton family." Yet he only received a nonchalant reply from Lin Mal. "I know," which made Arno's mood even darker. "You just said you knew that?" Seeing this, Lin Mal had to tell him to chill out. "How can we talk with all that killing intent you're oozing? You truly are a master swordsman through and through." Then the old man spoke up and asked, "How much do you actually know about your son?" Arno kept his grumpy attitude and asked, "About what?" So, Lin Mal had to be clear, "About your son's talent." But Arno had another bone to pick. "Ha! That's why I entrusted him to you, yet you attacked the boy for no reason at all." Thinking to himself, "Crap, he definitely has beef with my son," Lin Mal stated. "It seems you really are clueless, aren't you? I'll act as if I never received your request in the first place." These words from the old man left Arno lost. What the heck do you mean by that? Regardless of the situation, Arno's impression of this person was extremely poor. Marquis Lin Mal is among the current mages. He is known as an 8th class archmage. The strongest 8th class archmage, the Marquis. He didn't acknowledge his son's abilities. That made Arno start to have doubts. Is Jamie maybe not as talented as I thought? Just by looking at his face, Lin Mal guessed his mood. "Everything you're thinking is completely wrong." Arno started losing his patience. "Marquis, please explain yourself more clearly. Who would have thought Lin Mal would reveal such a shocking reason? I don't accept your son, because I'm not good enough to teach him." Arno was instantly thrown into a state of confusion. If even an 8th class mage can't do it, then who possibly could? Then he explained, "Your son can read every single bit of my magic." Arno couldn't believe his ears. "What?" He started reasoning. "That's impossible. Even if the boy really is that talented." On top of that, Lin Mal even asserted, and that kid was absolutely certain, that my magic couldn't even touch him. The old man recalled Jamie's expression during the fight earlier. "I was stunned when the boy didn't even flinch in the face of my magic." Then Lin Mal shared further. "That's not all. Your son even self-trained to become a 3rd-class mage. No, if it weren't for his frail body, he would definitely be a 4th-class mage by now. And he could swear that he's not a genius. He's a monster. A monster born to be great without needing a teacher." From there, Lin Mal suggested a solution. "You just need to support him and he'll perfect himself. This might just be the birth of the legendary 9th-class mage." Arno fell silent for a long time after hearing that. His hand on the chair instinctively clenched tight. Arno still couldn't wrap his head around all this new info. My son could become the legendary 9th-class mage. Now, Lin Mal also nodded sincerely. "I apologize for attacking your son, because he knows full well that this will shake up this land, oh, the whole world." Lin Mal said this would be very interesting. Meanwhile, Arno was lost in thought. He looked up at the ceiling, with many questions in his mind. A sigh echoed through the grand castle. Jamie dejectedly leaned his back against the wall. This was a real bummer. He grumbled in exhaustion. My mom heard about what that old geezer did. Memories of his mother flashed through Jamie's mind. "Are you okay?" "Oh no, you must have been so scared, right? Mom's going to scold him. Mom promises to give him a piece of her mind." And Jamie wondered how long he'd been stuck there. He set an object down on the table. However, reflecting on it helped Jamie feel less stressed. This time I saw real magic, for he believed that if it existed in that era, that magic must have been pretty cracked. There was something Jamie was very mindful of, but above all, my father, Count Arno Welton. This man's aura was on a whole other level. I knew Dad was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. He really is worthy of being my father. Lin Mal suddenly appeared and asked, "What's so funny?" Just by seeing the old man, Jamie's life felt like it had hit a new low. Then Lin Mal had the nerve to ask, "What do you think about the fact that you didn't even notice someone was here?" Jamie's scream echoed throughout the castle. He was so shaken he collapsed right onto the floor. "What are you doing here?" Lin Mal let out a big laugh. Haha, you really are still a kid. Acting all surprised like that. Jamie was still bewildered. How did you even get into my room? Only then did he reveal I teleported in. He felt totally let down, huh? It seems my dad didn't do anything to him at all. His heart was full of frustration. I already knew he wasn't just some ordinary old guy. But just think about the fact that he can teleport so effortlessly. Lin Mal began his interrogation. You act all childish in front of your dad. Yeah, so why are you catching such an attitude with me? Hearing that, Jamie's attitude turned grumpy. Do you really think family and strangers are the same? Geez. Lin Mal also let out a chuckle. Ha 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 ha, you're really something. The old man said some weird things again, but anyway, it was just bad luck. If only I were a little bit stronger. But Jamie couldn't stop feeling disgusted. What a total creep of an old man. That's why he kept staring at me since the moment we met. Suddenly, Lin Mal pulled out a book. Here. Jamie was a bit surprised. A magic book, which made him wonder, why are you giving this to me? Then Lin Mal started dissing him. Your magic is totally outdated. Your magic is just old-fashioned. Jamie cursed under his breath. What the hell? He avoided the old man's gaze. My magic is outdated? How embarrassing. But Lin Mal thought instead, are you moved by this gift? The old man leaned down and revealed the book. It contains magic that I created myself. You'll be the first person to ever see it. Jamie silently repeated, magic. Curiosity got the better of him, so he picked it up to read. This book holds the magic of a high-level mage. He did say my magic was outdated. Then Lin Mal spoke up again. This time the old man was serious. I have high hopes for you. Actually, Lin Mal was also looking forward to it. I wonder what you'll be like the next time we meet. After skimming through the book, Jamie was visibly excited. Maybe this is even better than I thought. Let's see just how great this book is. He summarized what he knew. Mana absorption is a technique of breathing through the mouth and absorbing mana into the heart. It's the most effective way known, but the fact that there's a limit is a major drawback for it. Jamie read intently. He said my technique was outdated, so I've been looking forward to seeing his technique a bit. He stared at the book without even blinking. It really is quite interesting. A while later, Jamie closed it, but it seemed hard to pull off. We have to feel every single mana particle. He already had a plan for himself, and interact with them so they can be absorbed through the skin. We have to do it exactly right. One thought left Jamie completely stunned. How many people can actually pull that off? The old technique is simply irreplaceable, and I've already met both conditions. He broke into a bright smile. But I am Diablo Volfir. Then he jumped out of bed. Now Jamie happily picked up the book. You've given me some pretty good stuff, old man. Now he reassured himself. I'll definitely master every single one. So Jamie snapped his fingers to summon. I need your help. His familiar appeared instantly. Bee perched on Jamie's shoulder and chirped repeatedly, Bee. Then he ordered, break down the mana particles. Black closed its giant eye. Then it opened it wide to the fullest. Jamie compared every detail. The first condition, break down the mana particles into smaller bits for easy absorption through the skin. He thought the downside to this was having to adjust the size and the right position. Looking at his pet, Jamie felt somewhat relieved. Glad I have Black. Then he called out, all right, let's get started. Black has a soul bond with me. It will break down the mana. That takes care of the first condition. The first condition has been settled. The second condition isn't an issue for my body. It means if there's a limit to the amount of mana the heart can absorb, I'll just store mana in other parts of my body, which means I have no limits at all. The next morning, at the mansion outside, the nanny and Arno stood before the door. She stood there awkwardly. Behind her, he watched in amazement. My lord. Inside the room, Jamie was sitting on the floor, circulating his energy. He looked at his son. The nanny was a bit worried about the young master. He stared at the energy flowing inside his body. His mana is moving all around him. Arno's face was filled with visible shock. I know that. The Marquis gave the kid a few pointers. But man, this is truly trippy. Then he thought back to the way the boy looked, like a gentle squirrel with its acorn. When did my son develop such a natural-born talent? Then he turned to the nanny and instructed her, just leave him be, but make sure to have a few servants stationed here. She replied, yes, my lord. Arno turned to leave while the nanny clasped her hands in worry. I hope the young master will be all right. He walked away with slow steps, his mind still deep in thought. So he's actually a mage and not a swordsman. I guess he inherited that from his mother's side. His body stiffened, still unable to process the reality. Even so, he's still absolutely top tier. Finally, he smiled and whispered with total confidence, a ninth circle mage, you can definitely do it, son. That day at the mansion, the sky was clear and blue. He closed his eyes as energy particles swirled around him. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Jamie sprang up, pumping his fist and cheering. I did it. The step where you have to separate the mana elements was pretty tough because it's so complex. But if you can do it once, you can do it 10 times. At any rate, he stood there, feeling the energy coursing through his body, exclaiming in awe, "I think I've reached the 4th circle already." Thinking of this, Jamie let out a sigh. God damn it, I was so close to the 5th circle. Suddenly, black appeared on his head, chirping incessantly. B, B, B. He looked up and replied, "I don't plan on overworking this body, because this body is weak as hell right now." It slid down to his shoulder, checking on him. "B, B!" He nuzzled it with a happy laugh. All right. I won't rush it anymore. It's fine, I've already succeeded once." Seeing that, it seemed a little taken aback. He added, "So the second time will be easy." Immediately after, he pointed his finger and chanted the command, "Invisibility." Black's body also began to fade. It looked at him in total confusion. Jamie looked up and instructed it. "I'm about to go see my father, so hide your mana. Do it right, okay? Because I don't want him to know about you." He turned around, leaning on his hand with a smile toward it, praising it. "Oh, I almost didn't even notice you." He smiled excitedly and declared, "I've got it all calculated. There's no way he can detect you now." Then he quickly turned on his heel and left. "Let's go." Jamie's retreating figure carried a dense aura of dark magic. Black was still hovering around the top of his head. In Arno's room, he looked at the representative from the Janus Church. "You seem quite busy. What wind blew you here today?" The man clasped his hands and gave a gentle, fake smile. "I only came to pay you a visit, my Lord Count." His face was full of deceit. His eyes narrowed. "I know that. There has never been a religious precedent here before. I want to thank you for allowing the Janus Church." Hearing this, the Count smiled back at them. "I think it will be the great source of encouragement. For the people living here, that's why I permitted it." The Janus Church representative's face contorted in confusion. "Huh? What do you mean by that, my lord?" Arno didn't hesitate to explain slowly. "Since I always want the best for them, I will make Janus the biggest denomination, starting right here in my territory." The man realized the implication. "Oh, he's letting me know exactly who is the boss around here." The Janus Church representative's expression darkened. He frowned, thinking to himself, "He's warning me. I've heard the rumors about him before, but this is looking pretty intense." Then he clasped his hands calmly and said, "You must be busy, my lord. So let's leave things here for now." The Janus Church representative played along. "Yes, of course, my lord." Arno stood up with a wide smile. "Safe travels back home." The man also stood and bowed flatteringly, "Wishing you constant good fortune." As he left, Arno kept up the smile, but immediately after, his face turned cold and dark. Out in the hallway, Jamie leaned against a corner of the wall. Watching the Janus Church members leaving, he gnashed his teeth and peeked out tensely. "I knew it." Then he sank deep into thought. The logo on his hood, the emblem featuring a crescent, with a golden cross in the center, and what he was just saying, questions kept looping in his mind. How the hell? How the hell? Why? Just why? His face was full of loathing and rage. Why does Janus dare to be right here? At that thought, Jamie bit his thumb in endless anxiety. Why did Father allow his sect into this region? Why did it have to be Janus? He bit his nail off in a fit of fury. "I can't let this slide. I have to take action. But for now, I only have one choice." He stood silently in the mansion's hallway. Since this sect is operating within the Count's territory, the only way is to get the Count to kick them out. He made a silent resolution. "I must see Father first, then I'll start the investigation." Right after that, Jamie stood at Arno's door and announced, "Father, it's me, Jamie." He walked in. Sitting on a chair was Arno with some tea and cakes. This was the Welton family's tea room. He looked at Jamie with excitement. "All right, so you succeeded, didn't you?" He happily replied, "Yes, sir." Seeing his expression, Arno folded his hands and remarked, "You must really love magic, huh?" His voice sounded a bit endearing. "Yes, I love it so much." Suddenly he fell silent. Jamie also looked over with a faint smile. "What is it, Father?" He was a little hesitant. "I only wish you could grow up like a normal boy." He faced him confused. "Wait, what?" His eyes were filled with scrutiny, remembering that the kid is an incredibly talented individual. Then Arno closed his eyes. "But the life of a genius is actually the most grueling thing in this world. When a child prodigy grows up, everyone will be green with envy. And then once that child reaches adulthood, those same people will attack them relentlessly." He thought of the judgmental eyes, watching Jamie closely. He hesitated. "I wonder if this is truly good for Jamie." His hand rested on the chair, then tightened, his gaze filled with uncertainty. He probed Jamie. "If you feel the path of magic is too difficult, then you can give it up. But I will always support you with everything I have." Jamie gave a bright smile and replied, "Don't worry, Father. Seeing that he was still cheerful, Arno closed his eyes in satisfaction. That's my boy. Arno's gaze followed the flow within the child's body. He couldn't help but be amazed. But damn, is this really the mana of a 9-year-old? Seeing this, he was also a bit startled. I already felt a massive amount of mana coming from the boy's body, and yet he's still absorbing more. Wait. His eyes widened, drowning in shock. What the fuck? Isn't mana only supposed to be contained in the heart and have a certain limit? Then Arno looked at him and asked, Jamie, that magic book Marquise Lin Mayo gave you yesterday, have you mastered it already? He smiled calmly. Yes, sir, while thinking to himself, not only that, but I've even made it better. Hearing that, he became even more astonished. Marquise, just what have you created here? The room fell silent in Arno's utter disbelief. How? How the hell can a child achieve this? In just a single day? Is this kid? In his eyes, Jamie's body was glowing with sheer potential. Someone with the potential to become a mage of the legendary Ninth Circle, perhaps? Come here. He closed his eyes, chuckling at his own thoughts. Ha 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 ha, comparing myself to my own child. My talent isn't even 1/10 of his. He could truly become a Ninth Circle mage. He looked at him with utter confusion. What's the matter, father? Arno? Arno looked at him with an excited smile. I am so proud of you. I feel so incredibly proud of you today. He remained seated, smiling gently, while the older man stood up and approached. He. His hand reached out and patted Jamie's head. He smiled back. He. In reality, his face and mind were screaming with boundless annoyance. At this head pat, stop patting my head already. Suddenly, he pointed his finger up, right at Black, who was invisible on Jamie's head. By the way, is that your familiar? Seeing this, it spun around in total panic. Go! He also turned abruptly in a fluster. Dad, you can see it? His eyes were full of panic and suspicion. What the fuck? I'm positive I made Black invisible. Yet father can still see Black? He smiled cheerfully. His hands gestured to describe it. A bat? No, it's a bit rounder than a bat. It's so cute. It's about this big, right, Jamie? Confused, he thought. Just how strong is Dad? Then he closed his eyes gloomily, thinking to himself, don't tell me that he figured out I used dark magic to summon it? Then he explained to him, I made it look like a bat. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd be too shocked. Hearing this, Arno suddenly rushed over and hugged him tight, making him almost cough up blood. He shouted in excitement, No way, you actually made it yourself? Of course I'm shocked. But I'm shocked by your ability. Oh, look at this. My son is a genius. I'm so proud of you, son. I'm proud to be your father. Afterward, he left the room feeling utterly drained. With a face looking like the life was sucked out of it, he grumbled, Why is this family such a pain in the ass? That night, at a dark building, crowded with people passing by, Jamie, hooded and cloaked, spoke softly. Black, perched on his head, grew wings and grabbed him, soaring through the air. His eyes were full of caution as he reaffirmed, I'll definitely find out why they're here. Let's go. Wings sprouted from his body, flying through the sky thanks to Black. Observing the city surroundings, in an alleyway, two men were talking to each other. The fat one asked, What did he say? The purple-haired guy replied, He said just stick to the plan. If you still want to live. Hearing that, he cursed, Shit! I have no damn clue how this is going to end. Philip closed his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer. I don't even know what we're doing anymore. He's from the Livon criminal organization. Philip. On the other side, Jans looked back anxiously and shouted, Don't you see he's sacrificing half of this organization just for his own gain? He's from the Livon criminal organization. Jans then stood up and angrily questioned, Haze is a place that allows organizations like ours to operate, as long as we don't cross the line. But human trafficking is different. It's going to mess this whole place up. On the other side, Philip still calmly bowed his head. If we're lucky, we might still escape. Beside him, Jans vehemently disagreed. That's just what you think. You really think we can get away with this? By then, he also anxiously prodded, Do you have any idea how much Count Welton loves children, especially his own? What if he finds out we're trafficking kids, right in his own territory? They thought of the cold-blooded strike Arno would have in store for them. By then, we'll be cooked for sure. Philip remained stubborn, but he is certain that we won't be detected. Jans's voice was slightly trembling and hesitant. He's certain, huh? That we can escape from a swordmaster? He explained, Hani's people said they would take care of it. He folded his arms. Hani will surely do whatever it takes to become a stakeholder in this. Meanwhile, Philip sat there skeptically. So what now? Want to run or keep playing? Jan's face hardened as he decided, I'm running. The law of the streets. When the responsibility of a case is handed over to a stakeholder, Then touching them is strictly forbidden. Philip calmly looked up and confirmed. Fine then. Now we have to find a way to disappear. He sat on the ground with his arms and legs crossed. Do you have a plan yet? Even though this area is vast, the organization will definitely hunt us down. He sat on a wooden crate and said, whatever, let's just try. At least we tried our best. I'd rather die trying than just sit here and wait for it. Jans asked doubtfully, is there really no other choice? He replied, I guess we won't know until we try. He shouted in pure frustration, unaware that someone was watching from around the corner. Who the hell suddenly decided to traffic humans here anyway? Philip observed. Someone must have reached out to the boss. He is quite well known after all. Though I haven't got a clue why. He looked at them with a cold gaze. The two of them finally sensed something and looked back. Jans stuttered out a shout as Jamie walked toward them. Who are you? He approached with a cold, mocking smile. His cloak half covered his face as he asked slowly, Funny, isn't it? Who am I? Jans's hand instinctively clenched tight. If you're not going to talk, he swung his fist, gritting his teeth as he lunged at him. And then just go to hell! Philip also drew his knife and rushed forward. Suddenly, Jamie vanished, causing them to stop dead in their tracks, bewildered. The two looked around warily and shouted, Huh? Where the hell did he go? Why does this look so much like Itachi's genjutsu? Suddenly, his voice echoed darkly from behind them, scaring the hell out of Jans and Philip. What are you guys talking about? Sounds pretty interesting. He descended, from above, landing right in front of the two of them. Dark magic radiated all around. He reached out his hand, trailing sparks of lightning with a smirk. I want to hear all about it. Soon after, both were beaten until they were kneeling before Jamie. He sat on a wooden crate. They were both shivering, so that's what happened. The eyes of those two were completely glazed over. After hearing the story, he looked at them dejectedly and thought, human trafficking, huh? Figures. Above all, that's the one thing my father despises the most. He looked down at them with total contempt. A brain is for thinking. Yeah, not just for decoration, you know? These guys are so brain-dead they must be sniffing detergent. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly with rage. What a massive headache. Those angels were already enough of a pain. And now these losers, too. How can they be so short-sighted? His eyebrows furrowed as he sank into thought. What the hell was their boss thinking? To actually accept an offer like that? Do they really not know exactly what kind of man my father is? He muttered to himself, I've got a really bad feeling about this. Then Jamie stood up abruptly. He placed his hand on Jans's head and activated his magic. The two of them stared wide-eyed, completely hypnotized. He gave the command, Go to the Duke's manor yourselves and confess every single thing. They answered in unison, Yes, sir. Immediately after, they stood up at the same time. He watched them leave with a cold, piercing gaze. Tomorrow morning is going to be interesting. They walked away, leaving him behind. With his work done, he turned to leave. Black, let's head back. Black formed wings on his back using dark magic. Suddenly, someone was blown back through the air toward him. Jamie turned around, slightly startled. It was Philip, beaten so badly he was gnashing his teeth. His body was pinned against the wall behind Jamie. Blood splattered across the ground as Jans was also sent flying. They collapsed while he watched in confusion. A burst of laughter startled him. Ha 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 ha! You idiots! The group that found them shouted. He also looked toward them. Hey, you're being way too loud. The guards will be here to bust us all any second. With a cold gaze, he wondered where that psycho came from. He channeled dark magic into his hands, fuming with rage. How dare he do that? Then Jamie raised his hand. A massive, dark magic circle appeared behind him. He gestured toward the other two. Energy poured down on them as he urged, I've kept you alive a bit longer, so go on. Finish your mission. Their bodies healed through magic as the leader arrived. The group approached, laughing smugly. Oh, look who it is. Grab those guys and I'll deal with this one myself. He was a lowlife from the Hani criminal organization. He looked at Jamie, who was still healing the other two, and demanded, How do you want to die? Hearing that, Jamie glanced back. Oh? He ordered his lackeys to drag the two men away. Drag those two over here, I'll take care of them. Philip, barely breathing and in tears, shook and gasped. Help! He stood silently, watching them get dragged off. His eyes were burning with rage. In a cold, low voice, he muttered, This piece of trash. The man quickly aimed a strike at Jamie's head, leaving Jamie caught off guard. Hani shouted, Ha ha ha! What were you trying to say? Just die already! He screamed while relentlessly attacking him. Die, 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 die! Then he laughed hysterically and howled, Eureka! I love this! I absolutely love this. With that said, he raised his hand, sticking his tongue out in a vile manner. Now let me hear you beg for your life. Jamie's body was scorched, lying in a crater. A follower looked on anxiously. "Sir, are you sure about this?" Hearing that, Hani looked back angrily. "What are you talking about?" "I'm positive I killed him." Jamie stood right behind him. He smiled and whispered, sending Hani into a panic. "Is that all you've got?" The man turned around, gritting his teeth, while Jamie vanished once again. He stood right in front of him. "Having fun yet?" The man gasped in panic. "What?" His eyes were cold as he looked at him with a smirk. Raising his hand, he said, "I have a question. Is it fun killing your own subordinates?" His eyes widened, sinking into pure shock. What the hell is this guy? Why isn't he dead yet? Hanny's gaze was fixed on the flows of dark magic, surrounding Jamie's body in total confusion. And what the hell is that dark aura? Jamie stepped toward him. The radiating energy grew more intense by the second. His voice was filled with gloom. "I don't get why you're acting, and like a girl on her period. So damn moody. And when you're just some third-rate mage." He turned his head in utter shock, then gritted his teeth and cursed, "You dog, I'll kill you!" Immediately after, he summoned a pillar of fire and blasted it straight at Jamie. He shouted his level 3 magic spell. Fire burst, thinking to himself, "It's nowhere near Megumin's level, but..." He glared, certain of the outcome. And oh, it's more than enough to burn him to ashes, cursing under his breath. "Go to hell, you little brat!" A bright light flashed. Suddenly he froze as dark magic spread toward him. Jamie sighed. These kids really haven't seen the real world yet. Hanny looked on in disbelief. "Huh?" Jamie scoffed. "You really thought you could beat me? Just go down already, kid." He raised a hand and invisible thread seized him. Jamie smirked with absolute satisfaction. "And that's why... And I love flexing my skills on silver-tier scrubs. Trash like you." The man fell to his knees on the ground. Before his head hit the dirt and his body collapsed, his henchmen saw the dark magic surrounding them and their leader falling. They began to panic. He took him down so easily. They were completely shell-shocked. "Monster, run for your lives!" He calmly reached his hands out toward the two of them. "Blame yourselves for running into the balancing system of... Rio?" Dark magic spread across one of their faces. He stared wide-eyed in absolute terror. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Next!" Immediately the other guy sprayed. Blood, screaming in agony. Jamie looked at him with a smirk. Then he walked toward Hani, who was lying on the ground. "All right," he said, grabbing him by the head. He smiled and leaned down. "My slave, make sure you answer every single question that I'm about to ask you, okay?" His eyes were glazed over and vacant. Drool leaked from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, master." In reality, he gripped Hani's head and lifted it up. He trembled as he replied, "Boss, the children." Jamie looked at him coldly. "Tisk, the story is exactly the same as the last one. What a total waste of time." He thought to himself, "I should probably tell father about this trafficking issue." Then Jamie let go of his head. The guy slumped back down onto the ground. "Now what should I do with this guy?" He pondered. "Even if Navi beats G2 because they're better aimers, a fanboy like this won't be able to handle the results anyway. Just drop dead." The man lay there unconscious as he fell deep into thought. Since he's a level 3 mage, I'd usually just turn him into an undead thrall. But even so, with a soul this corrupted, and he'd probably just rot away soon enough. And there's the issue of the appearance of that corpse, too. He thought of Hani, cursing internally at the thought of such a hideous undead minion. "Looks ugly as hell." At that he smiled and made a decision. "Oh well, I guess I'll just have to issue an ultimatum." Then he smirked wickedly and muttered, "Since he's a level 3 mage, he's bound to have plenty of mana." He reached his hand out toward Hani's face. Behind him, energy pulsed from a magic circle. His magic eyes flared wide. His palms glowed as he began the incantation. "Well then, bon appetit." In the pitch-black alley, the man's body began to smoke. He stood there, looking down at him. He praised it like Gordon Ramsay would. Jamie wiped the corners of his mouth and sighed. Even though it was full of impurities, at least it was edible. Whatever. He finally turned around. Philip and Jans were watching him from behind. "Now, what shall I do with you two?" He stepped forward. Their lifeless eyes stared back at him. "Even though I've already resurrected them, it won't last very long." A surge of dark magic energy appeared behind his back, condensing into a sphere. Black appeared with innocent eyes and let out a chirp. Demi's eyes were cold as she threw her hand out. A bolt of lightning flashed. His palm flared with light. "You all still have work to do, so how can I let you stay dead?" He looked at the puppet bodies bound in the shadows, explaining the binding process. "Necromancy. a type of magic used to bring back the dead, though it's called resurrection. It isn't exactly that in reality, because after being raised through necromancy, they are nothing more than empty husks. Since this raises the dead, it defies the natural order, samsara and the will of heaven. Energy radiated in front of Philip and Jans. They knelt there with hollow gazes. Jamie commanded, "Listen, though you are dead. At this moment you are not. From now on you shall be my loyal slaves." The energy grew increasingly more intense. He looked at them and reminded them, "You shall be granted life once more." Then he called for Black. It also radiated dark magic energy. "Black, help me out for a bit." From above, it kept pouring energy into him. He channeled the lightning energy toward the two of them. Jamie's eyes glowed with a purple light. The energy surged. "Let's begin. Spurn death and arise." Body. Philip's veins popped out from the energy exposure. Beside him, he also winced, cursing internally, "Holy crap. This guy is still in the spirit realm." His eyes glowed an even more intense purple. Dark magic enveloped them, urging them on. "Awaken, you all. You shall be resurrected." Jans's eye sockets were constantly streaming, a massive amount of pain. Philip was no better, eyes wide and weeping. He furrowed his brow, veins bulging on his face as he urged, "Rise up now!" Suddenly, Philip raised his head and let out a loud cry. Beside him, Jans was also dazed, drooling with his eyes rolled back. From above, Black continued to pour down energy. The ritual was drawing to a close. He looked down at them. Both knelt before him like knights, full of reverence. Their bodies were emitting dark magic. "Sir, do you have any orders?" His face darkened with a bad vibe. "What the fuck? Something is definitely sketchy here." He looked around at them. Those two were also staring intensely at him. Jamie cursed, "How the hell is there still dark energy here? Did I miss a step somewhere?" Above, Black also perched on his head to explain. PPP, it seemed to be complaining. He felt a bit awkward and explained, "What did I even say? I didn't say anything to you." Then he held it in his palm with great care. "You did it perfectly, so don't worry." It also nodded back in response. His face darkened with disappointment as he pinched and pulled Beck's cheeks. June trembled, feigning self-blame. "I think I'm the one who messed up. I knew I might fail. But man, this is so salty." It cried out in protest, "BBB!" He pulled it until its head was spinning. His mind was still mumbling. "Even though I don't usually lean on my achievements or my skill level. But it's just a pity that it's all gone in a flash. It's dazed, BB." Then he stepped toward the two still kneeling on the ground. "Yeah, well, I can't use them like this anyway. Maybe I should just donate them to some sketchy charity." Jemmy stood there with eyes closed, hesitating slightly. If they keep emitting dark energy like this, then they won't be able to do a damn thing. Above, Black shook its head in fierce protest. Then it lunged forward and bit his cheek. Seeing that, he flinched in anger, sending it flying away. "Are you some kind of girl or what? Why the hell did you just bite my neck?" Black cried out helplessly. Then it hopped onto Jan's head, looked down, and screamed. Immediately after, it began to suck away the dark energy, the remaining magic lingering on his body. Seeing this, he was slightly surprised. "Oh, so you can actually do that?" Black, with a mouthful of energy, raised its head proudly. Right after, it went into full gear, absorbing the energy. Then he looked toward Philip and Jans, who were still kneeling respectfully. Judging the situation, now I don't need to donate them to any charity anymore. He turned to look at Black, who had collapsed on the ground, looking gloomy. He leaned down, stroked its body, now swollen with energy, and praised. "Black, amazing, good job, kid." Next, he turned toward the other two. Excitedly, "Time to name you, I guess," he urged. "Awaken, the one named Jans." Hearing the voice, Jans opened his eyes and looked up. He called out to the other one, "Philip Razor." Jamie's calls echoed one by one. He smiled, dark magic radiating around his body. "Awaken, rise, wake up, you shorties!" The two of them were startled and looked at him. Jemmy reached out toward them as dark magic began to snake out. They sat there, silently watching him. Both Jans and Philip looked on in confusion. Then he glared at them and announced, "Congratulations! You just won the jackpot on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Over here." Philip watched in sheer terror. Sweat poured down his face relentlessly. Who is this person? He only looks about 9 or 10 years old. Yet the mana he's radiating is absolutely terrifying. Standing before them, his face looked like a demon's. Dark magic radiated outward, terrifying to behold. He is exactly like the descriptions I once read in the old legends. A god of slaughter who shouldn't even exist. His eyes went wide in pure shock. A man whose mere presence alone could make anyone's skin crawl like a scared cat. Indeed, Jamie glared coldly with a smirk. "What's the matter?" he growled. His voice and energy surged more powerfully, his gaze full of threat. "Do I really look like a teacher about to grill you on your homework?" Philip froze in sheer terror. Then he clenched his fists and shouted firmly, "I don't know if you're a god or a demon, but you definitely don't feel human to me." Seeing this, he was slightly impressed and thought to himself, "Interesting, that attitude of his. Those aren't the eyes of a slave." Looking at their master, he pointed his finger somewhere, thinking maybe his spell wasn't quite up to snuff earlier. Then he lowered his hand. Whatever, screw it. Philip's head slammed into the ground following his finger. He stared wide-eyed in total shock. His body trembled as he let out a dry cough. Jamie's gaze was ice cold as he warned, "I'll let you off this time, if you give me attitude again." Then he looked at them with a bright smile, announcing, "You only have one task. Investigate Janus Cathedral and gather 10 pieces of intel from there." They bowed respectfully and spoke in unison. "Yes, sir," he added, "and one more thing." Jamie looked at them and demanded, "Bring me someone who knows about human trafficking. I need them to handle a few jobs." Both bowed again and answered together, "Yes, sir." When Philip looked up, he had already vanished. He lifted his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he's gone. Beside him, Jans did the same. Whew. They looked at each other in silence. Jans hesitantly suggested, "Shall we go?" Philip started walking and confirmed, "Yeah. Let's hurry up and carry out his orders." Elsewhere, Black stared at him, complaining non-stop. "Yeah." He walked along while explaining, while it continued to fly after him, offering advice. "They'll be fine. I've got them on a very short leash. So they will have no choice but to follow my orders." He glanced at Black beside him and added, "And that way I'll handle the human trafficking issue myself." But it bit his cheek and let out a squeal. Amy's face darkened as he looked at it with annoyance and muttered, "I can't let this thing continue. I'll destroy it sooner or later." From behind, footsteps rushed toward him urgently. He muttered to himself, without noticing the shadow lunging toward him, "Keep moving forward, today and tomorrow as well." Someone slammed right into him, causing Jamie to grit his teeth in surprise. The boy tumbled backward and cried out in pain. He also turned his head, confused. "What was that?" "Something crashed into me." His face full of rage, he looked at the person and yelled, "Are you blind?" After seeing it was just a kid who was also terrified. Covered in dirt and lying on the ground, his tone softened. "Just a kid, he." The boy stood up angrily, pointed at his face, and snapped, "You're just a kid too." At that moment, he finally remembered through the boy's anger and muttered, "Oh, right, I'm only 9 years old." He stood up and decided, "I'll let you slide this time. Watch where you're going from now on." Then he turned and left, ignoring the boy sitting on the ground. The boy behind him scowled and muttered with dissatisfaction while staring at him. What is he even saying? Acting like such a grown-up, when he doesn't even have a single gray hair on his head. Suddenly, Black bit his head, making him jump. He pulled back. "Huh?" The boy also looked on in confusion. He turned his head. "What's going on?" Pep glared at him with rage. "What?" His eyes widened in panic. "Huh? Don't tell me you... Did that just because he made fun of your color?" He stared wide-eyed with total shock internally. That guy. He dared to block his master's consciousness. Where did he even learn to do that? Black's voice rang out. "You better watch your mouth, kid. That is, if you don't want to end up dead." His eyes widened as he felt the sheer amount of mana radiating all around. On the other side, Pep also panicked and closed his eyes and bolted away. "Ah, I'm sorry." He saw this and grew frustrated. "Ha, you satisfied now?" It chirped happily. "Yee, yee!" He urged through the dark city. "Now get home fast." Back at the mansion, Black's face looked awkward, not daring to look straight. "Yee, yee!" Jamie sat cross-legged on the bed, questioning him angrily. "Do you even know what you did wrong?" It sat dejectedly on the floor by. Seeing that made him even more pissed off. "I won't let you off the hook. If you ever do that again." It flapped its wings awkwardly, trying to explain. He was baffled. Seriously, where did he pick up those things? Finally, he collapsed on the bed, burying his face in the blanket. "I'm spent. I used way more energy than I expected." Then he rolled over. "Things are about to get even busier. I'm going to live a carefree life from now on. That's my life, and in my journey, the god will appear. And all of that is the final god, the symbol within the crescent moon and the Janus cross." His hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Then Jamie rested his hand on his forehead, weary. "Bring it on, just as you wished, no matter how many followers you have." His eyes flashed with a cold purple light. "I'll drive them all away." In a lit alleyway, a voice called out, "Where's the big brother?" Ricky saw Jans and screamed in shock. "Jans, you're alive?" He interrogated him. "I'm asking you, where is the big brother?" The man's face was filled with terror as he trembled. "Hanny said he already killed you guys. How are you still alive?" Ricky thought to himself. "Don't tell me he was defeated by people who can't even use mana." Suddenly, a fist swung toward him, making him close his eyes in fear. Philip. His punch grazed his head, but his voice was full of threat. Pep, I'm not asking a second time. He trembled in shock. What the hell is this power? What happens to him doesn't even matter. Then he looked toward the crowd's usual hangout spot, realizing he didn't see any other members. They'll flip out if they see Jan's come back. Ricky's face was full of terror as he raised his hands to show he was no threat. I guess everyone else has been taken out. What should I do now? First off, I have no clue where your brother is locked up. Someone stepped up from behind, making him panic even more. Is that so? Ricky was confused. Ugh, Philip's here too? Philip questioned him coldly. I'm asking you, is that the truth? He stuttered, putting on a nervous smile. Of course. You can ask anyone, and they'll tell you the same thing. Hearing that, he scowled in annoyance. What a pain. I need the leader of this place to carry out my master's orders. The leader has already received the reports on everything happening in the city. He likely knows something about Janus Cathedral. Suddenly, Ricky's voice turned more threatening. His eyes glared with a red light as he emphasized every word. Hey, Pep, where do you think the boss is? He felt the killing intent and paled in fear. I need to give him a straight answer, or my head is gonna roll. Ricky's body went stiff as he hesitated. Since the boss is all about women and booze, he's probably at a bar or somewhere with both. Hearing this, Jans looked at Philip and nodded. He's right. His brother confirmed. Then to the bar we go. Ricky breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm saved. Suddenly, Jans threw a punch straight at his face. He collapsed onto the ground. He suggested, regarding the person their master wanted brought back, why don't we just pick this guy? Then he looked around, wondering, but where should we keep him? Should we just tie him up in the woods? Philip walked over and gave him a few kicks. Why not just lock him in our warehouse? Then he turned and urged, let's move out. We've wasted enough time already. Behind him, Jans threw Ricky over his shoulder and followed. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the door swung open. That person saw the gang inside slumped on the ground and started panicking. Pep stepped inside. What the? He looked around at the corpses scattered across the blood-stained floor. What just happened here? He bit his lip in fear. Is everyone dead? Then he frowned, lost in thought. I thought I'd get beaten up because I didn't meet my quota yesterday. But no one here is in any shape to lay a finger on me. Right after that, Pep turned around and bolted for the door. I'd better ditch this place before people get the wrong idea. The next morning, Jamie woke up on the large bed and sighed. Phew, I guess I was so exhausted I just crashed. He looked up, thinking, then hung his head and sighed again. There's no avoiding what's coming today. He walked down the hallway with Black on his shoulder. Then he stopped to explain to it. Black, we're going to cancel the summon because my father might sense your presence. It happily flew around as he opened the door. At the dining table were Aquino and Sarah. Father, Sarah, did you two sleep well? He smiled warmly, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at him. Morning. His sister was also excited. Jamie, big brother. Sarah slept really well last night. Seeing only the two of them, he wondered to himself without paying attention, to a tuft of hair moving behind the opposite chair. But where is Mother? She quickly lunged at him, shouting, Your mama is right here. Jamie was startled. Mother. Right after that, he looked up and smiled playfully. Where were you hiding, Mother? I didn't even notice you, she exclaimed. Really? He glanced away with a forced smile, having known all along, even though I knew exactly where she was. Then she looked at him and smiled, stroking little Jamie's head. Were you scared? He replied enthusiastically. Yes, but it was so fun because I caught you. Seeing him play along, she excitedly clapped her hands. My sweet boy, you're so kind. Jamie awkwardly changed the subject. Mother, we should probably eat now. He quickly leaned in and nuzzled his face. You're just too cute. Let Mommy give you a hug. His face was a picture of boredom. Sarah, next to him, also rubbed her cheek against his. Me too. Internally, he was screaming for someone to stop them. Shortly after, everyone sat down at the dining table. Cius looked at Sarah excitedly. Sarah, let's eat. She lunged at the little girl, nuzzling her. Mommy's adorable little baby. He watched them with a hint of FOMO. I want to squish her cheeks too. A baby's cheeks must be so soft. Thinking that, he accidentally slammed his face onto the table, which startled Sarah. He yelled in his head, Soft my ass. What on earth am I thinking right now? I've gotten way too used to this peaceful life. After finishing the meal, his father suddenly spoke up. That reminds me. It's happening tomorrow. Cius agreed. Right, it's already tomorrow. Beside them, Jamie and his sister looked over, totally clueless. Is something going down tomorrow? He blinked in surprise. Oh? Did you not tell the kids? Over here, Sarah turned her head away and shouted in frustration. I forgot. My son just had me so worried. Hearing that, he felt a bit awkward. He recalled his mana circulation ability in his head. She means the breathing incident that could have happened. Knowing Mother's personality, she must have been holding back a lot of pain. He bowed his head dejectedly. I'm sorry. She looked at him seriously. I knew my son was okay, so I'm fine. But if you keep pushing yourself like you did that day. Then she turned around gloomily, leaning against the wall and lamenting. I'll probably pass out in the hallway from pure anxiety. Behind her, he watched with a look of utter helplessness. I'll never do it again. He looked up, curious. So what's going on tomorrow? Hearing this, Sias hurried back to her seat, excited. Ho ho, tomorrow we're going to a ball! A grand ball hosted by Count Simon and Count Welton. He thought of his father and that redhead. Almost all the nobles living in the north of the Keladam Empire are required to attend. Right now, she was running toward them, full of hype. You two have never attended a ball before, but you've finally come of age to join events like that. I'm so hyped. Sarah clung to her sleeve nearby. Then it clicked for him, which means my precious free time is about to vanish. That night at the massive mansion, he stood in his room already wearing his cloak. Black. Immediately, black appeared behind his back, forming wings. Jamie stood by the window ready to take off. Let's go pay those two a visit. It let out a response. As they arrived at a certain alleyway, he landed on the pavement. A door was opened. Inside, Philip and Jans, who were sitting down, jumped to their feet, looking toward the door. Master, you've arrived. He walked over, removed his hood, and looked at them. Indeed. Have you done what I asked? Philip's expression turned guilty as he hesitated to look at him. We're sorry. We haven't found any intel on the Zenith cult yet. That cult was only recently founded. Hearing that, he understood the situation. Right. Perhaps even for a member of Leven. It would be tough to get information in just a single day. He then followed up, what about the other matter? Philip replied, he's right here, sir. Over there, Ricky was tied up on the floor. His face was full of terror, and he couldn't stop crying out. He realized something. What is this? That hair color? No way. But his gaze became even more frantic. Did the Welton family find out? The three of them stood before him. Philip introduced him. He's a member of Levon. He knew we were going to be killed by Honey. He double-checked. So he's an insider? Beside him, Jans denied it. But he doesn't know jack squat. He instructed them, I will interrogate him myself. His eyes were filled with determination. Take off his gag. Over there, the tape was removed from Ricky's mouth. Immediately, his face went dark as he screamed in terror. Please, have mercy on me. I seriously don't know anything. But if you let me live, I'll dig up any info you need. His voice was dark, as if echoing from hell. Little Ricky's eyes widened, frozen in sheer terror. What's with this bone-chilling vibe? He stepped forward, dark magic swirling around him as he commanded, I don't plan on killing you. I just need you to be my errand boy. He also sensed the coldness in the air. I can feel an endless source of evil energy. Then he burst into tears, shrieking in fear. I'll do it, I'll do whatever you ask. If you want me to find the boss, I'll do that too, so please spare my life. He growled a reminder, you're being too loud. Standing before him, he said, you only need to do one thing. Ricky lowered his head, puzzled. Huh? Why all of a sudden? Can't I make a sound anymore? His hand reached toward Ricky's head. His eyes glowed with a cold purple light. His palm touched Ricky's head and flashed. Dark magic spread all around. He commanded, go to the Count immediately and report everything your organization has done. Immediately after, Ricky stood up like a puppet. He staggered toward the door. Jans and Philip watched him go. With black on his shoulder, he looked that way and warned, don't pity him. The organization won't even get to hunt him down. The Count will deal with him first anyway. Next, he turned to them and gave instructions. You two should skip town as well. The two of them looked at him and confirmed, yes, master. Beside him, Black suddenly touched his cheek and said something. His eyes widened in slight surprise. Aren't you guys going to ask me why today? Meanwhile, Philip and Jans also bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Master's orders are absolute. We only need to obey. Suddenly, Philip looked up cautiously. And I think I know why you gave that order. He praised him. You've got a good read on the situation. He looked at them with total seriousness. Yeah, you're right. He thought to himself, Father will definitely take down Levon. Meanwhile, the existence of these two neglected guys will no longer be significant. Having said that, he turned back to look at them and added, I'll be away for a few days. Keep a low profile until I return. They both answered in unison, yes, master. His silhouette moved through the night of the city. Suddenly, Philip ran after him, calling out, Master! He turned his head to look at them, confused. What is it? His face was full of panic. Clutching the shirt on his chest, he looked at him. What have we turned into? He understood it himself. I know we are corpses. Since there's no going back, I've accepted it. I don't want to go back to how things were before anyway. I'm satisfied with this power. The hand clutching Philip's shirt tightened even more. But I have to know exactly what kind of creature I am. Seeing that he was still approaching, he also turned to look over. What exactly are you curious about? He asked doubtfully. Our strength has skyrocketed compared to when we were alive. Then he prodded further. Is it possible that we've become high-level immortals now? His eyes widened in surprise. Snort, seeing him laugh, he became confused and stammered. Sorry, was that a stupid question? He smiled genially and pointed as he explained, No, I just find it funny. A normal person would ask if they've truly become immortal. I've never seen anyone adapt as fast as you guys. You're very interesting. Philip hugged his body, looking a bit awkward. Ah, thank you, Master. He kept smiling harmlessly while sinking into thought. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Jemmy thought of the stitched-up zombies crawling on the ground in pools of blood. Normally, they would refuse to accept their condition, because they've lost their humanity and turned into monsters. But these guys are the complete opposite. He looked toward Philip and Jans. As they were talking, maybe I've picked up some hidden gems here. He looked at them and explained, You guys are just zombies. However, your appearance is preserved exactly as it was before you died. After turning into zombies, your strength has become far greater than that of an average person. Over there, Philip lowered his face, having expected this, but he still felt a bit shaken and trembled. I see, just a regular zombie. He smiled and turned away while Black also looked hyped up. But who knows? Depending on what you do, you might even become high-tier zombies. Hearing that, the other two's eyes lit up with excitement. He turned away. I'm leaving. Stay well hidden. Behind him, they said in unison, Yes, Master. Please return safely. Beside him, Black suddenly whispered to Jamie, BB. He replied, Don't call them pathetic. I actually think they're quite interesting. They also remind me of that guy from my past life. After that, he headed back to the mansion. Man, I've spent way too much time here. Better hurry back. That night, a major commotion broke out in the Welton household. A member of Levon, a notorious criminal organization originating from Heiss, snitched on his own group. The Count had to postpone the departure time to settle the entire matter. Therefore, only the three of us headed to Reagan, the largest trading city in the East. He sat in the carriage, lost in thought. I could get there in a heartbeat using teleportation magic. Across from him, CS was holding Sarah as she slept. Things must be looking up compared to before. He smiled with deep satisfaction. They've leveled up so much that they can't even be compared to the Age of Legends. The problem is, I don't even know how long I've been dead. The events of the era following my death were rewritten in the history books. The Demon King and his demons launched a war with total madness. The demon race invaded and the Demon King descended. Right now, Jamie is sitting cross-legged in the carriage, eyes closed, sinking deep into thought. Of course, peace has lasted for several hundred years, and nothing like that has ever happened. Maybe I'm the being that will end this tranquility. Then he began to radiate dark magic, thinking about those 12 foolish gods. After all this time, they still haven't formed an alliance. I'll defeat them more easily than last time. Countless lives were lost back then, but that's none of my business. Nearby, Sarah was shaken awake by his energy and began talking in her sleep. Startled, he first withdrew the dark magic and regulated his mana. The little girl fell back into a sound sleep. He thought about the Imperial City. I have to get through this ball safely first. Afterward, the carriage quickly entered the city gates. Inside, the houses were packed closely together. The marketplace was bustling, with magnificent castles all around. Jemmy poked his head out of the carriage window, blushing as he marveled at the sight. Reagan really is an incredible place. Inside, CS remained calm and smiled. After all, it's the biggest commercial street in the kingdom. You won't find anywhere better than Reagan. When it comes to the massive cash flow in the economy across these 6 regions, it's lit, isn't it? Hearing that, he exclaimed, Whoa, that's insane! Then he stood still by the carriage door, lost in thought. I heard Reagan is the biggest factor in making the Seldom Kingdom so rich and powerful. I guess this is undeniable proof. Moving on, they stood in front of a building in the city. We've arrived now. He smiled excitedly, thinking about meeting Count Simon. My heart is literally pounding right now. She looked at him with a bit of surprise. Right after that, Sias rushed over and hugged Jamie tightly. My son is so adorable. You're very nervous, aren't you? That caught him off guard. Wait, what? She shouted excitedly, while he cried out in despair. My son's heart is thumping so hard. You're just too cute. Mommy will hold your hand, okay? Afterward, Sias calmed down and explained, Count Simon is someone you should look up to, since you're so thirsty to become a great mage. His expression looked utterly miserable. Drooling, he replied, "Yes." She squeezed him into the middle, hugging his shoulders while praising Marquis Linmeo. Count Simon is truly gifted. He is an amazing mage. He reached 7th circle when he was only your father's age. He is one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern Noble faction, alongside your father, and also the Lord of Reagan. His sister also huddled close to them. Then Sias thought of the lotus petals in the pond stained with blood, comparing his magic to a red lotus, just like his nickname, the Red Lotus Mage. I heard it has claimed thousands of lives. Hearing this, Jamie curiously looked up and asked, "What kind of person is the Count?" She tried to recall. She gave him a somewhat eerie look. He has hair as red as blood. He looked terrified. Wait, what? In his mind, Jamie was also lost in contemplation. A 7th circle Red Lotus Mage. I don't really care about all that stuff. But that power, taking thousands of lives in a single strike. I'm curious about the kind of magic that can pull that off. Their carriage pulled into the mansion's gates. He made up his mind. I want to have a conversation with him. The conversation with Marquis Linmeo was underwhelming because it was so short. I wonder how a talk with Count Simon would turn out. Sia stepped out of the carriage. She lifted her dress gracefully. "Come with mommy, children. Take it slow." He followed immediately behind. Yes. The butler was already waiting ahead. He bowed to them respectfully. "You must be the wife of Count Welton." She looked at him and replied, "Yes, that's me." People were bustling all around. The butler suggested, "I shall escort you into the mansion." They were led to an empty room. The chandeliers were glowing brightly. The butler looked at them and announced, "You may wait here until the ball begins. If there are any issues, please call for a servant." After that, Sias looked around and praised Count Simon for being so thoughtful. He also smiled and replied to her, "Yes." The butler opened another room and looked toward him. "Young master, please use this room." He observed this gesture and felt a silent appreciation. He's quite kind. To be given a private room like my parents at this age, I hadn't even thought about that. Up ahead, Sias turned back to give instructions. "Come back as soon as you've finished unpacking, okay?" He confirmed, "Yes." After a few minutes, the maids were applying makeup and helping Sias change her clothes. They kept praising her nonstop. "Your hair is so silky, oh my goodness. You are truly gorgeous, my lady." Nearby, when he saw her, even he had to marvel at her beauty, making her feel a bit shy. Whoa. His eyes sparkled as he stared at her and complimented her. "Mom, you're really beautiful." Then she excitedly teased him back, "Heh. So you think your mommy is stunning too, right?" Jeremy was also hyped up, saying yes after being praised by him. Sias clapped her hands and cheered, "This is so much fun!" Right after that, she ran over, looking at him with a face that screamed, "I'm obsessed." "You're looking so sharp today, I just want to squeeze you. I want to hug him." Behind her, a maid reminded her, "My lady, please restrain yourself. You'll ruin your makeup." Hearing that, she was stunned and pleaded with teary eyes. "Just once, I just want to hug him once." But the maid was firm. "No can do, you'll wrinkle the dress." He sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Next, Sarah stepped out wearing a pink dress. A servant announced, "The young lady is also ready." Seeing the little girl, Sias cheered, "My daughter is so cute!" Beside her, he also blushed and praised her. "Oh, Sarah, you look as pretty as a doll." The little girl put her hands to her face and asked her brother, "Really?" He stepped closer, leaning on his knees as he bent down to look at the little girl. He affirmed, "Yes, you're very adorable, but it's not very comfortable, is it? Just bear with it for a little while." Sarah cheered, "Okay." The maid reminded them, "Young master should also get ready. We're heading out right now." Soon after, the 3 of them finished their preparations and made their way to the banquet hall. The interior of the party was absolutely dazzling. Jemmy looked around, taking everything in. Are noble ballrooms usually this extra? Further ahead, Sias and Sarah also looked around. They were in the banquet hall of the Simon family mansion. He wondered, does Count Simon always flex like this? They sat down at a table. She confirmed, "Yep, you'll be surprised when you see him." Elsewhere, several young ladies and noblewomen approached with friendly greetings. "Lady Welton! It's been so long. Oh my, you're as stunning as ever. Just look at that dress. Exactly what I'd expect from the mistress of the Welton house. This is a cloak, made from the finest cotton of our lands. I've prepared it for you, to wear during the winter." His mother replied with perfect grace, "Thank you for your kindness." Jamie sat to the side, leaning his arm on the chair, looking bored out of his mind. They're just clout chasing with the Welton family. I've seen this scene so many times before. Throughout the age of myth, things that weren't even recorded in history. He thought about the religious fanatics, those with symbols of the thorny moon and the cross. Foolish people trying to suck up to the gods. Then Jamie closed his eyes and turned away in gloom. So cringe. Luckily, my mom is a pro at dealing with people like that. Suddenly, the host stood on the podium. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Ahem, can everyone hear me? At those words, the entire crowd turned toward him. The man in charge stood in the center of the stage, introducing the distinguished guests in attendance. To this ball hosted by the Simon House, it is an honor to welcome you all. I am Rain Banner, the one responsible for managing this territory. Whispers rippled through Reagan without end. Juan announced with a smile. The ball will begin shortly. Everyone please take your assigned seats. And let's give a warm welcome to Count Simon and his family, who are entering right now. He reached out, pointing toward the person over here. A man with red hair and an icy gaze stepped forward coldly. He felt a jolt and stood up abruptly upon seeing him. Count Lehitter muttered, "It's been a long time." Below, Jamie swallowed hard and stared intently. The man spoke with a sleepy face. "Welcome to the ball. I hope you all have a comfortable stay here." Jamie screamed internally with pure hype. A seventh circle mage in the middle of this loud party? He stared toward the stage, lost in thought. No way. He must be around the same level as Marquis Lin Mayo, or perhaps slightly better. Suddenly, he, the Red Lotus mage, approached Jamie. Jamie grinned excitedly and thought to himself, "He's even better than I expected. This is getting interesting." Nearby, Count Lehitter and his family stood behind them, bowing in greeting. Cius was sitting on the chair. "Long time no see, Lady Welton. You look even more beautiful than last year." Startled, she turned her head. She immediately stood up, lifting her dress to bow. A smile remained on her face. "Don't mind me, I'm also relieved to see you both in good health." He then looked around, looking a bit let down. "Anyway, did Count Welton not come this time?" She confirmed, "No, he'll be arriving tonight. There were some urgent matters at our estate." With that, Count Lehitter glanced toward Jamie. "I see. And this must be your son." Jamie also looked up at him. "Yes, my son, Jamie Welton." Cius looked at her daughter and introduced her further. "And this is my daughter, Sarah Welton. Say hello, kids." The two quickly stood up. Jamie bowed. "I am Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the Welton family." Beside him, Sarah also lifted her dress with a smile. "And I'm Sarah." "Hello there." Seeing this, Lady Simon blushed and praised them. "Oh my. The kids are so adorable." Cius immediately replied, "Thank you, they're quite bright children." She smiled, "Ha, I can tell just by looking." On this side, Count Lehitter glanced toward him. Count Lehitter's eyes held an undisguised sense of scrutiny. He simply raised his head and smiled back. "He's scanning every inch of my body. Feel free to stare." Jamie's hand clenched, radiating energy. Yes, seeing that, he also smiled. Then with excitement, "So your name is Jamie?" He frowned, then gave a firm smile. "Yes." He narrowed his eyes at him, intrigued. "We'll meet again some other time." He stared back without flinching. "Understood, Count." Lehitter turned and left. Jamie's gaze was also full of cunning and excitement. Lost in thought, just as expected from Count Simon. He's even more than I imagined. Can't wait to have a real talk with him. In the banquet hall, Cius waved, "Enjoy yourselves!" Lady Simon also replied, "Make yourselves at home." Nearby, Alf turned back to look at him. He muttered under his breath, "James Welton." Across the room, Jamie asked his mother, "When will father get here?" She replied, "He'll probably be a bit late." Meanwhile, Count Lehitter's family sat down at their table. Then Alf questioned his father. "What do you think of Count Welton's son?" "Father?" he wondered. "Why are you so focused on a 10-year-old kid?" Hearing that, his eyebrows furrowed. He gave a calculating smile. "He might be a rookie right now, but he'll be the one leading the Welton house in the future. Isn't it a smart play to get close early, since we're from the same generation?" Count Lehitter's eyes were sharp with scrutiny. He remembered hearing rumors that lately, he's been playing boss with the other noble kids. Immediately after, he looked up. It seems he is trying to seek validation from, "I'm so useless." However, going along with it a little won't hurt. He concluded that he was just an innocent child. Hearing that, Alf's face lit up with excitement. "Anything else, father?" He told the servant, "Bring out the appetizers." They replied, "Yes, my Lord Count." Over here, the entire dining table fell silent. Lady Simon placed her hand on her son's hand. She gave him advice, but he acted like he couldn't care less. "You should be friendly with them. Our two families have been allies for a very long time." But he immediately put on a submissive smile. "Of course, mother, please don't worry." Seeing that, she smiled with satisfaction. "Ha, very good." Then she turned to the servant. "I'll have another appetizer." His face darkened, filled with rage. He grimaced inwardly. "I'm sorry, mother, In the crowd, Alf stared intensely at Jamie. He had zero intention of making friends with that lowlife. He imagined him kneeling on the ground, his body covered in blood, coughing fitfully. I'll make him crawl at my feet. Suddenly a hand grabbed his shoulder, giving Alf a real fright. Just like that, from behind, Count Hitter leaned in, smiling and whispering, into his ear. That's my boy. Alf's face flushed as he looked back. I'll make father accept me. He smirked triumphantly. Lennon, standing nearby, also glanced over. He smiled as if he'd realized something quite interesting. The party was still buzzing with noise. Sia stood with her hands on her hips, checking in behind her. Sarah stood awkwardly, hiding behind her mother's dress. Have you made any friends yet? He replied, yes, mother. Then she turned and walked away. He waved goodbye as she left. Once she was gone, his eyes turned mischievous. Lost in thought? Friends? My foot? I'm going to enjoy the private time you've given me, in a very wise manner. I wonder if there's a quiet spot around here. Jamie stood in the silent grounds of the mansion. A greenhouse appeared before his eyes. He stepped closer and looked at the tea table inside. He couldn't help but marvel, oh! Then he approached the flower cages, and the various flowers scattered around the garden. He marveled, it seems he has a talent for something other than magic. To think he could nurture things. His talent is actually on another level. I'm really looking forward to our chat. Before he could even finish his sentence, someone interrupted him from behind. Who are you talking to? His hand, instinctively on guard, summoned a lightning bolt. Next, he spun around and swung his arm, ready to throw it back. The arrow lunged forward instantly. The sharp tip of the arrow pointed directly at a young girl. Her face turned pale, filled with sheer terror. Jamie flinched in surprise. He then halted his attack and glared in that direction. Seeing she was harmless, he waved his hand and withdrew the arrow. Asfel trembled, sweating as she let out a sigh of relief. Then, with tears welling up in her eyes, she shouted in protest, How could you be so rude? He looked at her, equally annoyed. Well, why did you sneak up behind me and speak so suddenly? The girl's face darkened as she gnashed her teeth. She glared at him and reminded him, Doing that to a lady is incredibly disrespectful, you know. He shot back, You should feel lucky that I didn't actually stab that lady. Then he coldly interrogated her, So who are you? And why were you creeping behind me? At that, Asfel looked at him with renewed interest and confidence. Me? Are you curious about who I am? Should I tell you or not? I really don't want to tell you at all, since you just hurt this poor little soul's feelings. Hearing that, Jamie knit his brows, a flash of irritation crossing his face. This is really annoying. The fact that she completely erased her presence behind me is what truly gets on my nerves. And that tone of hers, too. He growled, I'm not in the mood for games. Suddenly, another arrow came flying like this. It struck the ground right next to G's feet. She looked on in pure panic. She stood frozen, watching the smoke hiss from the impact point. He explained that it was an air bullet, a Tier 2 magic spell. Jamie's face contorted with impatience as he pointed his finger. If you don't have strong enough defensive magic, it could punch a hole right through you. I'm pretty sure a little girl like you would be toast. Hearing that, Asfel was deeply shocked, screaming internally, What's wrong with him? Is he actually playing for keeps? Jamie's hand snapped again, full of annoyance. So are you still not going to answer? The girl dashed away in fear, her mouth never stopping as she screamed, No, I'll answer, wait a second. He threatened her, Hurry up or I'm blasting you. This only made Asfel even more flustered. I'm Asfel. Asfel? He asked again. From the Viscount Asfel family? She squeezed her eyes shut and replied urgently, Yes, I am the eldest daughter of Viscount Asfel, and I am a spirit elementalist. Jamie pressed her. A spirit elementalist? Explaining her profession. Spirit elementalist is a term for a mage who can communicate with mystical forces, spirits born from nature itself. There aren't many spirit elementalists on the continent, and their mere existence is considered an extraordinary talent. They can even receive the title of Baron. He was skeptical, but this girl is a spirit elementalist? Thinking this, Jamie looked her over, evaluating her. She also stared back at him. With a wind spirit, I can approach from behind without making a single sound. Even a spirit elementalist could hide themselves from me, even when I'm at my peak. Seeing him staring at her, Asfel felt a little bewildered. He thought to himself, but honestly, it's surprising. She looks about my age. But for her to actually be a spirit elementalist, normally, one starts training to attune with nature, around age 10. But this girl must be a total prodigy, with an innate ability for harmony. If she starts formal training, she might even be able to communicate with the Spirit King. Seeing him fall silent, she urged him on with a pout. Hey, shouldn't you introduce yourself too? Who are you to use such dangerous magic like that? He smiled awkwardly. Who, me? He began calculating in his head, thinking about how she questioned him after revealing her own identity. It seems she has a strong personality and hates to lose. Asfel frowned at his question. Exactly. Who else would I be talking to but you? Jamie introduced himself with a confident smile. My name is Jamie Welton, the successor of the Welton Count family. Nice to meet you, Asfel. The thing about the Asfel Viscount family is, upon hearing this, her eyes widened and she went completely blank. They are the loyal subordinates of Count Welton. Elsewhere, the leader of the child trafficking ring knelt on the ground. Lying in a pool of blood, he coughed violently. Hack, hack! Across from him, Aheno looked down from above. I let your gang be because I thought you were just a nuisance. I didn't care for it. And yet, your gang has been quite busy, haven't they? He was in agony. Tears wouldn't stop flowing. Blood poured from his mouth as Aheno's voice resonated with deadly rage. But you dared to run. A human trafficking ring on my land? He pulled the man's chin up, making him cough even harder. Aheno looked down with eyes full of pure disgust. His hand gripped his sword tightly. That is something you should never have done. Unless you're insane or you have a death wish. He stared at the leader, his face dark. So, do you want to die? I'll grant you that wish. The man trembled in terror as he looked up. Please don't kill me! Next, he turned around and barked an order. Hang him tomorrow. The knights behind him watched his departing figure, the back of his figure. Understood. Aheno's face was full of resolve as he ordered the carriage to be prepared. We leave immediately. The subordinate confirmed, Understood, my lord. The carriage quickly rolled out of the mansion. A crowd of shackled prisoners was dragged along. High up on a tree branch, a mysterious cloaked figure looked down. Holding a shattered gem in his hand, he muttered, The plan failed. Initiate Plan B. Meanwhile, back in the garden where Jamie was, he walked away with Asfel trailing right behind him. He looked completely out of patience, biting his lip. The girl behind him kept following with an innocent look. Finally, losing his cool, he spun around and shouted, Hey! Why the hell are you stalking me like this? He glared intensely at her. Even if your father's is a servant. To my father. That has absolutely nothing to do with the two of us! At that, Asfel's eyes welled up as she looked down sheepishly. And enough with that, he snapped. Fake two-faced act of yours? Then Jamie yelled in frustration. I'm heading back, so don't you dare follow me. Suddenly, she grabbed his wrist. He tried to shake her off, visibly annoyed. But the girl held on tight, pulling him back. He groaned. Are you for real right now? With a cold and angry gaze, he shouted, Why do you keep bothering me? Right then, Asfel clenched her fists, summoned all her courage, and yelled back, This is the first time I've met someone my age. So I want to be your friend. Hearing that, Jamie froze in his tracks. A mix of anger and sheer confusion washed over him. What the friend? The two of them stood there in silence. The air went quiet as he processed this. I never would have guessed that was the reason. Jamie's face went blank, staring at her in disbelief. Besides, why does she even want a friend? If she said she wanted to be my servant, I could at least understand that. He then closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh. Man, I guess making friends is a big deal. To a little kid. Across from him, Asfel watched him with teary eyes. Jamie screamed internally, But it's not my damn problem! Then he turned around and barked out irritably, Go find someone else. I don't need any friends. Behind him, she stubbornly chased after him. Wait up, Jamie! She clenched her fists and shouted in frustration. You're being way too much. He ignored her and kept walking away. Internally, he cursed, What the hell? She just doesn't get it. Friends and intimate relationships will only make a person lose their mind. Suddenly, Jamie stopped and looked toward a nearby building. If only I had killed those emotions right from the start. His face contorted with anger, lips pressed tight. In my past life, I never had to deal with this kind of crap. His expression darkened again, turning gloomy. That damn brat, she's making me remember all the bad things. From behind, a sudden shout made him jump. Jamie Welton! Alf and his gang of lackeys approached him. His eyes were full of cunning. Jamie turned to look at them, recognizing the blood-red hair. That must be the son of Count Simon. He knit his brows and questioned him. What did you just call me? Alf was stunned. Huh? The brown bowl-cut kid next to him frowned with pure contempt. Ha! You dare speak so disrespectfully in front of our boss? Who do you think you are? The kid with the middle-parted hair pointed at him and barked. Do you even know who he is? This is Alf! They all spoke in unison, while he put on a smug face, looking up with a satisfied smirk. The eldest son and successor of the Simon Count family. Jamie muttered, What a bunch of yappers. Then he narrowed his eyes, covered his mouth with a smirk and gave them an order. Shut it. Immediately after, The two of them quickly shut their mouths. In total shock, Alf looked at them and tried to speak, but no sound came out, leaving him bewildered, his face filled with panic. He pointed at Jamie and screamed, "Did you just cast a silence spell on them?" And over here, Jamie snapped his fingers, smiling harmlessly as he offered a compliment. "So you knew? Seems you're a bit smarter than these monkeys." Hearing that, Alf backed away in anger. Meanwhile, the other two were already slumped on the ground. "You arrogant bastard! Don't you know I'm older than you?" Jamie calmly continued his mockery. "Don't sweat the small stuff. Just get straight to the point. Before I do the same thing to you." He then snapped his fingers right next to him. Alf flinched and looked at him with total caution. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Then, smiling awkwardly, he tried to explain. "I didn't come here to start trouble. I just wanted to have a little chat." "But man, you're pretty cracked to be using a silent spell like that." Jamie's expression was ice cold as he reminded him, "I don't think I needs to hear any more of your BS flattery. And who do you think you're calling kid? Get the hell out." Facing Jamie's disdain, Alf was even more stunned. "What? Don't you know who I am?" Jamie added further. "Of course I do. You're Count Simon's son, right?" He forced a smile, breaking into a sweat. "So you do know. I was almost let down for a second. Well, since you're the son of Count Welton, why don't we have a little chat?" Off to the side, the two lackeys were still struggling and groaning. Alf explained to him, "We only acted that way because you were being a bit disrespectful, so don't get it twisted." Jamie thought to himself, LMAO, if I hadn't put them in their place, they'd be walking all over me by now. Then Alf regained his composure and looked at Jamie smugly. "Since you and I will be the pillars of the Eastern nobility in the future, don't you think it's better to get acquainted early on?" Jamie listened calmly and caught on. "So much beating around the bush. Basically, you just want me to be your lackey, huh?" My past self would be so ashamed to have to listen to such pathetic talk. Immediately after, he flatly refused and explained, "Hard pass. I'm not interested in anything you're doing. I don't even give a damn about what you're up to." I assume that's all you wanted to say, right? You can leave now. Hearing that, Alf was so embarrassed he turned furious, his face flushing red as he screamed. "You dare reject me? You little brat, you've really pissed me off now. That half-assed magic of yours? I'm going to crush it without mercy!" Then he swung his hand to summon a magic staff. With a smug look, he gripped the magic staff in his hand. He gave Jamie a wicked grin. "And you'll have no other choice but to obey me." Jamie watched him, remaining perfectly calm. Then he let out a mocking laugh. "Is that so?" His sharp, cold gaze stared straight at Alf. He growled, "So you intended to use force right from the start." But on the other side, Alf, being too reckless to care, swung his staff with an arrogant smirk. "You betcha! I changed the plan a bit since you use magic, but let's just do things the usual way." Hearing that, Jamie's expression darkened with contempt. "Being such a two-faced snake at your age makes me want to barf." Thinking about their families, Jamie probed further. "You think the adults will just let you run wild like this?" Jamie looked at him and warned, "If anything happens, you're the one who'll have to face the music." Alf continued waving the staff at Jamie, then scowled. "None of your damn business. As long as I have this, no one will see us." In his hand was a large white gem. With those words, Alf slammed it down at his feet. Energy quickly radiated outward, enveloping them both. Jamie watched the barrier dome form around them. He marveled under his breath. A barrier creation artifact. On the other side, Alf also spoke up. "You really are a magic user to recognize this." With a haughty face, he shouted a challenge. "Either way, you'll be begging for mercy soon enough." Next, Alf glanced over at the other two. "Quit being quiet, you guys!" Suddenly, their voices returned. Standing within the barrier, the two Jamie had silenced stood in front, swearing indignantly. "That brat shut us up! Thought I was a goner! What, you think you're hot stuff?" "You really think you're untouchable, just because you're a Welton, don't you?" they emphasized. Jamie just treated it like child's play and looked around. "Hey, are you even listening?" "We're not gonna let you off the hook," he remarked. "This barrier is actually pretty solid." Then he turned to them and praised, "Now this is interesting." Alf's face twisted with rage. "Interesting? You clearly don't get the situation. But today, your Welton family." Suddenly, Jamie began an incantation, cutting them off with a surge of pain. The entire group stood there in a daze, hit by a wave of energy descending from above. Blood streamed from their noses in pure terror. He warned them, "Don't you dare drop that barrier. Because if you do, everyone's going to see you guys squirming in agony." Jamie brought a hand to his mouth, wearing a devious smirk. Waves of dark magic began to radiate throughout the area. Inside the barrier, the group he had struck collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. They were trembling and sobbing all at once. Save me, big bro, my head feels like it's about to explode! On this side, Alf also fell to his knees, retching violently. He was struggling for his life. Blood poured from both his mouth and nose as he gagged. His body shook with pure indignation. He couldn't believe he'd been taken down so easily.
I'll kill you.
I'll never forgive you for this. But how is this happening? I'm too weak. This brat is a fourth-tier mage. His tears fell in sheer terror. Only now did the reality set in. I'm barely at the second tier, but how? How can this be possible? He thought of Akino's talent with the blade, filled with both doubt and shock. Wasn't he born into a family of knights? How can he be this proficient in magic? He's from the Webtoon family, who specialize only in swordsmanship. A sense of utter helplessness washed over his mind, a talent that I could never reach. His tears wouldn't stop falling, steeped in humiliation and resentment. Alf pressed his hands into the grass and stood up, whispering, I'm never gonna forgive you for this. His eyes were filled with pure fury. His body trembled as he screamed internally. That's right, I can't stand that kind of talent. I'm going to rip him to shreds. I'll make sure he can never touch magic again. After being totally flexed on, the group left. Ann wasn't about to let it go, so he started low-key searching for something. As they were moving, one of them spoke up in fear. Boss, are you sure this is actually okay? Stealing a magic artifact is a bit much. The moment that idea was brought up, Ann immediately shut it down. What's wrong with it? Shut up and follow me. Just as the whole squad was about to head out, a voice rang out, causing them to turn around in shock. Big brother. Turning their heads, the three of them saw a familiar face. Recognizing who it was, Ann was completely confused. Lennon? What are you doing here? When asked, Lennon gave a playful smirk. What do you mean? That's actually kind of hurtful. Without dragging it out any longer, he pulled out a shiny, glowing red badge. How could I just sit still? Knowing my big brother got hurt? Seeing what his brother was holding, and couldn't hide his absolute terror. Where did you get something so dangerous? Facing this question, Lennon just smiled without answering and pivoted to another topic. Does that even matter? Just go teach that Welton brat a lesson. Here, take it, Brother Ann. After a moment of silent thought, he quickly snatched the badge. He knew where it came from wasn't important. The only thing that mattered was completely ruining that kid. That evening, Akino arrived at Count Lichiter's manor. The moment he stepped out of the carriage, the Count immediately reached out to greet him. Long time no see, Count Welton. Since the other man was being so friendly, Akino replied with a bright smile. Oh my, I didn't expect the Count to come out and meet me personally. Is the sun going to rise in the west tomorrow? Akino then shook hands with Lichiter, showing a friendly attitude. How have you been? Tagger, let's head inside, shall we? Tag 1. Sitting in the office, the two of them began to catch up. Was the party a success? Same as usual. With the small talk over, Count Lichiter got straight to the point. Anyway, I've met your son. Seeing how blunt he was, Akino couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, Oh, really? What did you think of him? Observing that interested look, the man across from him just smiled without answering. You always answer so quickly. Everyone knows how much you care for your children. Realizing he'd been read like a book, Akino replied with a bright grin. They're my whole reason for living, after all. This cheerfulness left Count Lichiter unsure of what to say next. I'm actually jealous that you can feel that way. Hearing those words, he sensed something was off. Is it still the same lately? When asked, he glanced away, avoiding the question entirely. After a brief silence, Count Lichiter changed the subject. Regardless, your son is truly incredible. No, not just that. I was completely blown away. Seeing the person across from him dodging the issue, Akino felt a bit anxious. Watching him for a moment, he had to admit that the man was trying to beat around the bush. Even though he was annoyed, Akino kept a smile on his face and asked, Does my son seem that talented to you? The Count noticed he wasn't going to dig any deeper. Count Lichiter smirked as he replied, Talented? That's putting it mildly. Pausing for a second, he didn't hesitate to speak his mind. The boy is the GOAT. From what I can tell, there has probably never been a human as gifted as him. At such high praise, Akino smiled proudly. Marquis Remo said the same thing. Hearing that name, the Count was instantly alert. The Marquis met Jamie? Knowing the Count was probing him, Akino rubbed his hands together and answered honestly. I knew Jamie had talent when he was just a kid, but I never would have thought that his gift was on such a whole other level. That's why I reached out to the Marquis, bringing up this topic. He couldn't hide his deep anxiety. Because someone with that kind of magical talent ought to become a mage. It would benefit both themselves and the entire world. In total contrast to Akino, Count Lichiter was beyond hyped. It must be amazing. For the boy to have a master like that, Witnessing that reaction, Akeno dropped a bombshell. But the Marquis turned us down. This answer actually made Count Lichiter quite satisfied. However, he put on a front of regret and offered some comfort. Well, that's understandable. That child is a peerless genius. He'll be able to reach enlightenment on his own and push his own limits, to eventually become a legend, like a ninth circle mage, for instance. After rambling for a bit, Count Lichiter didn't hold back in expressing his ambition. I'm so salty that his talent eclipses mine. But on the flip side, I want to see just how far the power of a supreme mage can actually reach. This display shocked Akeno so much he nearly jumped out of his seat. Seeing how worked up he was, the Count began to analyze calmly. We humans are far too fragile. We might have built a great civilization, but that's only from our own perspective. Compared to dragons or high elves, human magic is incredibly weak. After going on for a while, Count Lichiter pointed toward Akeno and made a blunt remark. At least thanks to swordsmen like you, humanity is currently able to live in freedom. Pausing for a moment, he asked a deeply thought-provoking question. But what if a ninth circle mage were born? Seeing his serious demeanor, Akeno swallowed hard. Count Lichiter then boldly declared, even dragons, the true masters of magic. You can't sleep on that boy either. The Count no longer put on that manic act. He shared his thoughts with total sincerity. I also long for it. Mankind will become the rulers of the world. Hearing these words, Akeno gave a brief remark. That is arrogance. Facing those comments, Count Lichiter didn't mind at all. Arrogance is fine too. You know it as well. The part of history that was forgotten and erased. That term was brought up. Akeno fell silent, sinking into deep thought. Forgotten history. A secret that only a few people across the continent know. Roughly 10,000 years ago, history vanished due to a certain incident. Recalling that information, he was endlessly troubled, because transcendent beings refused to share their secrets with humans. So Count Simon devised a plan to obtain the power to escape their control, to prevent the collapse of human civilization, and stop history from repeating itself. For unknown reasons, silent for a moment, Count Lichiter subtly suggested he go rest. It's getting pretty late. Akeno didn't want to linger any longer either. You should rest too, Count. I'll see you tomorrow. Leaving the office, he went to his son's room, wondering to himself, is my son really that talented and full of potential? Looking at the little boy sleeping soundly in bed, Akeno's mind was racing. As the parent of a child with such incredible gift, I'm so worried. Observing Jamie, he thought to himself, he's just my precious and cute son. After watching for a while, Akeno clenched his fist. A surge of resolve for Jamie filling his heart. Dad will do his absolute best, so you only need to be an ordinary person. A new day has dawned. Jamie sat in the banquet hall, bored out of his mind, looking up at the ceiling, speculating. I wonder what was bothering Dad so much last night. I can't just control his mind out of curiosity, and well, my current abilities wouldn't be enough to pull it off anyway. While he was still lost in thought, Ash appeared out of nowhere, calling out to Jamie. Seeing who it was, Jamie's annoyance was clear on his face. I thought we finished our business yesterday. I have nothing to do with you. Ignoring his dislike, Ash remained cheerful. But I do? As soon as she finished, the girl turned and shouted, Sis! Hearing that, Jamie's face darkened as he tried to find a way to escape. What, she's bringing backup? With that thought, he quickly stood up to dip. I'm out of here. I have no intention of getting friendly with you guys. Seeing Jamie about to bolt, Ash shouted to stop him. Where are you going? You should at least introduce yourself, since our families are so close. Just then, a gentle voice rang out. Ash, that's being rude. From a distance, the eldest daughter of Viscount Valor's family, Rebecca, walked over, looking at her sister with concern. You should use honorifics. How can you speak like that to the Count's son? Seeing who had just arrived, Jamie's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Ash was acting spoiled with her sister, but Jamie told me I could speak comfortably. Once Jamie's gaze met Rebecca, he stood there frozen like a statue, paying no mind to Ash's teasing in the background. What's up with that? Did you fall for my sister? Well, my sister is indeed very beautiful. The more he looked, the more Jamie couldn't believe his eyes. Why are you here, Lynn? Remembering that name, he suddenly recalled the memories they shared, the woman he had loved his entire life. Yet she was sacrificed to the gods for the sake of her own benefit. That was the reason why. Diablo Volpir became a soulless monster. Returning to the present, Jamie suddenly felt like he was having an existential crisis, but he never expected that you would appear before me with a younger appearance. While everything was awkward and frozen, another person appeared and broke the silence. With a sinister face, he held a strange object in his hand. There you are. James Welton gripped the sphere tightly and silently declared, You're dead meat. Catching sight of the person who just appeared, Jamie's eyes were stunned. He was completely frozen. Lynn? The strange name he just muttered left Rebecca standing there feeling a bit awkward and confused. Yes? While the atmosphere between the two of them was getting weird, Aston, standing in the middle, had no clue what was going on. What the hell? Did he really just get hit by the love bug and fall head over heels for her? While the two were still gazing at each other with such intense passion, Alf appeared out of nowhere, wearing a sinister smirk. There you are. Thinking about the bright future ahead, his eyes gleamed with hatred. From now on, using every ounce of his ability, Alf summoned a massive, humongous flame. Following that, he declared, "You're going to have to call me master." Everything happened so fast that the two, Jamie and Rebecca, were stunned, unable to keep up. By the time she regained her composure, Rebecca was terrified by the scene unfolding before her and rushed forward. Ash hadn't even taken a few steps before a familiar voice rang out, carrying a command: "Don't get involved." Then, the flame that had just flared up was instantly extinguished. Under the utterly shocked gaze of Ash, no way. Recalling the details of the item he had used, he couldn't accept the reality of the situation. Phoenix Flight is a 6th-tier fire magic created by my father. It's not something some brat could just block. While Alf was still in a daze, Rebecca ran over and hugged her sister tightly in relief. Thinking about that information, Alf started having an existential crisis. How was this possible? At the same time, Jamie was looking at the person in front of him with an expressionless gaze. Unable to tolerate what he had just done, he reached out his hand, channeling all his power. Drop dead. Before he could do anything, a hand reached out, blocking Jamie's vision. "Jamie, that's enough." Feeling a familiar presence, he was stunned. Seeing Jamie calm down a bit, Father, Aheno spoke softly to reassure him. "It's me, everything is okay now." Hearing these comforting words, he didn't say another word. As his eyes slowly began to close, Aheno then looked at the two siblings still hugging in front of him, confirming once again that everyone was safe. Only then did Jamie finally feel at ease and close his eyes completely. Aheno then pulled his son into his arms to face Count Lahitter. He was then terrified as he looked at the son lying still in his embrace. "Jamie, at first I thought I was seeing things." Thinking of this, Aheno recalled the scene he saw upon entering the banquet hall. As he entered, the first thing that caught his eye was Alf, with half of his body enveloped in a surge of power, but there was no mistaking it. If I hadn't stopped the boy in time, then Alf would definitely be toast. It wasn't just Aheno who was shocked. Lahitter had the exact same reaction. How terrifying. He began to recount what happened and speculated. Perhaps it's because Alf's power is weak and not even half of mine, but if that weapon had been activated, everyone here would have been burned to ashes. However, analyzing it further, Lahitter couldn't hide a sinister smirk on his face. But to recognize it in just a second, the 9th rank is truly formidable. That child might actually fulfill my long-cherished dream. While lost in thought, a panicked voice rang out. "Dear?" Lady Simon appeared out of nowhere, pulling Alf into her arms, glaring straight at the Welton father and son, screaming that that brat tried to finish off her son. "How could you just stand there like an idiot?" Suddenly being scolded like that. Cease couldn't take it anymore and exposed the truth. "You should get your story straight." The one trying to attack others was actually Alf, fearing she would continue to talk back. She pointed at the broken emblem in the distance and recounted the whole incident. He was the one who started the beef and used that weapon to attack Jamie. Tia then walked right up to Lady Simon, asking a question that left her completely shook. "Isn't that right?" Lady Simon was speechless. Lady Simon pulled out the classic script, saying Alf is still just a kid. Faced with this excuse, Cia's face darkened and her voice turned cold. "Just a kid? Keep going?" Seeing her stammer, she barked irritably. "Didn't I tell you to continue what you were saying, my lady?" Simon saw things getting messy. Aquino stepped up to calm his wife down. "That's enough, honey, however." Cius refused to back down and flatly declared, "Let me make it crystal clear. Exactly what your precious son has done." Those words forced Lady Simon to endure the judgmental stares of everyone in the room. "Someone help me." Unable to accept how things were playing out, she looked to the Count for support. "Honey?" As she spoke, she thought of something that made Lady Simon grin with joy. Right, he might be a bit cold, but he'll definitely take his son's side. However, the Count's next words were like a cold reality check. "It seems our son has behaved quite rudely on such a fine day like this." Hearing this, Lady Simon was terrified, unable to believe her ears. He didn't stop there. Count Lahitter even took full responsibility. "I sincerely apologize, Lady Welton." Immediately following that, the hall fell silent. Cius reflected for a moment and decided to drop the matter. Shocker. I can't stay mad since he has apologized like that. "Thank you for your sincere apology. Now I'll take my leave." Seeing that she was no longer annoyed, he turned to make a suggestion to Aquino. "All right, You should go inside and get some rest, Welton. Aquino didn't think twice and immediately agreed. After Aquino led his wife and children away, Count Lehitter loudly announced, "I'm truly sorry for ruining this party. I hope you all go home and get some good rest. Furthermore, the party ends here." Hearing that, everyone quickly turned and left. When everyone had gone, Lady Simon looked at her husband trembling. "Honey, how could you do that?" The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was unfair and screamed, "Alf is our son!" Lady Simon didn't care about anything anymore, and screamed with all her might. Our son had to suffer at that boy's hands. Before she could utter another word, Count Lehitter barked at her to shut up. Successfully silencing his wife, he demanded, "There are too many eyes here. First, go back with Alf." This command left Lady Simon stunned. After everyone had left, she shouted inside Lehitter's office, "How could you treat him like that? He's our son. Even if he was the one in the wrong first, you should have stood by him." Ignoring his wife's words, he asked Alf, who was kneeling on the floor, "Were you trying to get my attention?" When the boy remained silent, Count Lehitter grew very annoyed. Pausing for a second, he scolded him further. "Don't you realize that your actions have made me lose face in front of the nobles, the officials, and the entire kingdom?" Under that pressure, Alf trembled with fear. "I'm scared. I'm so scared." Shaking for a moment, he looked up at his father. "I just wanted father's attention." After trembling for a long while, Alf finally spoke. "That brat was so rude, so I didn't know." Seeing that he finally spoke, Count Lehitter, "I am asking who on earth gave you the phoenix whistle?" Caught off guard, Alf stammered and couldn't say a word. Seeing him still hesitating, he lowered his voice and asked again, "I don't want to repeat myself. I am asking you for the last time, who gave it to you?" Under intense interrogation, Alf had to suppress his fear and name the person. "Lennon. It was Lennon who gave it to me." A moment later, a familiar figure appeared at the doorway. "Did you call for me?" "Father." Lennon then stepped inside. Annoyed, he clicked his tongue, looking at Alf kneeling there in terror. "What a loser. I practically served it to him on a silver platter and he still fumbled. He's beyond stupid. I can't believe this guy is my brother." After observing for a while, a wicked plan formed in his head. Time to act innocent. "Well, did you send for me, father?" Without beating around the bush, Count Lehitter asked directly, "Did you give your brother the phoenix whistle?" Surprisingly, Lennon admitted it immediately without trying to hide it. "Yes, I did." Seeing him admit it honestly, he asked further, "Why did you give him such a dangerous item?" In response, Lennon feigned concern and replied, "There was a brat bullying him. As his younger brother, I couldn't just sit back and watch, so I didn't want him to suffer, you know?" However, Count Lehitter immediately exposed the hidden motive, leaving him stunned on the spot. "You just wanted to use your brother." With his true intentions completely exposed, he couldn't hide his fear. "Wait." As he witnessed his younger brother's face turn pale, out of terror, Alf also realized in shock that Lennon, seeing that his two sons remained silent, Count Lehitter stopped beating around the bush and declared flatly, "Both of you have realized this by now, but I have no interest in either of you." Pausing for a moment, he spoke up and asked a question. "Do you two know why?" Without even waiting for the two of them, Alf and Lennon to answer, the Count Lehitter said it straight. "Even though you two carry my bloodline, neither of you is as talented as I expected. However, that doesn't mean that I don't know what you two are thinking." Just when it seemed things were over, he twisted the knife even further. "You two, if you want to get my attention, instead of wasting time on this childish crap, prove that you are worthy of my bloodline." Having said everything he needed to, Count Lehitter gave a few final instructions before leaving. "I won't interfere with what you do anymore, but you must clean up the mess you've made yourselves." Pausing for a second, he ordered his two sons, "Go apologize to Jamie Welton at first light, and stay there until he forgives you." With that, Count Lehitter walked out without looking back, leaving his two sons standing there dazed. Once Alf calmed down, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Showing my face. Just thinking about it makes me cringe." Unable to figure it out, he turned to Lennon for help. "Lennon, do you actually plan on apologizing to him?" Asked that question. Lennon remained frozen and silent. This strange state made Alf confused. "What's wrong with you? Did he get scolded by father so hard he can't speak? Why isn't he saying anything?" Ignoring his brother's words, Lennon only replayed Count Lehitter's words, in his mind wearing an extremely excited expression. "Prove that you are worthy of my bloodline." "I'll show you, father. I will prove my worth." At the same time, Cease was feeling incredibly anxious. Standing by the bed watching over her son, watching Jamie sleep so soundly, she felt even more heartbroken. Recalling what she had witnessed, Cease couldn't help but be puzzled. Jamie's desire to end Alf was real. What could have made a 9-year-old child have such a thought? "I thought it was just a typical scuffle." The scene of Alf picking up the orb and the resulting burst of flames flashed through her mind. Was the artifact activated properly? Remembering that moment, Cease angrily clenched her fists, unable to forgive him. Even though Count Simon apologized, I need a more sincere apology, even if I have to return to my own family clan. While she was lost in thought, the sound of Jamie's moaning snapped Cease back to reality. Looking at the boy huddled under the covers, she suddenly felt conflicted, recalling her previous thoughts. What was I thinking? Just then, Aquino appeared and gently checked on his wife. Are you okay? Seeing that it was Aquino, Cease was surprised. Facing his question, she avoided answering directly. After a moment of reflection, Cease leaned into her husband's arms and asked him back. How could I not be okay? Despite what Cease said, Aquino was perceptive enough to notice, is there anything you want me to do? I will grant any wish you have. Seeing her husband's eagerness, Cease gave a faint smile. You stopped me before I could say those things. Aquino explained the reason for his actions. I was worried you'd ruin your own mood. Since Aquino had explained it that way, Cease had no choice but to speak her mind. Count Simon apologized politely. I didn't want to split the northern nobles into two factions over this. Thinking of something, she became satisfied. Besides, that kid already got chewed out. Hearing this, Aquino just chuckled and played along. That kid was absolutely terrified by those words. Cease giggled. I'm fine now. After he finished speaking, the two looked at the pile of blankets on the bed and wondered, should we head out? He won't be able to relax if we stay here. Let's do that. When the two finally left, Jamie stirred. A moment later, he poked his face out from the covers, recalling what his parents had said. I understand my parents' concerns. I couldn't control myself back then, but still. After tossing and turning for a bit, Jamie suddenly sat up. Thinking of something, he closed his eyes and groaned. It seems she has also been reincarnated. The thought immediately made Jamie sink deep into thought. It's not that surprising, really. Since I was reborn after 100 years, her reincarnation was bound to happen. However, she didn't recognize me. She has no memories of her past life. Even though he was frustrated by this, he still had to convince himself that it was normal. I'm the exception after all. Even so, to think Dian was reborn in the same era as me, is this a cosmic joke or someone's grand plan? As soon as this thought struck him, countless questions began racing through Jamie's mind. If this is the plan of the 12 gods, while he was still lost in thought, Black appeared out of nowhere and smacked him right in the face. Hearing what Black had to say, Jamie accepted the reality. If they find out I've been reincarnated, they won't leave me alone? Gosh, what am I even thinking? After a moment of panic, he finally calmed down. His mood darkened along with his thoughts. When he remembered that girl from yesterday, the image of the girl he loved, lying in a pool of blood, appeared vividly in Jamie's mind. Thinking of that scene, he couldn't hide his grief. After brooding for a while, Jamie finally was able to compose himself and make a decision for himself. First, I should go see her again. And just like that, the gears of fate began to turn. In another corner, a mysterious man in a cloak was attaching something to his pigeon. The world of mages is changing once again. What that man tied to the pigeon's leg was a notice, the eldest son of the Welton family. Jamie Welton, 9 years old, estimated to be a fourth circle mage. A magic prodigy with such insane talent has emerged. Once everything was ready, he released the flock of pigeons, bringing an end to an incredibly chaotic day. The next day, Jamie spent some time taking a walk in the woods. Walking over to the edge of a stream, he just chilled, enjoying the cool breeze. At that moment, Black, who was perched on Jamie's shoulder, chirped a few times to show its delight. Seeing this reaction, he thoughtfully asked once more to confirm, "Can you actually feel the fresh air?" Being questioned like that, it let out an annoyed cry. At this point, he stopped teasing it. All right, okay, I'll stop messing with you, Black. Jamie fully soaked in the current scenery. It was so fresh and quiet. It's probably because everyone has left, since yesterday was the final day. Black on his shoulder totally agreed with that. After chilling for a good while, he decided to turn back and head out. I should go see her before going back. But after only a few steps, Jamie sensed a strange surge of mana, forcing him to come to a halt. Sensing something was off, he quickly turned around to find the source. What is that sound? Looking to one side, he saw nothing. Jamie glanced toward another direction, trying to guess where it was coming from. After looking all around and finding nothing, he clasped his hands together and channeled his power. If I can't see it, I'll just release my mana. No sooner said than done. A blue surge of power snaked out in every direction, and very quickly, Jamie located the source of the disturbance and immediately gave chase, searching for it, and then, after running full tilt for a good while, he came across a familiar figure who was playing around with a water spirit. Jamie's entire focus then shifted toward the water spirit. After playing for a bit, the water spirit suddenly noticed him and got spooked. This strange behavior left Rebecca feeling confused. She quickly turned her head to look and was immediately met with, it was Jamie's familiar silhouette. Realizing who it was, She quickly stood up and bowed in greeting. Young Duke Welton, are you all right? Seeing her suddenly act so formal, Jamie was a bit surprised. I'm fine. After the brief exchange of pleasantries, he couldn't hide his inner turmoil. But about your name? Witnessing his reaction, Rebecca gave a strained smile. She then introduced herself once again. I am Rebecca. And surprisingly, Rebecca turned out to be a water elementalist. Upon hearing that name, Jamie fell silent, carefully observing the girl before him. After watching her for a long while, he couldn't hide his heartache. Wondering why both of them were water elementalists, this question left Rebecca completely puzzled. Just at that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Jamie's mind. Diablo, don't forget me? While he was still dazed, she spoke up. Young Duke Welton. Suddenly called out, he snapped out of it. After a pause, Rebecca hesitantly asked, Why do you look so sad? Jamie remained silent, recalling those earlier words. The phrase, don't forget me. Diablo, it was a promise from a past life. Rebecca saw Jamie, standing there blankly in front of her, and couldn't help but wonder why the long face. Questioned like that, he was still speechless, receiving no response. Rebecca bit her lip and speculated. He must still be shook from what happened yesterday. Thinking this, she gently stepped closer to him. One might think Rebecca was just going to offer a simple comfort, but instead she went ahead and hugged Jamie, patting his back in a soothing embrace. Everything's going to be okay. Suddenly being hugged, he fell into a state of bewilderment once more. This feeling was merely a remnant of the past. After being stunned for a moment, Jamie decided to enjoy this peaceful moment. Savoring it just a little longer would be nice. Once things settled down, the two were finally able to sit down and talk. Are you feeling better now? Yes, thank you. Receiving this answer from him, Rebecca gave a bright, satisfied smile. My father taught me that troubles pass quickly if you share the burden with someone else. Hearing this, Jamie couldn't hide his curiosity. From Count Bali? Seeing him look a bit puzzled, Rebecca smiled brightly and confirmed, Exactly. Then thinking of something, she couldn't contain her excitement. I was so bummed that we couldn't keep talking yesterday. So I'm glad that we have some alone time today. Faced with such enthusiasm, Jamie replied with a smile. Coincidentally, I was thinking the same thing. This made Rebecca's smile grow even wider. Really? To her question, he answered with absolute certainty. Indeed, carefully, observing the person he was talking to. Jamie accepted the fact that she was a different person. Perhaps it's better this way. Letting himself go with the flow, he switched to a topic he had wondered about for a long time. I heard that the Bali family has a tradition of contracting with wind spirits. Is that not true? This question made Rebecca feel a bit awkward, but she could only admit, Oh well, I also wanted to contract with a wind spirit, but it didn't work out. After a pause, she began recounting what had happened. Wind spirits used to visit me because I had a strong bond with them, but they refused to make a contract and left. After that encounter, it seemed like that was the end of it. But then, an event occurred that left Rebecca bewildered, confused. Then one day, a water spirit came and said it was my destiny, and that I had to contract with them. Even though it's all in the past, bringing it up still makes her feel awkward. It was a major decision, and I really should have discussed it with Father first. But I accidentally made the contract right on the spot. Hearing this story, Jamie thought of something. Oh, the Elemental King probably knows. Thinking about this, he recalled some information he knew. A contract with the Elemental King. A contract made with the Elemental King is unlike any other elemental contract. It is a soul contract, bound to the very lives of both parties. Remembering those details, Jamie speculated. The moment Juyeon's soul was reincarnated as Rebecca, the Elemental King must have noticed. Breaking out of his thoughts, he asked, I see. Did the Count scold you for that? Asked this, she replied honestly. He wasn't angry, but he seemed a bit disappointed. I feel the same way. Looking at a Rebecca, who was uncertain and hesitant before him, Jamie spoke up to reassure her. However, that is something truly special. This statement surprised her, but he didn't stop there and continued. An element approaching someone and offering a contract. I've never heard of such a thing happening before. After going on for a bit, Jamie smiled brightly to comfort her. It's a pity it wasn't the element you wanted, but you were chosen by the water element itself. Have some faith in yourself. These words left Rebecca dazed and speechless. After a moment of being stunned, when she regained her composure, she smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Right after that, Jamie quickly stood up and waved to Rebecca. Thanks for today, I have to go now. Before she could even process it, he had already run off. Bye. Watching Jamie's figure fade into the distance, Rebecca felt a sense of longing. I wanted to talk more. As soon as that thought appeared, she couldn't help but lower her head in embarrassment. Why am I feeling like this? Finally, as Jamie was walking, he suddenly remembered something. Black didn't quite understand these words. I think I was being too polite. Kids don't usually talk like that, do they? But Rebecca seems more mature, so it's hard to talk to her like a child. Hearing it chirping nonstop, he yelled in annoyance, leaving Black completely confused. Why do you keep talking back to me? Leaving the garden, Jamie strolled with his hands in his pockets, just chilling around the mansion. While he was vibing, suddenly, a loud voice called out his name. Jamie Welton! Caught off guard, Jamie quickly turned around. As it turned out, behind him, two familiar redheads were standing there. Seeing them, Jamie looked visibly annoyed. What now? Facing this attitude, Alf felt a bit awkward. Well, the thing is, he hesitated. After a long pause, he mustered his courage and shouted, I'm sorry. This apologetic behavior made Jamie feel extremely weirded out. Why the sudden change? But after thinking it over for a moment, he quickly figured everything out. The Count forced you guys to come apologize, didn't he? Caught red-handed, Alf blushed and couldn't say a word. Done teasing Alf, Jamie's attention then shifted toward Lennon, who was standing nearby. I get it, but what is this guy doing here? Prompted by the question, he suppressed his shyness and introduced him. This is my older brother. Not caring about those irrelevant details, he asked bluntly, so why did you bring him along? Don't tell me you're too scared to apologize on your own. Faced with those teasing words, Lennon quickly spoke up, dropping a bombshell. Oh, I was the one who gave the treasure to my brother. This information successfully made Jamie's anger explode. Once he could process all that info, he asked in a low, furious tone to confirm, so you two brothers teamed up to mess with me? You? What's your name? Seeing this reaction, Black panicked and tried to calm him down. Ignoring the look as if he were about to be eaten alive, Lennon smiled and introduced himself. Lennon Simon. The moment that name was spoken, Jamie's eyes lit up. Very quickly, he could see streams of power surrounding him. Lennon is actually quite talented. His level is completely different from Alf's. He seems pretty devious too. Thinking about this, Jamie stepped closer to him for a better look. Even a son like this couldn't satisfy Count Simon. Seeing him suddenly approach his brother, Alf couldn't help but feel confused. He still acted like he didn't notice that intense gaze and put on a totally fake smile. Dropping a hint, well, fortunately nothing bad happened. You've heard the apology now. Can we go now? This statement pushed Jamie to the edge again. Does this punk think I'm some kind of idiot? At that moment, he suddenly recalled what had happened that night. He wasn't even there in the middle of that mess. Before passing out, Jamie had seen Lennon standing in the distance, looking down on him with contempt. This guy must have thought that everyone except his own father was beneath him. Seeing that smile made him livid. If I just let this slide, he'll definitely cause even bigger trouble later. No sooner said than done. Jamie immediately used a mocking tone toward the person in front of him, trying to trigger him. Looks like your path to the succession is going to be a rough one, don't you think? What the heck are you talking about? Satisfied with this reaction, Jamie turned to needle Lennon, making him jump in surprise. Isn't that right? This reaction from Lennon amused him. Stepping even closer to Lennon, actually, it's none of my business. Jamie got right in his face, placing a hand on his shoulder threateningly. If you're really the one behind that crime, then you should face the proper punishment. Seeing him not responding, he whispered, not forgetting to show off a bit of his power. Don't you think so? This question finally got a reaction out of Lennon. What did you just say? Right then, Jamie vanished, and he was thrust into a pitch-black void. Pant, it's so dark. Where am I? My body temperature is dropping. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death. After experiencing that sensation for a few minutes, Lennon finally broke down. At that very moment, a massive eye appeared, followed by Jamie's menacing voice. This is your last chance. Right after those words, Lennon was returned to the familiar mansion, but he was still in total shock. Kneeling on the ground, his eyes were filled with pure terror. Did I make it out? No. Was it all just an illusion? I'm not sure, but thinking about it all, Lennon couldn't take it anymore and screamed while clutching his head, making Alf, beside him, wonder what was going on. Lennon didn't care about his younger brother. The more he thought, the more terrified he became. After a while, once he managed to steady himself, Lennon timidly looked up at Jamie. The only thing I know is, this is my final chance. I have to bow down right now. Following his thought, he stammered out an apology. After that apology, Jamie could finally return to his beloved home. Watching the servants moving the luggage, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally back home. Thinking of something, his expression suddenly soured. I'm seriously dead tired. I just want to be smothered in Mom's kisses and stay home. As soon as that thought hit him, Jamie quickly shook his head to banish it from his mind.
No, wait, what the heck was I just thinking?
Seeing his flustered look, Count Lihitter slowly approached from behind. You seem to be in quite a good mood, don't you? Jamie quickly turned around to face him. Dazed for a moment, Jamie quickly flashed a bright smile and spoke to him cheerfully. Of course! I'm having a blast right now, because I'm finally heading home to chill, sir. Hearing this, Count Lihitter chuckled, acting all regretful. What a pity I didn't get a chance to vibe with you more. Facing those words, he was secretly throwing shade, but still put on a friendly smile to play along. I'm a bit bummed too, since I was actually hyped for our conversation, sir. Waiting for exactly this moment, he quickly made an offer. You can stay longer if you want. Without missing a beat, Jamie threw up a no sign and shut him down hard. No way, sir. The urge to go home and crash is just way stronger, because I'm straight up exhausted. Not wanting to let the small talk drag on, he flashed a grin and tested the waters. As for the reason, well, I bet you already know, sir. Caught off guard by the question, Count Lihitter was shook and looked confused for a sec. He gave a forced laugh. That's true. Ending the topic right there, Count Lihitter looked up at the mansion in front of them, speaking somewhat randomly. The magic world has started keeping tabs on you. Jamie glanced at the building and gave a basic, I guess so. This I-de-gaff attitude made the Count a bit salty, but he kept his cool and probed. Seems like you already know who you are, huh? Facing that question, Jamie grinned with confidence and gave a solid yes. Of course. The two then started walking around, talking as they went. I think that guy's name was Reno. I gave him the karma he deserved. Hearing this, Count Lihitter was very pleased. I've been waiting for that. He seems to have changed since yesterday. This happy reaction left Jamie pretty confused. You're not mad that I clapped back at your sons? His panicked reaction left the Count completely puzzled, acting like it was totally obvious. They just faced the consequences. It's just because of what they did. Why on earth should I be mad? This indifference is shaking his worldview. Jamie has been completely revamped by a fan. Unbelievable, the person in front of me is a total clown. Now I understand the reason why. Those two golden boys are such a hot mess. However, those thoughts remained unspoken. He turned to the Count and gave a sincere assessment. Besides that, it seems Reno is quite gifted in magic, sir. It would be better to nurture his talent. Hearing these comments, he was a bit dazed. After pondering for a while, he put on a cold expression and gave a blunt remark. No, I know his talent better than anyone. He has no talent whatsoever. These comments made Jamie absolutely furious. With a low voice, he gave a thorough analysis. Giving it a try wouldn't hurt anyone, so why not just give him a chance? He could be on par with you if he trains hard enough. The reason he doesn't show his talent is because the people around him are holding him back, unable to take it anymore. He pointed straight at Count Lihitter's face and scolded him. This is all your fault. The Count suddenly being told off, he was a bit shook as, seeing his dazed and clueless expression, he got even more annoyed and didn't hold back his criticism. I'm saying those two golden boys of yours became such a hot mess because you ignored them, thinking they lacked any talent. Being scolded repeatedly, Count Lihitter was shook and speechless, and while he was still, before he could say a word, Jamie gave a very honest evaluation. Alf is pretty average, but Reno has massive hidden potential. After being lectured like that, finally, Count Lilithter's confidence began to waver. Did I misjudge him? Seeing that he finally came to his senses, Jamie smiled with satisfaction and nodded repeatedly. Faced with those remarks, he was bewildered. He said that his son has talent, but even as an 8th-class mage, I couldn't recognize it. Yet this child could. Thinking about this, Count Lihitter felt more astonished than ever before. It was almost like there was a great archmage standing right in front of him. Just when it seemed like everything would end there, Jamie then smirked and suggested, and who knows? What if you could reach a breakthrough with the help of your son? These words made his eyes widen in shock. Before he could say anything else, Akeno called out to Jamie, saying it was time to go. His parents had called him, so he quickly turned back. But before leaving, he didn't forget to advise, please just let what I said go in. One ear and out the other, okay? Since those were just the words of a child, I'm off. After saying that, Jamie quickly ran away, looking at his retreating figure. Count Lihitter was startled at first, but finally calmed down. Not wanting to watch anymore, he turned away just as I thought. What a shame. That evening, Jamie and Breck were wearing very suspicious-looking cloaks. In the silence, Breck suddenly made some noises. Right then, the bushes near him rustled slightly. Seeing this, Jamie couldn't stand it. He shouted loudly, "You guys hurry the hell up! Why are you so late?" Hearing this, two figures jumped out from the bushes. The two of them then walked up to him. Jamie took the initiative to admit the mistake. We were late because Azad was wandering around aimlessly, sir. Having been exposed, the tall man stammered, I'm sorry. Witnessing this scene, Jamie let out a helpless sigh. Forget it. Just tell me what you've managed to find out. Seeing they weren't being held accountable, the two got excited. Immediately. Clearly, the Lord is a man of his word. Philip was the one to speak up, recounting everything he had discovered. The Church of Zenith has been performing good deeds here and there freely without taking a single dime. Pausing for a moment, he added a few more things. By providing food for the hungry and shelter for the homeless. They've naturally made a great impression, sir. Recently, they have even started running orphanages. Hearing this, Jamie frowned, his face darkening. After a brief silence, he spoke up to probe further. When did they start taking action? Philip, caught off guard by the question, thought for a moment before replying, probably right after the collapse of River. Regarding this matter, we have to go back 2 months. Count Welton completely wiped out the criminal group. River and the Zenith Church began their missionary work. Right after that, they visited and helped the poor, then preached the will of God to those people. Initially, the locals didn't care much about them. However, through relentless good deeds and compassion, that never stopped. The people within the territory gradually began to rely on the church. And just like that, the citizens became devout believers. As a result, Zenith Church's status in has risen to an unbelievable level. Back to the present. Philip provided the most crucial information today. Zenith Church is worshipped as a benevolent church and is the most respected in his. Hearing this, Jamie couldn't hide his shock. What did you just say? Dazed for a moment while processing the news, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Zenith, those pieces of trash, would never ever do anything for the benefit of others. Unable to accept this reality, Jamie turned and asked his 2 trusted subordinates, do you guys believe that peace and war can coexist? Being asked such a question, the 2 glanced at each other and stammered, no, sir. Suddenly, Philip remembered something and provided a piece of vital information. However, I believe they're involved in some shady dealings. At this moment, his face went completely dark. Exactly, and that is just like Zenith. A peace built upon piles of blood and corpses. With this thought, the image of a peaceful village burned to the ground, flashed through Jamie's mind. War is the time when those who are revered commit crimes. Visualizing that scene, Jamie summed it up. So whatever the priests of Zenith are doing now is to counter that person. After rambling for a while, he gave the order. I'm sure they are using good deeds as a smoke screen for that matter. You need to find out exactly what that matter is. The 2 agreed immediately. Yes, we understand. Having successfully achieved one goal, Jamie was determined. I will find out every single detail about what you're planning to do. Zenith. The next day at the Zenith orphanage, there was a young boy chatting happily with a mysterious person wearing a cloak. Well done, Ricky. This much is nothing for a priest. The more they spoke, the boy named Ricky couldn't hide his excitement. Compared to begging and being beaten every day, this is truly paradise, sir. Those words deeply moved the cloaked person. Seeing Ricky moved, the other person smiled and said, you've been through so much. From now on, you don't have to worry anymore. Ricky smiled back. Yes, sir. After finishing his work, the boy returned to his room. While walking, Ricky thought to himself, it's been a month and a half since I came to this orphanage. This place is a heaven for me. If I hadn't set foot in this orphanage, my sister and I would still be scavenging on the streets and kick the bucket. At any moment, hearing the door open, the girl asked, are you back? Greeted by his sister, Ricky enthusiastically walked over. I'm back. This is Ricky's younger sister, Anna, who is blind. Sensing her brother's approach, she turned her head. Are you over here, brother? Before arriving here, their past was also very brutal. The truth is, my parents abandoned us and ran away to protect my little sister. I've done all sorts of dirty work, but living on the streets is rough, and the people passing by were all so cold. It was truly a hopeless life, when no one would help us at all. In our most desperate moment, someone reached out their hand to us siblings. For the very first time, witnessing that scene, Ricky couldn't hold back his tears. In that moment, Ricky truly felt it was the hand of God. That day, my sister and I were given a new life. By God's grace, I want to spread this joy I've found and become a priest of God. To spread this miracle, snapping out of his thoughts, he took his sister for a walk and ran into some friends who were frantically running somewhere. Ricky! Anna, have you guys heard yet? Heard what? Seeing their excitement, a friend eagerly broke the news. You know Sino, right? Apparently he's been favored by God. That's why to become a priest, he's going to the main cathedral next week. This unexpected news left Ricky in awe. What? Sino is about to become a priest. That same evening, Jamie, with Breck's help, was hovering in the air, observing the village. After watching for a while, he spoke to Breck behind him. He quickly chirped back in response. We're almost there. Let's head down. Before he could even land, something caught Jamie's attention. It turned out that below, blonde man was lying unconscious. Unable to contain his curiosity, he quickly landed. Approaching the man, Jamie couldn't hide his amazement. What kind of energy is he carrying? As he observed the blonde man more closely, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Ugh, that holy energy is freaking gross. Is he a priest? As soon as this thought occurred, Jamie's eyes caught sight of the sword hanging at his hip. Actually, he must be a high-ranking clergyman. What a massive pain. Realizing the man's identity, he couldn't help but be confused. But why is a holy knight slumped on the ground here? He stared at him for a while, then looked around. Jamie suspected there was some kind of trouble. After thinking it over, he walked up and nudged him with his foot. He started wondering to himself, should I just finish him off? The moment his foot touched him, Jamie's ankle was grabbed by the blonde man. Suddenly having his leg grabbed, he panicked a bit. What the hell is this? The man had woken up without anyone noticing. With a haggard face and a weak voice, Jamie couldn't understand a word he was saying. Then the man still failed to give a proper answer, only repeating those meaningless words. Unable to take it any longer, he snapped and yelled, "What the hell?" Only then did the blonde man use all his strength to moan, "I'm starving." These words made Jamie grit his teeth in frustration. Seriously, I'm freaking speechless right now. Should I just let him starve to death? He scared the living daylights out of me. Leaving it at that, he turned and walked away, ignoring the man's hungry groans. "Oh hey, let's go!" Ending a chaotic night. The next morning at the Welton mansion, Jamie tried to suppress his anger at the scene before him. Why is he ignoring his hostility? The blonde man ate while greeting him with a smile. "So you're Jamie? Nice to meet you." Faced with such friendliness, Jamie couldn't stand it. Why? "Is this bastard sitting at the table with me?" However, the man acted as if he didn't see that face, and continued to chat and laugh. If it weren't for the Count's help here, I probably would have kicked the bucket on the street by now. Hearing this, Akeno gave a wry smile in response. "I didn't really do much. You should actually thank the soldier who brought you here." To these words, the blonde man stuck to his guns. "After all, aren't they your soldiers? So my thanks still goes to you." "Thank you very much." Since the guest was being so polite, Akeno could only smile and tease him. Anyway, a holy knight starving to death isn't exactly a common occurrence, is it? Missing the underlying joke, he said. The blonde man still smiled brightly and replied with total honesty, "It's not very common, but we're still human. Once we reach a higher realm, we can hold out longer than ordinary people." This relaxed and friendly scene made Jamie, who was feeding strawberries to his little sister, feel quite annoyed. It's so uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. Why are Mom and Dad being so nice to him? After chatting back and forth for a while, Akeno began to ask for some information. "You mentioned you belong to the Pizzo Church, right?" When asked that, the blonde man smiled and confirmed, "That's right. We serve the goddess of mercy and retribution." Receiving confirmation of Pizzo, he smiled gently at the woman beside him. "My dear, you must have been quite surprised to hear that, right?" When I asked earlier, Sears smiled and expressed her interest. "Yes, I was indeed quite surprised." This answer left Jazz confused. Surprised? Why? Is there a problem? Knowing he didn't understand, she smiled softly and asked him a short question. "By any chance, do you know Saphira Bishop?" Hearing that name, Rush realized something. Could it be that this lady is from Afton? Seeing he'd somewhat understood, Sears introduced herself. "I am from the Bell family." Upon hearing this name, he couldn't hide his surprise. Right after that, under the bewildered eyes of the entire Welton family, Rush stood up. One might have thought it would end there, but he quickly knelt down. His hands were crossed over his chest, and with a voice full of reverence, he offered his greetings and respect to her. This spectacle left everyone stunned. But Jamie had the most dramatic reaction. "What the heck is going on? I know the Pizzo Church is based in Afton, which is the same territory where the Bayo clan lives. But that's still no reason for him to bow to my mom, to bow and kneel before another person. The only real reason for a holy knight to act like this is if she were at least a bishop. What the hell is happening right now?" Unable to hide his curiosity, he called out to his father. "Daddy, Daddy!" Being suddenly called, Akeno quickly responded to Jamie. "What is it, son?" Seeing his response, Jamie put on an innocent act and asked the question on his mind. "Why is that man greeting Mommy like that, Daddy?" Even he hated himself for talking that way. God, this is so fake. Thinking about having to act like a curious 9-year-old kid makes me want to just drop dead. Faced with the question, Akeno just smiled and didn't give a straight answer. "Well, it's a bit of a long story, so I'll tell you more about it later. If I get a chance, okay?" Failing to get what he wanted and losing face, too, Jamie was left shook. "Oh, great, I totally missed the mark." The mood around him tanked. Damn it. Crap, even after acting like that. I can't believe it didn't work. What an epic fail. His sister patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Oh my. You are seriously so cute, brother." Putting that aside, something else came up, making Jamie ponder. If the Bell clan has close ties with the Pizzo Church, then this is going to be a real pain in the ass, because she is the one I'll eventually have to finish off. After the two finished breakfast, Akino and Rush headed into Akino's office together to discuss further. So how do you plan to end this? As far as I know, the Piso Church shouldn't have any business operations in the eastern region at all. Before he could even mumble a word, he had already made his own assumption. You're here to expand the Piso Church's influence. Being asked that, Jazz hurried to deny it. No, not at all. I'm chasing after someone, and somehow by some miracle I ended up all the way here. Hearing these words, Akino couldn't help but wonder, chasing someone? Who? At that question, Jazz shook his head and shared what he knew. That person is performing cruel experiments. Indescribable things. The kind of things no human should ever do. The Chimera Creator. The moment that name was uttered, Akino couldn't hide his shock, and his power exploded along with it. What? You're saying the Chimera Creator is at ISS? Who exactly is that? When asked that, Rush grit his teeth and hesitated, unsure if he should answer. After weighing his options, he finally declined to answer. I'm sorry, but this piece of information is top secret. Even within the Piso Church itself, I can't tell anyone. However, I will give you more information if you listen to my request and make a deal with me. Hearing just that, Akino understood the hidden meaning. He was asking for help. Seeing that he understood his purpose, Jazz started buttering him up. Exactly. If a swordmaster like yourself were to help me, then I'm certain you would be the best ally I could ask for. Faced with this request, Akino took a moment to think it over. The Chimera Creator. Chimeras out there are creatures made by stitching different beings together. But those who create them are worse than any ordinary criminal, because the core of a chimera is often human. A creator could theoretically avoid using humans, but so far no chimera creator has ever managed to pull that off. Considering everything, Akino set some ground rules. I can't promise that I'll always be able to help you, but since I've learned about the relationship between my wife and me, and the Piso Church, there is no way I can just turn a blind eye to this. Hearing this, Rush couldn't hide his joy. Meaning, without keeping him in suspense, Akino confirmed once more, I will help you. Upon receiving direct confirmation, Rush stood up abruptly, unable to contain his excitement. Thank you very much. Witnessing this, he chuckled and didn't forget to ask for some details. That's enough, thanks. So why is the Piso Church going all out against this Chimera Creator like this? And why haven't you asked for help from the kingdom? This question put Rush in a tight spot again. He could only scratch his face awkwardly. I know the kingdom would definitely help if they knew about this, but after hesitating for a moment, he explained further. The Piso Church's reputation would take a massive hit. The Chimera Creator the church is hunting. Thinking for a second, Rush finally chose to be blunt. Everything. It's already cost us the lives of over 10 holy knights. This info made Akino hesitate slightly. Knowing he got the point, Rush dropped a bombshell. He has created a chimera capable of using holy power. While the two were talking, Jamie was taking a stroll in the garden, calculating things as he walked, thinking about how much he was looking forward to afternoon tea. Right then, Sarah spoke up excitedly. Jamie, you're here! Come here and sit down, hurry! Jamie quickly walked over to sit and have tea with his mother and sister. Seeing his gloomy expression, Sias didn't know what to say. Oh my. Not wanting to beat around the bush, she asked directly, My lovely son, what exactly are you so curious about? Seeing his mother bring it up first, he didn't hide it and asked her straight out. Earlier, why did that guy kneel before you? What made him show such deep respect to someone he just met for the first time? At that question, C's chuckled. I knew you were going to ask about that. You're curious about our family's connection with the Piso Church, right? Not keeping anything from her child, she spoke plainly. Basically, your great-great-grandfather, who was also my grandfather, the man you never had the chance to meet, is the savior of the Piso Church. This news left Jamie shook to the core. What? Mom's grandfather is the savior of the Piso Church at the Bow tea table, Sias explained. Jamie's great-grandfather is indeed the savior of the Piso Church. Hearing this piece of information, Jamie was stunned. Say what? The Veo clan is the savior of the Piso Church? Jamie was completely flabbergasted by this revelation. After a few seconds, Kurz began to tell a story from quite a long time ago. An extremely precious artifact was stolen from the Piso Church, and that was when Mom and Grandfather stepped in to help them. The Post-Mao Garden Incident. This was an event where followers of the Demon King tried to summon his incarnation by using the sacred relics of the Piso Church, but they failed. Jamie asked inquisitively, is this incident related to Mom's family? CS explained. Mom's grandfather lost his life while stopping that incident. After that, the Piso Church appointed Marcus as an honorary archbishop, and pledged to treat the VO clan as equal to a bishop for the next 100 years. Jamie thought to himself, Mom looks a bit down. It seemed she was quite close to her grandfather. The Pizzo Church recognized them as equals to a bishop. A glint flashed in his eyes. The compensation is just insane, but I guess it makes sense. Since that thing was their only holy relic, right? Pizzo Church. I'll wipe you guys out one day. But in the meantime, I'm going to milk you for all you're worth. As Jamie thought this, a devious and wicked smirk spread across his face. Heh. While his mind was miles away, Sears suddenly called his name, making Jamie jump out of his skin. Instantly snapping back to reality, Jamie switched his mood in a heartbeat. He turned around with a bright, fake sweet smile and replied, Yes, Mother? Seeing her son's beaming face, Sears felt incredibly happy too. She asked if he wanted another sip of tea. Jamie answered obediently, Yes, please. The atmosphere at tea time was full of warmth and joy. Evening at a church where the lights glowed brilliantly. Someone was speaking. Our brother Sino, ours, the one chosen by the High Saint Father, is leaving us today. A cloaked figure wearing the cult's emblem continued, Let us all pray for the journey ahead of him and raise a toast to this big day. Everyone shouted in unison, 1, 2, 3, bottoms up. Cheers and celebrations rang out all around. Sino was overjoyed, his face flushed with excitement. Down below, Ricky looked at Sino, with eyes full of admiration, thinking that Sino was finally moving up to the main church. After the party, Sino was on the carriage, ready to head out. Anna and Ricky stood there, feeling bittersweet about saying goodbye to Sino. He called out to Ricky and Anna.
I really didn't think I'd get to see you guys.
My departure date was set so suddenly, but I'm so glad you're here to see me off, Ricky replied cheerfully. I heard it from the priests, so don't cry, okay? And don't miss me too much, because I'll be joining you there soon. Sino clenched his fists and smiled shyly. Who's crying anyway? I'll be waiting, so make sure you get there fast. The carriage finally began to roll away. Ricky watched the carriage as it grew smaller in the distance. Bye, Sino. Ricky clenched his fists, filled with resolve. One day, I'll become a priest myself. After traveling for a while, the carriage came to a halt. The parish priest sitting beside him spoke up. We've arrived. Sino snapped out of it and replied, Yes, we're here. He looked outside with a slightly confused expression. They were standing in front of a house that looked dark and gloomy. Sino thought, the main cathedral? I don't feel like we've traveled far enough for that. Sino felt quite anxious. He turned to ask the priest who had brought him there. Father, is this really the main cathedral? The priest didn't explain a thing. He just smirked and gave a cold command. Follow me. After saying that, he walked quickly ahead. Sino was terrified. He asked with a tremble, Father, I think we've come to the wrong place. The priest didn't even look back and kept on walking. It's the right place, just follow me. The priest reached out and pulled a book, and a door swung open. Sino stood there in shock. A basement? The priest patted his shoulder and said, Now get down there. Total confusion was written all over his face. His intuition told him that something bad was about to happen. But under the priest's pressure, Sino reluctantly stepped into the basement. He called out, Father! Father! I don't think this place is... As he passed through a doorway, he peered inside and said, Huh? Father? This place is a bit... Suddenly a hand covered in boils reached out, leaving Sino, scared out of his wits and pale as a ghost. Father! He ran after the priest, trembling. This place is so weird. There's something terrifying in that room over there. Ignoring Sino's terrified cries, the priest just kept walking as if nothing was wrong. He led Sino to a specific room. As soon as he entered, he took off his hat and bowed. I've brought the boy, Bishop. Sino heard the priest speak respectfully to the man smiling in front of him. He immediately cried out, Bishop! He knelt down in tears. Sir, wasn't I chosen by God? This place is so creepy. I think there are monsters here, sir. Lincoln casually replied, Oh ho. Sino, you are indeed the chosen one. Sino asked in a panic. Then why? Am I in this hellhole instead of the main cathedral? At this point, Lincoln revealed his sinister side. Well, it's because this place is where we've achieved the unthinkable. I really want to see what a pure child like you will turn into. Then he gave the order. Come in. Someone pushed the door open and entered. Magic swirled around him, forming dense clouds of black mist. The newcomer looked more like a monster than anything else. His face was covered in bloody lumps, with streaks of blood smeared across his features, and a savage grin. Oh,
Lala, what a fascinating test subject.
You're going to make a truly beautiful chimera. He reached out as if to touch Sino, making the boy burst into tears, his face frozen in terror. Early the next morning, in the hit territory of Count Welton, Beelbat Road was bathed in brilliant sunshine, a peaceful scene. Jamie introduced, "This is Beelbat Road. You could say it's the main street of this hit." Ras walked ahead, looking around with excitement. "Oh, I remember this place. I came here in the middle of the night when I was starving." "Ha ha," Jamie replied with a look of disgust. Jamie then recalled this morning. The reason he had to show this guy around was simple. During breakfast tea time, while he was elegantly enjoying his tea, Count Ahino made a suggestion to Raz. "You want a tour of the hit? In that case, I'll have Jamie go with you. My son is very bright, you know." "See," Raz happily agreed. "Sounds good." Jamie felt his blood boil hearing that. He glared at Rash, and the teacup in his hand began to crack. And that's how it all went down. Jamie sighed to himself as he walked. "Man, why did this have to happen to me? Talk about bad luck." Rash walked behind, watching Jamie curiously. He thought about how this 9-year-old kid had such memory and incredible stamina. He was even better than a professional tour guide. It seemed the Count had a good reason for sending him out with this kid. "It is not without reason," Rash called out to Jamie. Jamie turned around with a puzzled look. Rash gave him a smile. "Thanks a lot, kiddo. Thanks to you, I could explore the hit territory without running into any trouble." Jamie gave a polite smile. "I'm happy too. I haven't been out in a while." Suddenly, Rash reached out his hand and said, "That's enough sightseeing. Now let's take a slow walk back home." Jamie stared blankly at Rash's gesture. He replied bluntly, "Put your hand down, dude. I'm curious about something. And I was wondering if I could ask you a few things, Getting rejected, Rash awkwardly scratched his head. Sure," Jamie asked seriously. "What did you talk to my father about last night?" Rash was caught off guard. Damn, I didn't see that coming. He thought the kid would ask stuff, like what it's like to be a knight. "Then what on earth are you going to do?" Rash laughed nervously and made up a random excuse. "Oh, that? We were just talking about how handsome you're going to be when you grow up. Because, you know, you're a good-looking kid." Jamie snapped irritably. "Quit the cap!" Rash realized Jamie wasn't easy to fool and started sweating. Geez, are all kids his age this mature? Rash scrambled to double down on his clumsy lie. No, for real! We talked about you the whole time. Your father's love for you is truly something else." Jamie turned away in anger. "Fine, keep your secrets then. Save the sweet talk. Even a kid wouldn't buy that BS. Rush apologized sheepishly. "Haha, sorry for playing you like that. But this is grown-up business, so I can't really let you in on it." Jamie speculated. It seemed like something was hiding in Hit. That was likely why he was sent to scout the area. What the hell is going on? Rash saw Jamie standing there in total silence. It made him panic, and he rushed over to comfort Jamie. "Are you salty, kiddo?" Beside him, Jamie ignored Rash, still deep in thought. What could it be? What exactly is it? Rash looked awkward, his face twisting. He's definitely mad. What should I do now? Suddenly, Jamie remembered. "Oh, there's still one place we haven't visited," Rash asked curiously. "Oh, where?" Jamie smiled and pointed. "The Zenith Church in Hit." The two of them immediately got into the carriage and headed for the church. Upon arrival, Rash was still rambling. "Jamie, you're not still mad at me, right?" Jamie ignored him. "This is the Zenith Church in Hit. And like I said, I'm not salty." Ricky was nearby, diligently sweeping the church courtyard. He looked up and was surprised. "Huh?" He spotted Jamie, who was walking with a grumpy expression, with a cheerful Rush following right behind. "Oh ho, so this is the Zenith Church?" As soon as Ricky saw Jamie, he shouted, "Hey, you're that black-haired guy from before," Rush asked, puzzled. "Is that a friend of yours? I think he's looking at you." Jamie turned to look, feeling confused. Jamie suddenly remembered in a panic. "Don't tell me it's that kid." It was the same kid who had crashed into him. Jamie quickly looked away, pretending not to know him. "I have no idea who that is." He thought to himself, "Looks like changing my hair color was totally pointless." "What a pain." Rush looked at Jamie's reaction, completely clueless. Ricky shouted angrily, "Why are you acting like you don't know me?" Just then, a carriage came speeding down the road. Ricky tried to run across to get to Jamie. "Did you dye your hair? I almost didn't recognize you." Suddenly, Ricky was seen bolting across the road. The coachman screamed, "What the hell is wrong with these kids?" Startled, Ricky looked to his side. The driver turned pale and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Get out of the way!" Both Jamie and Rash were caught off guard and froze in place. Ricky was staring down a carriage slamming on its brakes, along with two horses twice his size, charging right at him. Realizing things were going south, Rash dashed in to save Ricky. He thought to himself, "I'm not going to make it." Ricky was a mess of tears and snot, trembling so hard he couldn't even speak.
Am I about to die?
Standing to the side, Jamie began to cast his magic. His eyes started glowing brilliantly. A flash of light struck down towards Jamie, forming a magic circle, filled with complex symbols. The spell manifested, shooting countless chains of energy out from the magic circle. These chains created a protective barrier that shielded both Rash and Ricky. This intervention gave Rash the opening to successfully rescue Ricky. However, he was also completely floored. When he saw the technique that Jamie had used, the carriage on the other side had been seized by the chains and hoisted high into the air. After the ordeal was over, Ricky was still in shock. He stood there pale and shaking as he stammered, I'm not dead, yeah. Ricky lunged forward and gave Jamie a crushing hug, making the latter's eyes pop out. Ricky thanked him repeatedly.
Thank you so much.
However, Jamie, who was being suffocated, wasn't exactly feeling the love. Choking from the hug, Jamie angrily scolded Ricky. I get it, get off me! How the hell are you so strong? Rash stood by, watching them in awe. The magic Jamie used while I was saving that boy is even more advanced than the spells used by the mages I work with. It's hard to believe a 9-year-old child could be this powerful. That kid is a total genius. In a few decades, in just a few years, Rash couldn't stop praising Jamie's skills. Ricky was currently hugging Jamie tightly, refusing to let go while bawling his eyes out. Thank you so much, you're my lifesaver. Jamie irritably shoved him away. Quit clinging to me, you're heavy. Rash felt that this boy would become an existence that even he couldn't look at as an equal. While he was lost in thought, Jamie spoke up. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get inside. Rash jumped, finally snapping back to reality. Huh? Inside where? Jamie sighed. What do you mean, where? Into the Zenith Church. Rash stammered awkwardly. Right. He thought to himself, was I seeing things? I felt like I was being looked down on. The three of them walked toward the Zenith Church together. Ricky happily ran ahead to lead the way. It's a good thing you two were planning to stop by. Let me show you the way, Ricky explained as they walked. This is an orphanage for kids who have nowhere else to go. Suddenly, someone called out to Ricky. Seeing the old woman before him, Ricky joyfully called out to her. She asked, Where have you been? Noticing Ricky had brought 2 others along, she questioned him. And who are these people? Ricky quickly introduced them. They saved me when I was about to be hit by a carriage. They're my lifesavers. The lady Shuang got worried. Oh my goodness, are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Then she turned to thank the 2 with a bow. Thank you both so much. It sounds like Ricky narrowly escaped a disaster. Rash laughed heartily. Don't mention it. As a priest serving Fioro, it was only the right thing to do. The moment she heard Rash mention Fioro, her face instantly darkened. Her attitude did a total 180, but Rash didn't seem to notice. He kept laughing and pointed at Jamie. Actually, it was mostly thanks to this kid's effort. Jamie was speechless, thinking, what a load of nonsense. The woman then asked, I see, and this child is... Jamie introduced himself seriously. I'm the son of the Lord here. I'm Jamie. Hearing this, she became flustered. Oh, I see. No wonder, I really should have recognized you the moment I saw that emerald hair. Hearing about the accident just caught me off guard. Forgive me, Jamie. Immediately noticed her reaction was off. He thought, what's with her reaction? If she was born in Hit, she would have known me the second she saw my hair color. Besides not recognizing me, she looked genuinely shocked. Is she hiding something? She turned to ask Rash, Are you here to take Ricky back? Rash waved his hands dismissively. No, I just came after hearing that the Zenith Church was being established in this region this year. Hearing that, she said, So you're here for a visit, please follow me. Ricky, why don't you show the young master around? Ricky asked, Huh, me? Jamie immediately saw through her intentions. She wants to separate me from Rash. She isn't planning to get rid of him, is she? I better stay on my guard. With that thought, Jamie smiled and followed Ricky. I'm having dinner with my parents, so I'll see you later. Rash was a bit surprised by Jamie's attitude. He stood there dazed but seemed to realize something. He cheerfully waved back at Jamie. See you later. Ricky was awkwardly introducing the church. So this place is where I live? I mean, stay temporarily, and that's the cafeteria. Jamie couldn't help but look annoyed. Just talk like you did before. Stop being so weird. Ricky still didn't quite get it. Jamie emphasized again. I don't care about that stuff. Just talk. However you want. Hearing that, Ricky excitedly ran up and grabbed his hand. Jamie asked, Whoa, seriously? Jamie shouted in anger. I'm for real, for real! Ricky immediately got hyped and ran ahead to lead the way. Come on, I'll show you the whole place. Jamie stood rooted to the spot, fed up. He thought to himself, why is he so extra? I just don't get it. By now, Ricky had led Jamie to the front of a room. He excitedly introduced it. We've seen the other spots. And this is the room I share with my little sister. You're curious, aren't you? Jamie just muttered, No, not at all. Ricky swung the door open and called out, Anna! I brought a friend over. Jamie, looking bored out of his mind, thought, Who said I was your friend? The little girl, Anna, sitting in the corner, let out a soft gasp. She held onto the table to stand up and asked quietly, Really, brother? The moment he saw Anna, Jamie was completely stunned. Ricky went over to support her and reminded her, Say hello, Anna.
He's totally awesome.
Anna leaned on her brother and smiled as she greeted him. Hello, my name is Anna. Ricky noticed Jamie, staring wide-eyed at Anna. He called out to Jamie. What's up? Jamie thought to himself.
What the? This child was born?
With the qualities of a saintess. Especially those eyes, they are overflowing with holy power. Jamie saw a brilliant halo above Anna's head, which left him utterly amazed. Anna is truly God's messenger sent from heaven, someone who can wield the power of the deity they serve more effortlessly than anyone else. These individuals are gifted with immense holy power within a specific part of their body, Jamie mused. Her name is Anna, right? Right now, she's likely blind due to the overwhelming holy power. But once she grows up and awakens her strength, she'll be able to see the flow of the world through these divine eyes. Thinking of this, Jamie scowled. High chance? She'll be a real pain as an enemy in the future. Should I just take her out now? But Jamie quickly calculated, no. If I can detect it, then there's no way the priest doesn't know about her. Killing her now would be way too risky. In the middle of his deep thoughts, Ricky suddenly walked up. With wide eyes, he asked Jamie, Don't tell me. Jamie frowned. What? Ricky immediately teased with a wicked grin. You've totally fallen for my sister, haven't you? Jamie snapped back in anger. What the hell? Are you talking about? Ricky kept yapping. My sister is still so young, so... Before he could finish, he got smacked on the head with a book by Anna. She interrupted. Oh, right, I'm very curious about something. A murderous aura radiated from her, yet she kept a smile on her face. There's something I don't understand in this book. Help me out, okay? Ricky, knocked to the floor, could only rub his head and stammer. Okay. Anna pulled the book away. Ricky took the book and sat down beside Anna. Ricky asked, Are you talking about the part where he abandons his journey again? Right? Jamie thought from the corner. I wonder whose holy power she was born with. Zenith? Either way, I need to be careful with these two siblings. The two were still happily discussing the story about the direction of that tall, distant tower, so far away that no one could ever find it. Anna smiled. Just as I thought, it's a tower, not a cave. Jamie opened the door and stepped outside. He thought he should probably leave. Ricky was a bit surprised to see Jamie leaving. Ricky asked, Are you heading to the restroom? Jamie answered bluntly, No, I'm going home. Ricky quickly set the book aside. Then let me walk you out. Then he turned to Anna. I'll be right back. Anna smiled and nodded. On the way out, Ricky asked, You'll come again, right? Jamie thought, God, this guy is such a chatterbox. Jamie suddenly asked, Ricky, what kind of job do you want? Ricky replied, Huh? That's out of the blue. But then he grinned widely. Is this the kind of question friends ask each other? For some reason, my heart's fluttering. Jamie glared at him with a dark look. Think whatever you want. Ricky shared excitedly. At first, I thought just being with Anna was enough. But after coming here, I've changed my mind. I want to be chosen by Zenith and become a priest. He suddenly looked a bit downcast. Yesterday, I was so jelly when a friend from the orphanage was picked to go to the main cathedral. Hearing that made Jamie freeze in shock. A sudden realization hit him. What? Chosen to go to the main cathedral? Now that I think about it, River's human trafficking church, chosen. Don't tell me. After connecting the dots, Jamie suddenly understood. He shouted at Ricky. Where were you before you came here? Ricky was taken aback by Jamie's sudden intensity. But he still answered, Huh? On the street, Jamie yelled. No, before that! Breaking into a sweat, Ricky stammered. I was a lackey for River. Why are you suddenly asking that? Jamie finally got it. River, so it's been since then. Janet Raz happened to run into the sister outside the church. He broke the ice with a polite greeting. It's an honor to speak with you. The woman replied politely. The pleasure is mine. With one glance, she already guessed Raz's intention. So she took the lead and offered, You're planning to head back, right? I'll take you to where the young master is. Raz didn't hold back, nodding with a bright smile. Yes, thank you. As soon as the woman turned away, his gaze sharpened instantly. A sudden doubt surfaced in his heart. She's certainly keeping things low-key. Is it because she doesn't trust the priests from other churches? These people might be connected to that Chimera incident. The sister led Raz through a long hallway. At the end, they ran into Ricky, who was with Jamie. She raised her voice to ask, "Have you shown the young master around yet, Ricky?" Ricky replied playfully, "Duh, of course I did." Just then, a sigh broke through the atmosphere, half joking and half serious. This caught Ricky's attention. He immediately turned toward the source of the sound. Lincoln and his subordinates suddenly appeared there. They were chatting as they walked. "It seems a prestigious guest has paid us a visit."
While I was away, hasn't he?
Ricky's face lit up as he called out the bishop's name. Lincoln brushed past his greeting, smiling warmly at Jamie. "It is an honor to meet you, young master." Jamie showed no visible reaction. He greeted him in a steady voice. "Hello, my name is Jamie." He absolutely did not let his inner thoughts show. Outside, it was quite a coincidence. This is the place. Thanks to Zenith, who has been targeting those children. The bishop glanced at Roz and wondered.
And this is... Before the sister could speak,
He quickly introduced himself. "I am Rash, a medic, currently serving Fioro." The man smiled cheerfully.
"Oh, Fioro, really?
Jamie didn't join their conversation, but he had his own thoughts about them.
But I don't know what their goal is.
What on earth are they trying to do?
I think something must have happened
For him to show up here, Rash and Lincoln were still absorbed in their conversation.
How embarrassing.
That I was away when you arrived. I apologize.
No, it's fine.
I already had a nice talk with the sister." Jamie observed the bishop in front of him once more. This time he felt more and more like something was off.
What is this strange energy I'm sensing?
The mysterious person standing behind the bishop was the main cause for suspicion. He guessed that with such powerful holy power, he must be a knight, but Jamie shifted his gaze back to Rash right in front of him. He was sweating slightly. This raised even more questions in his mind. Rash's reaction wasn't normal at all, but he didn't dwell too much on Rash. Instead, he focused on the mysterious knight behind. "Lincoln, there's something about that knight." At that moment, the bishop also realized that Jamie had been quietly observing him. His eyes began to narrow unpleasantly. The brief meeting came to an end. Raz and Jamie happened to be walking back the same way. Both were preoccupied with their own thoughts. As a result, throughout the walk away from the church, not a single word was exchanged. Surprisingly, Jamie was the one to speak up first.
A moment ago, I
Heard Ricky say that a friend of his was chosen by God and had already gone to the main cathedral. He felt very jealous and wanted to become a priest as well. These seemingly casual remarks actually jolted Raz awake. He snapped his head up in shock, looking at the boy with a restless gaze for a few brief seconds. However, right after that, Raz turned back into a clueless puppy, using his pea-sized brain to turn it into a joke.
I get it, Ricky is such a good boy.
I'm sure that one day, that kid will become a priest too. Jamie absolutely did not find Raz's overly naive and innocent assumption amusing at all. He let out a long sigh, thinking that such a hint was apparently not enough. Now Jamie dropped another hint. "Okay, somehow. Did you hear what Father said?" Raz immediately whipped his head around to ask, "What are you talking about, kid?" Jamie cut straight to the chase. 2 months ago, Father wiped out an entire criminal gang called River. Clearly, it was because they were kidnapping and trafficking children. Hearing the name River, Raz froze in his tracks. Noticing that Raz's reaction had begun to change, Jamie escalated things further. "Now I'm thinking about the fact that Ricky said he was with River before coming to the orphanage." Raz finally spoke up, very slowly. "Ricky was part of that gang?" Jamie saw this and gave a satisfied smile. He finally connected the dots. "Let's give him a few more clues." Jamie casually added some more useful info. "Besides, Zenith Church actually claims to be a charity church." "Why me?" Rash immediately caught on to this detail. Inside, he was screaming, "Oh my God!" Suddenly, he remembered that he had completely forgotten about it. He finally realized the true nature of the problem. If they set up an orphanage, just to use children as raw materials. Very quickly, Rash spread the news back to the lord of the family's castle, Welton Arhino. Sitting on his high chair after hearing Rash's report, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. "River and Zenith Church, huh?" Rash confirmed. "It's clear that the child, Ricky at that orphanage, also used to work for that gang." Arhino also offered his own deduction. "I've noticed Zenith Church is having a positive impact on the territory. Actually, I met the bishop and the knight on their way to the church." But Rash spoke up honestly, feeling uneasy.
I still can't quite figure it out.
Arhino asked doubtfully, "Figure what out?" He had also observed the flow of energy coming from the mysterious person walking beside Lincoln. "I sensed a powerful holy power, but I couldn't tell if that person was a Zenith Church knight or something else entirely." He also detected something different about him. I felt like there was something else mixed in with that holy power. Lord Arhino was a bit confused by Rash's words.
Don't tell me a chimera can use holy power now.
He trusted Rash's word implicitly. After hearing Rash out, he immediately sprang into action.
If this is true, then we can't just sit idly by. We will lead the knights right now.
But before he could finish, Rash interrupted him. However, we need to be certain first. He volunteered to go ahead. I'll go find proof. But Arhino didn't dare let his most important general charge into the jaws of death all by himself. He immediately brushed off the idea of you going alone, as it would be way too dangerous. Despite that, Rash didn't show even a hint of fear on his face, determined to prove his point to the old man. I'm already prepared to face the risks. Hearing that, Aquino questioned him seriously. Then what are your odds of winning? This time, he was truly locked in for this vital mission, having even calculated the probability in advance.
I feel like I can
gain the upper hand in this situation. Upon hearing that, Aquino felt somewhat more at ease about him. He had also made preparations to make sure the process doesn't go sideways. So I'll send 3 more people with you. Instantly, 3 knights appeared behind Rash. After a few dozen seconds passed, Rash instinctively turned his head back and was startled by the sudden presence of the knights. Their faces were completely covered.
I couldn't even sense their presence.
Arhino added,
They are the Shadow Knights.
Protectors of the Welton family? They are top-tier elites, so they'll definitely be of help to you. Rash turned to look them over one by one, silently analyzing them in his mind. They might be using longswords, but their presence and the way they appeared is just like an assassin's. Rash asked back in surprise, Are they actually knights? Aquino replied warmly, Well, they are for now. After confirming the situation and his forces, Rash made a serious vow once again.
Thank you, sir, I promise. I will find out their true intentions.
Ricky nodded with satisfaction.
It's all on you.
At this moment, Jamie, through Breck, had learned the whole tea about what was going down in the Welton family castle. He scoffed dismissively.
A chimera that can use holy power,
exploiting children as fuel for their chimera experiments. That's just pure evil. Black had returned to the bedroom, landing within Jamie's reach. He never expected them to play this kind of card. An indescribable hatred surged within his heart. Using innocent children as fuel, it was a perfect idea in a twisted way. But is this really what God would do? Just as I thought, Janice is still a bunch of dirty dogs. Jeremy, feeling drained, leaned back on the soft mattress. In any case, the way they are so incomplete shows that they might be in a huge rush for some reason. After thinking it over long enough, he called Blackback Tuhak and handed it a secret letter. He sealed it carefully and gave instructions. It didn't make its master wait for long. It immediately soared out of the window into the howling wind. Demi pulled himself together and sat up straight, letting out a long, heavy sigh. I guess I should also get my head in the game. I need to reach a higher level of power for the battles to come. Right then, a surge of system electricity appeared, along with a notification and a booming voice. Skill memory. A skill that allows you to use magic seamlessly by engraving incantations and mana patterns into one's mind beforehand. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of town, inside a large wooden house across from the church, Philip and Azad were both present. Azad seemed to have lost his patience and spoke up. How long do we have to stay here? Philip, busy observing from the window, only replied indifferently. Until they make their move. Azad carelessly found a chair to sit on, his mouth running as he muttered, Those low-life rats love to camp in the bushes. More than a shady knight does. Philip didn't bother with a long explanation, just gave a brief reminder. All we have to do is follow the orders we were given. After hearing that, Azad let out a heavy sigh, looking totally bummed out. Oh man, this is so boring, nothing's even happening. Right at that moment, the sound of quick, light footsteps drifted in from outside, as if someone was running across a wooden floor. The sound was crystal clear. It seemed that what they had been waiting for had finally shown up. Philip immediately picked up on the distinct noise coming from a distance. His expression shifted in an instant, becoming more tense than ever before. To his surprise, the one who appeared was the Chimera Holy Knight. He aggressively drew his sword, thirsting for blood, declaring, I'm going to take your life. Azad hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly either. He didn't even have time to react. He could only steal a quick glance, feeling his heart pounding in his chest, like it was about to jump right out. An ear-piercing scream echoed through the wooden house. With just one swing of the Chimera Holy Knight's sword, the air was suddenly thick with white smoke. The blade was aimed straight at Azad. He was like bait for the powerful knight before him. He clearly could have dodged it, but he stayed put, as if luring the knight to draw closer. But as soon as the Holy Knight's sword slashed down, Both Philip and Azad were stunned. His holy power was truly savage. Not stopping there, the holy knight kept advancing, clutching his massive sword, and coldly declared, "I'm going to take your life." His eyes behind that iron mask had turned bloodshot at some point, filled with murderous hatred. Then, as if he'd lost his mind, he threw his head back and shrieked in the middle of the house, "I'm going to take your life." He was like a soulless killing machine. Seeing that things were going south, Philip turned and barked an order at Azad. "Go now, hurry and inform our master." Azad didn't dare waste a single second. A few seconds of hesitation, and they'd both be toast. The holy knight turned around and bolted immediately.
"I'll be back soon."
Bad luck struck. The holy knight noticed Azad was trying to bail. He clearly had no intention of letting Azad off the hook. He charged like a madman, fast as the wind. A muffled, gravelly voice echoed from behind the iron armor. "I will take your life." At the same time, he swung his sword in a wide arc. Azad couldn't run fast enough. Right at the door, he made the mistake of looking back. His eyes were filled with pure terror. Holy power surged across the floor to ambush Azad. Philip reacted quickly, shouting for him to get down. Before the holy power could hit Azad, Philip lunged forward with incredible agility, shoving Azad out through the doorway. Carried by the momentum and the swinging door, he tumbled completely outside, snagging a chance to escape. Azad screamed out. He couldn't believe Philip had been so ride or die to save him. He yelled midair, "Bro!" However, Philip wasn't as lucky. The moment Azad escaped, Philip took the full force of the sword stroke, the holy knight's power. Before he could even finish his sentence, his torso was slashed open. Fresh blood sprayed like rain from both the wound and his mouth. A dark night shroud completely engulfed the large, wooden house, forming a barrier that sealed it off. A familiar figure slowly emerged, floating in through the window. A low voice rang out through the freezing air. "Did you just call my loyal servant?" To everyone's surprise, it was Jamie who appeared, clad in a mysterious black cloak. Jamie stepped fully into the room. Now only the Chimera Holy Knight and Jamie were left to fight. Philip was critically injured after the Chimera Holy Knight's attack. He was now slumped in the corner of the house. Jamie was feeling very confident in his abilities this time, even finding himself in the mood for some banter. "Now no one will? I can see everything happening. In here, too. This incantation is pretty sick, isn't it?" But deep down, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. "I managed to pull off using the memory feature. With the help of dark magic, eye-level magic is still a real struggle for me." The Chimera Holy Knight stood before Jamie, showing absolutely no reaction. His blood-red eyes stared intently at Jamie. But a second later, it was like his blood started boiling, and he lunged frantically at Jamie. Aiming to finish him, he cried, "I'll take your life." Jamie wasn't scared of anyone. He immediately stepped up to the fight. Before the knight could even touch him, he cast a 5th-tier gravity magic spell. A surge of magical energy instantly wrapped around the Holy Knight's legs. "Chimera," Jamie continued his impromptu speech. "It intensifies the gravitational pull in the area and traps the target, making it impossible for them to move." The Holy Knight, Chimera, immediately fell forward. Due to the momentum, he couldn't even keep a grip on his sword. All that came from his throat were a few pathetic whimpers. Jamie didn't give him a single opening to exploit. He proceeded to cast the next spell, Dead Grip, a magic that summons the dead to restrain the target. The Chimera Holy Knight hadn't given up yet. Even though his body was pinned to the wooden floor, his will still forced out a few broken, struggling words. "I will take your life." He stubbornly tried to reach up, but unfortunately against Jamie's magic, he basically stood no chance of making a move. Not stopping there, Jamie continued to cast the next spell, Sacrifice, a sacrificial magic to summon spirits and create a massive explosion. Very quickly, everything was swept up in the blast. The danger warning couldn't even trigger in time, and then a magical explosion began to swallow everything. Even the light was pulled in, converging into a single sphere. As the center of the explosion cleared, Jamie was still standing tall right there. Amidst the thick, hazy white smoke, he was completely unscathed, admiring his handiwork. After the blast, the Chimera Holy Knight was absolutely wrecked. His once solid iron armor was now soaked in fresh blood everywhere. His entire body was trembling, yet he still talked big like a creature that didn't fear death. Jamie looked down on him with contempt, his voice slow and mocking as he spoke. "So you think you're top tier, huh?" But before he could even finish his sentence, the Chimera Holy Knight had already recovered enough to firmly grab his sword for a final showdown. He charged forward, covered in blood, as if his injuries didn't bother him one bit. His voice didn't even sound like someone who had just been critically wounded. "I'll kill you all!" But Jamie wasn't about to back down from anyone. As the night approached, he was ready to scrap. He casually tossed out a sarcastic compliment. Maybe so, tough luck for you. You're fighting the wrong person, kid. Jamie immediately cast his puppet magic. In an instant, countless threads of light magic shot down, tightly binding the chimera holy night like tangled vines. This was a spell that latched onto the target's soul to take full control. He was immediately jerked down by the force of the threads, forced into an helpless position, kneeling on the floor. It looked just like he was, praying for mercy after being blindsided. He could only let out low groans from his throat, his whole body shivering uncontrollably. He was losing his grip on himself, unable to hold his sword or even sense the danger. Thread by thread, they wrapped densely around him, refusing to let go. Jamie continued to taunt him from the side. You seem pretty curious about the mess you're in, aren't you? He didn't hold back and told him straight up. The fragments of the corpses have entered your body, along with that explosion just now. One might have thought Jamie simply wanted to restrain the holy night chimera and keep him from making a move. But in reality, Jamie was even more cold-blooded. What belonged to you is mine now. You're completely helpless now. Meanwhile, he was still writhing and struggling, desperately trying to break free. His whole body was shaking. But his brain was racing for a way out, losing control of his body, and unable to use dark magic. It was pointless to keep fighting. The best way to deal with an unbeatable enemy is to bail. He activated the core in his chest to escape Jamie's tight net. This specific move was something Jamie hadn't anticipated, causing his expression to flicker with surprise. He didn't expect him to actually go for such a desperate play. Self-destruction? But he always had a way to handle him. Before he could completely vanish, Jamie flew toward him, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Not that easy!" The hand of darkness struck. Dark magic slowly seeped in to prevent his disappearance. The hand quickly seized him, passing right through the body of the Holy Night Chimera. He naturally couldn't block it, leaving him to just accept his fate. But as Jamie's hand entered his body, something bizarre happened that Jamie never saw coming. What? I can't stop it! From inside the body of Holy Night Chimera, a blinding light burst forth, overpowering the dark magic and the faint moonlight shining in from outside. Jamie grew increasingly panicked, his expression souring instantly. His face went pale as a sheet. For a split second, he was at a total loss for what to do next. He could only curse, "Damn it, I can't dodge this!" Less than 3 seconds later, the knight's chest swelled up significantly, like a balloon being pumped full of gas. He didn't even know what this phenomenon was, completely unable to control the situation. And then his body burst apart like a corpse that had built up cadaveric gases for a long time, incidentally blowing Jamie away as well. The explosion was so massive that his flesh was no longer intact as it once was. In the air affected by the blast's force, bits of meat and blood were all mixed together. It was a truly gruesome sight. It even shook the outer barrier Jamie had set up, creating massive shockwaves. But it wasn't enough to shatter the barrier. Thanks to dark magic, Jamie was completely unaffected by the explosion. Moreover, his body didn't take any damage. Jamie was still a bit shaken. Without dark magic, he'd be in deep trouble right now. To think it could break through the darkness by releasing its maximum holy energy. But you can't escape with just that. Taking a moment to recover and steady himself, he continued casting dark magic. Light absorption. The Holy Night Chimera was still alive. He intended to flee, stealthily following the path of light, to escape Jamie's relentless pursuit. But Jamie had already regained his composure and struck before he could get away. Not that easy! The magic aimed true and hit right in the middle of the Holy Night Chimera. He quickly tumbled down, unable to do anything. It was just unexpected that the attack fundamentally couldn't damage his inner body. He actually exposed his true form just to escape. Turns out under that majestic armor lay a revolting monster with razor-sharp fangs and a mass of giant tentacles. Jamie immediately locked his eyes on Chimera. So its original appearance is out, huh? He was determined not to let its true form get away. He swung his hand, launching chains to tie it down. He coldly ordered, "Get out here!" Its true form was still struggling and wailing incessantly. Jeremy combined it with his ultimate move. Explosive Death. Beneath the magic chains, fresh blood sprayed out like rain. Explosive Death is essentially a dark blast that can even shred the toughest armor, and he was no exception. He himself realized right then that he no longer had any power left to resist. His body had reached its limit and couldn't move, so he decided to pull his last resort. The core of his true form leapt out from between his sharp fangs. Jeremy saw that tiny, freakish creature and just froze in confusion. That was its original form. The core of this true form was way more agile than its outer shell, even faster than Jeremy expected. By the time he could react, it had already vaulted off the windowsill, using the floors as leverage, jumped from the third floor down to the ground. Once it had vanished from sight, Jamie finally snapped out of it, hanging his head in regret that it got away. Philip had recovered a little by now, and rushed over in a panic to check on things. "Master!" He noticed the bloody corpse in the middle of the room and hesitated. "Good job, but what about this guy?" Jamie replied nonchalantly. "I let him run." Philip felt a surge of irritation upon hearing that. Pale-faced, he asked back like an idiot, "Wait, what? Shouldn't we be all over him?"
Is this really okay?
Jamie spoke up to reassure him. "It's definitely unlucky that he escaped."
But it's fine.
Philip was both guilty and completely baffled. "The enemy got away and it's fine? I thought we were tracking him to catch him. Isn't that the whole point?" He plucked up the courage to step forward. He continued, "I'm sorry, but I really don't get what you mean. I want to know why it's okay." Jamie couldn't be bothered to explain. He just gave a dismissive answer. "Yeah, it's really not a big deal." The reason he was so confident is because he knew the nature of the attack he had unleashed. It's not easy to erase the traces of dark magic. Everything was basically according to Jamie's plan. The moment the hand of darkness pierced through him, his entire body was already saturated with dark magic. Which means I can find him anytime I want. Elsewhere, Lincoln was still focused on his writing with an elegant demeanor, completely unaware that his precious creation had been beaten back to its true form, back to its original state. The window in the corner of the room suddenly burst open, catching his attention. As soon as he turned to look, he saw the rare, bloody silhouette of Chimera. Not surprisingly, he was still shocked by the true appearance of his favorite creation, scaring him into cursing out loud. But that fear was only momentary. Furthermore, that feeling was quickly replaced by a sense of utter disbelief. He cradled Chimera in his hands like a hard-won achievement. His voice trembled as if he were about to cry. "No, wait, was it defeated?" The core of our research. The fact that a holy night chimera with holy energy was destroyed inside the wooden house, Jamie's group's temporary location. He and Philip still hadn't left. Philip was a bit surprised by Jamie's approach. "Master, in that case..." After all, he was still a coward. Once he knows, he will overthink everything. The fact that the holy night chimera's true form escaped was no exception. He still faced the situation with fear. Does the enemy know they've been cursed with dark magic? If so, then based on your current state, Master, they could also hunt us down and track your location as well. Jeremy comforted him softly. "I know what you're thinking, but it's okay.
They won't be able to tell."
Philip was still a bit confused, only giving a half-hearted yes. However, Jamie was very confident in his abilities. "Because my current power is very different from ordinary dark magic. But you'd still have your doubts, even so. I still don't get why current dark magic is so weak compared to holy energy." He admitted to Philip that from the very beginning, "My power exists for the sole purpose of slaying gods." Philip instinctively noticed the hand summoning an invisible flow of power. God-slaying is a type of darkness, created to take the lives of holy souls and completely wipe out their existence, without leaving a single trace. This is exactly the kind of dark magic Jamie is using. He has a complete handle on its traits, so there's no way they can pull a fast one on him. That's why, no matter what those idiots using holy energy try to do, they will never be able to track down any info on me. Over here, Lincoln was so pissed he was clenching his fists, even stabbing a pen straight into the desk to vent his rage. His voice trembled as he forced out each word. "Which bastard?" But one thing's for sure, no matter how hard he or his people try, he will never be able to trace the person he's looking for. Jamie finally recounted the whole truth about his own power. "From the start, my power has existed to slay gods, so don't sweat it too much." After hearing the explanation, Philip understood and nodded. "I see." He then noticed that he hadn't seen hide or hair of Azad this whole time, so he asked curiously, "By the way, where did Azad go?" Philip just remembered him now, his voice hesitating as he hurriedly looked around. As for him, before Philip could finish his sentence, the wooden door nearby swung open. Azad shouted as soon as he stepped in, "You okay, bro?" He was so busy checking on his good buddy that he only noticed when he turned around that Jamie was also there, and immediately looked beamingly delighted. "Master, there you are!" What a relief. Azad smiled so hard his eyes turned into slits, showering him with endless praise. "I totally thought you had turned into a pile of bleached bones by now. After all, that night guy was scary as hell. But it looks like Master handled all of them." Ignoring his empty flattery, Jamie cut straight to the point. "Right, I've cleared the aftermath. But where on earth did you run off to?" He innocently scratched his head and explained, like a total dummy, "Well, earlier I fell out the window, so I was knocked out for a bit. The second I woke up, I rushed back up here." Jamie heard this and asked, annoyed, "Wait, what? Unconscious?" Philip expressed a guilty look of apology, admitting I was the one who pushed him. Jamie felt completely helpless with these two literal, brainless right and left-hand men. For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. The scene turned into a silent stare-down between the three of them. Finally, Jamie chose the most embarrassing punishment. "Face down, ass up." He made him bend over into an inverted V shape, and then sat directly on his butt, propped up high like a stool. "I have the weight of an adult," he said calmly while assigning tasks. "I'm withdrawing the order to monitor them. They catch on too fast. You guys will get caught if you keep staring at them like that. So you need to act independently." Azad from below replied with a shaky voice, "Yes, master." Philip, standing nearby, also nodded. "Understood." Jamie then remembered something. He waved his hand forward. He recalled that Philip was injured from fighting that holy knight, Chimera. With healing magic in his hands, he helped him heal without a second thought. Philip himself was taken aback. "Master, this is—" Jamie immediately cut him off. "I have my ways, but you still need to take better care of yourself." After a bit of punishment, Jamie finally stood up and assigned a new mission to him. Azad must make sure to stay by Guy from now on and keep him safe. Once freed, Azad shouted with high spirits, "Understood, master." Jamie glided quickly to the window, preparing to leave. Before that, he didn't forget to remind the two of them, "I'm heading out, be careful." Jamie went outside and slid down through the window. Meanwhile, at Lincoln's place, he was racking his brain trying to track down the anonymous person who had wrecked his precious creation. No way, how is this even possible? He was so frantic that both his hands shook as he suppressed his rage. Even the way he spoke no longer matched his status as a bishop anymore. Which bastard? Thinking about how a chimera, knight with veteran-level skills, combined from 4 lives, ended up in such a state. He looked at the chimera's true form. Inside the transparent glass jar, now nothing but gruesome flesh and blood. His anger only intensified by the second. Vincent thought for a while, and came up with a few prominent names. Don't tell me the first person he thought was capable of taking on the Holy Knight Chimera that he had painstakingly created was Count Welton. But after thinking it over, he hesitated and let out a long sigh. But he never really thought much of Count Welton. Even if Count Welton actually fought the Chimera, it wouldn't have been wrecked to this extent. He still thought, no, if it were him, the main body would have still been able to return alive. He also thought of another key point. Not only that, the connections between me and the knight were severed instantly. Cutting off magic cannot be done without a barrier. Then he thought of another possibility. If there's a mage of that caliber in this territory, then it must be the young master. He had suspected him for a moment, but very quickly brushed him off. No, it's not him. Even if he's a genius, he's only at the 4th circle. One would need to be at least 5th circle to face the Chimera Knight head-on. In that case, who could it be? Lincoln began speculating again on the next step of the plan. As I thought, we need to speed up the experiments. Before his train of thought could continue, it was abruptly cut off by a sharp blade that suddenly appeared at his throat, accompanied by a low, chilling voice. Your second plan has failed again. If he so much as twitched, the dagger would immediately finish him off. Lincoln remained dead silent, already knowing the identity of the one, holding the knife to his throat. The mysterious figure continued to threaten him. It seems I don't even need to hear your answer. As soon as she finished speaking, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. His voice also became jittery due to fear. No, it's not. The woman continued to mock him. Is that so? Then what is this? Only then did he remember the chimera he had left on the table. Trembling, he cautiously replied, It's still incomplete. She was not pleased. So everything is fine. Even though that thing ended up like that? Just because it's unfinished, huh? The sharp blade pressed an inch closer to his neck, accidentally drawing a few drops of fresh blood. He quickly felt that stinging sensation and immediately spoke up to explain. That's not what I meant. Something troublesome got in the way. It will be complete. Just 1 or 2 more experiments. She was, of course, very dissatisfied with his excuses and continued to threaten him to the end. You talk real smooth, yet you can't even identify what that troublesome thing is? Do you want to become a part of your own experiment? As soon as the mysterious woman finished speaking, Lincoln was speechless, unable to utter another word. Having threatened him enough, she gave him one final warning and then vanished into a cloud of black smoke. I'll be watching you step by step. Once the woman had left, Lincoln finally let out a massive sigh of relief. He gasped for oxygen, making up for the time. That woman was still here, when he hadn't even dared to breathe heavily. By the time he regained his composure, he realized why the matter had been exposed, and his rage reached a breaking point once again. The 7 knights, they are monitoring me. The 7 swords of Zenith Church. The 7 knights. The 7 warriors, protecting the Archbishop in the Zenith main cathedral. They were all veteran-level combatants. Lincoln wished he could take them all out in a single stroke. But other than slamming the table, he could do nothing else. He could only swallow his anger and scream, "How dare they play me like this?" Under the guise of a respected bishop, Lincoln remained a person with terrifyingly distorted morals. Toward his superiors, he had no shred of respect, cursing, "That disgusting old man. Once I complete this experiment, I will climb to that position." Night fell, shrouding the entire territory. The Welton family castle was no exception. Demi had actually brought the corpse of the Holy Knight, Chimera, all the way back to the mansion. He knew he was being quite reckless. However, this physical shell could provide him with many clues. In that moment, he couldn't help but marvel. But it's a holy chimera. They've made something truly interesting. Now Jamie began to conduct an autopsy on the body, trying to see what kind of life force they had placed inside. After a long time of tinkering, his face was smeared with its red blood, and he finally made his first discoveries. They are linked together quite firmly. A long leg full of teeth smeared with blood inside his body. He realized it was an insect leg. From the hollow chest cavity left behind by the main body's core, one could also observe internal organs that were fire-resistant. He also found something freaky tucked inside the insect's compound eyes. What was even more chilling was that he discovered they were ultimately based on a human body. It seemed a total of 4 life forms with magic resistance, and incredible speed had been combined. Demi found a transparent capsule, shining brightly inside his body. He held it up to his eyes to examine it carefully, and the core inside was a nucleus imbued with divine power. These chimeras in the form of knights meant to use that core, but why on earth would they make things like this? After inspecting for a while, the floor was covered in fresh blood from the corpse of the Chimera Holy Knight. Jamie guessed this was no simple matter. "Zenith, are you trying to start a war? You've always looked down on humans as bugs and tools, just like always." Every word from the past replayed in his head. "Diablo lives, Lord Von B. Our revenge. We'll see you in hell." Thinking of this, Diablo Von B, Jamie was absolutely livid. He just wanted to wipe them all out. Humanity once lost everything, all because of your atrocious actions. The hatred within him burned, fiercer than ever before. The reason I had to crawl back to this earth after thousands of years is to put a stop to all of you. Jamie was so pissed he cursed, "To hell with the 12 gods! You won't be forgiven a second time." Over here, Lincoln was also busy calling his lackeys at the laboratory, but the moment the call connected, he got chewed out. "It's only been a day? What the hell happened?" He bowed his head, looking dejected. This was unexpected. But at least the main body survived. It didn't help one bit. The person on the other end lost their cool and snapped at him. "Do you think your excuses are gonna fly after letting all of my hard work go down the drain?" John Lincoln slumped down, his face filled with guilt. Guilt or apologies won't fix anything now. This was also due to the interference of a third party, that unidentified individual. However, the other guy wasn't buying his explanation. He stopped being reasonable and started cussing. "Motherfucker, seriously. So what the hell are you planning to do now?" Lincoln seemed to be waiting for this exact question from his partner. His eyes immediately showed his natural sleaziness. His voice sounded just like he was ready to hunt down some prey. "I'm thinking about picking another kid." The person on the other side quickly caught on to his intentions. "Don't tell me. You're talking about that kid with the Saintess potential. Look, if you give me that kind of fuel, then I can try testing my heart's condition." Unexpectedly, Lincoln got so mad after hearing that he slammed the table, warning the other person, "Don't even dream about it. The Saintess potential won't be used, just for some chimera project." As soon as he finished, he reverted to his gentle state, the original demeanor of a bishop. Anyway, the next material has already been decided. He seemed to have calculated this backup plan very carefully. He is a loyal servant of Zenith. Lincoln had aimed for Ricky as his backup plan from the start. Therefore, all information about him he held right in the palm of his hand, including his true identity. Ricky is also the only blood relative of the Saintess. At this moment, Ricky was also outside the orphanage on guard duty. He had always fulfilled his responsibilities perfectly, unaware that he was working for an organization more brutal than ever before. The kind-hearted boy Ricky, yet he remains completely loyal to those cruel people. A wolf in sheep's clothing is about to fall into Lincoln's hands. The next morning, as expected, Lincoln made his move early. He summoned everyone to gather to make an important announcement. The sister also came looking for him. "Here you are, Ricky," the boy cheerfully replied.
How can I help you, sister?
She softly informed him. Everyone has been requested to gather at the prayer hall. Hearing that, Ricky nodded obediently. The prayer hall? Yes, I'll be there right away. Early in the morning, under Lincoln's call, people were coming and going in crowds. The atmosphere was much more bustling than usual. Ben was sitting with Ricky's younger sister. Anna saw Ricky from afar and waved at him. "Hey, Ricky, we're over here!" Seeing the scene, Ricky got triggered and couldn't help but shout, "Why are you with my sister, Ben?" Ben replied innocently, "I brought her along because they said everyone had to come." Ricky playfully ignored the judging eyes of those around them and squeezed right in between, splitting the two of them up, giving a subtle warning. "Still, that doesn't mean you have to be glued to my sister like that, right?"
I was late because I was looking for Anna.
Ricky finally noticed the scene inside the church and started wondering, why did they gather everyone today? Maybe another person is being chosen? Anna smiled happily upon hearing that. That would be awesome. Once everyone had settled into their places, Lincoln was already standing at the pulpit, setting his plan in motion. Before that, he friendly asked, "Are you all doing well, my children?" Everyone present responded to him respectfully. "Yes, Father." And so his wolf in sheep's clothing act began, starting with a deceptive announcement. "Today I have good news for all of you. Another miracle has been granted by our Lord." As soon as he finished his sentence, the whole place erupted into a buzz of excitement. A miracle? Just like what happened to Sino. Whoa, is someone else about to be chosen? Of course. Lincoln took in all those comments. He smiled with satisfaction. What you all are thinking is exactly right. Under that facade of kindness and virtue, he announced, "This time Zenith also wants one of you." Everyone was stunned, including Ricky. The solemn atmosphere once again gave way to the sounds of whispering and Lincoln's own cruel, silent laughter. Idiots, they only care about being chosen without knowing a thing. Then he quickly brushed the thought aside. No, for a child with no parents to become a knight is indeed a blessing. The orphanage children crowded around, talking non-stop, discussing it animatedly, as if it were a stroke of pure luck from heaven. The grin Lincoln hid behind his clasped hands became increasingly hideous. In an inhumane way, he was very satisfied with his strategy. That's right, it's a blessing. You should be more and more delighted about that. Once the joy passed and he regained his composure, he got straight to the point. Quiet down, the person Lord Zenith desires this time is... The hesitation in his speech made everyone more nervous than ever. And as expected, he finally pointed at Ricky and declared, "You!" However, in his heart was a thought darker than anything. You will be the next chimera. Time passed, and it was nearly noon. At the Welton family estate, the sun had long risen above the mountains, but there was a light drizzle, making the sky half gloomy and half bright. Jamie was currently with COs. Mother and son were having a pleasant chat. Looks like the rain is about to stop. Yes, the weather should clear up soon. COs chatted with a gentle smile. Having tea on rainy days is quite nice, isn't it, Jamie? However, Jamie was acting shy like a growing boy because he wasn't good at saying cheesy things. The scent of rain is so refreshing, and being with Mom is even better. CEOs. It's rare to hear my son say things like that. Overjoyed and on cloud nine, "Oh, my dear son, your words are so beautiful." Jamie wasn't used to this kind of intimacy. He definitely didn't return the hug. A pitifully reluctant look appeared on his face. "Mom, you're squeezing me." Suddenly, a knocking sound came from outside the door. A cold knock-knock caught both of their attention. The professional butler spoke respectfully and earnestly. "I apologize for disturbing your time, madam, but a guest is here to see the young master." Jamie heard this and asked in surprise, "To see me? Who?" COs was also so stunned she froze in place. The butler replied, "Yes. A commoner child claims he is your friend and has come looking for you. Should I send the boy away?" Jamie was still a bit confused. A commoner? Not a noble? Then it's not the Valor siblings. Do I even have friends? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered something. He began to have a hunch about who it was. He stood up from the sofa and quickly gave the order. "I think I know who it is. Let him in." The butler immediately obeyed. "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile, Ricky was still waiting outside the main hall, at the intersection of several wings within the mansion, awaiting Jamie's response. After being led inside by the butler, Ricky gathered all his courage to bow to the noble lady before him. "It's an honor to meet you. I'm sorry for the intrusion." Instead of being difficult, CEOs gave a gentle smile and warmly welcomed the boy like a VIP guest. "It's wonderful to have my son's friend over to play." Jamie sat nearby with an unsurprised expression. It really is this kid. And who gave him the right to decide we're friends anyway? Co's was not just welcoming, but genuinely enthusiastic. Knowing the boy was a rare friend of her son, she didn't hesitate to ask kindly, "What is your name?"
I'm Ricky. Do you live nearby?
"I'm staying at the Zenith Church, ma'am." Jamie, standing nearby, looked salty because he was suddenly being sidelined. Co's continued to question him nonstop.
I see. So why did you come to see our Jamie?
Ricky only then remembered the original reason he came looking for him.
Jamie, about that.
Jamie just realized the core issue. His eyes suddenly widened. Ricky had barely uttered half a sentence about that night on the street. Jamie quickly moved to shut him up. Jamie forced a smile. "We're just going to play together."
You should go rest first, Mom.
But in the eyes of a loving mother like Cios, this was just awkward behavior and teenage shyness. She found it absolutely adorable. "Oh my God,
Is he shy around me because his friend is here?
our son is all grown up." Jamie, meanwhile, was imagining a terrifying punishment and felt a sense of dread. "I can't get caught. I have no idea how they'll punish me. If I'm found out, violent hugs, kisses, and sleeping together every night." Cios felt this was a good opportunity and took the chance to set a condition for her son.
Fine, but you have to give me a goodbye kiss first.
To Jamie, it felt like a bolt from the blue. He froze right there, faced with an even more difficult challenge. He grumbled internally, "Damn it, there's only one way." Jamie reluctantly gave Cios a kiss on the cheek. The woman was so happy her eyes crinkled into a smile. Ricky stared wide-eyed at this dramatic scene, feeling a unique sense of being a total third wheel for a moment. Task accomplished. Cios happily left, her puffy dress fluttering.
Well then, I hope you two have fun playing.
Ricky, out of careful habit, bowed low to see her off.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Being an orphan, deep down, the boy really admired Jamie's current family life. His mother must love him very much. Jamie quickly brushed it off and got straight to the point. "Forget about that. Why are you here?" Ricky remembered and answered immediately.
Oh, right!
Ricky still thought it was a great thing, so he excitedly announced, "I've been chosen. So I'll be leaving here soon." To Jamie, it felt like a total bombshell. Ricky added another blow.
I came to say goodbye to Jamie.
He knew Lincoln would make a move on Ricky eventually, but he didn't expect it to be this fast.
What?
As time went by, in a flash, sunset fell upon the lands of the Welton family estate. In a corner of the side hall, particularly loud sigh erupted. It was Rash. With Count Welton's permission, he had been hanging around, looking for the holy knight from a few days ago, but he could never find him. So he remained mopey and gloomy. For the past few days, there hasn't been a trace of that weird knight anywhere. He had no clue that Jamie had already smoked him and sent him back to his original form. For days, he never stopped searching for his whereabouts. After that day, I couldn't find anything while monitoring the church.
Is that thing buried underground or what?
Just then, Ricky's voice reached his ears, snapping him back to reality.
Goodbye.
Rash quickly recognized that familiar voice. That kid is Ricky. Having just walked out of the mansion's main wing, he bumped into Rash. He excitedly approached.
Hello, mister.
Rash pulled the boy close affectionately, putting an arm around his shoulder, acting as natural as if they'd been brothers forever.
Come on, kid, you should call me bro.
Ricky immediately agreed. Okay. He had never seen Ricky here before, so he wondered.
Are you here to see Jamie?
Ricky didn't hesitate to answer. Yes, actually, bro, I wanted to let you know too.
I've been granted a miracle by God Zenith.
The boy's words were like a bucket of cold water, poured right over his tiny bit of good mood. As if he couldn't believe his ears, he asked once more, "What?" Ricky grinned from ear to ear with pure joy.
I've been chosen.
Tomorrow morning I'm heading to the main cathedral. Rash's face immediately darkened and he fell silent. His mind was a mess of overlapping thoughts. So this is how they operate. How can they trick a child like this? Calling them servants of a god. Don't they have any shame? How can they treat children and human life so cheaply? After being lost in thought for a long time, Rash suddenly felt a wave of empathy and patted the boy's head. Even though Zenith was a complete scumbag, Rash didn't have the heart to crush the beautiful, innocent dreams in the hearts of these children regarding that so-called miracle. He wouldn't be the one to flat-out expose their hypocritical faces just yet. That's great. You're going to be an amazing priest, kid. Ricky laughed innocently.
Yes, I'll become someone who helps people in need.
Just like you. After a warm goodbye, Ricky finally waved farewell to Rash and left. I'll definitely come visit later. As soon as Ricky was out of sight, Rash turned around and got ready for action. You all heard that right? Rash ordered. Tomorrow morning we follow Ricky's carriage. I'll show those guys what a real punishment looks like. The next morning, Under the careful escort of Lincoln's henchmen, Ricky set off on his journey. Before leaving, he didn't forget to make a promise.
Thank you all for seeing me off. I promise to come back once I become a priest.
Everyone was happy for Ricky except for Anna, his little sister. No, they would be apart for a very long time. The little girl couldn't hide her sadness. Ben stood beside Anna and sent a message to Ricky.
Don't worry about Anna. I'll definitely take care of her.
From a distance, Ricky held a bouquet of flowers and smiled contentedly.
Thanks, Ben. I trust you.
Though Anna tried to look happy, her eyes were already welling up with tears as she gave her brother one last reminder.
Don't worry about me. Just make sure to come back when you're a priest, okay?
Ricky couldn't help but chuckle at his sister's cuteness. He really didn't want to leave her behind. While the carriage had yet to start moving, Ricky rushed over to give her one last hug and gave her some advice. You must listen to the sisters and the father, and eat your meals properly even when I'm not here. Before he knew it, Ricky was also tearing up, with a shaky voice.
I'll write to you often and try to come back soon. I promise I'll become a priest.
Anna couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. Promise me I'll be waiting.
You have to stay healthy, big brother.
Ending the tearful goodbye. The carriage finally rattled down the street, carrying Ricky into a world of misery, just like the children before him. Rash appeared along Ricky's route, witnessing the boy's sad face inside the carriage. His gaze grew even colder as he watched the boy get closer and closer to a gruesome death.
Let's move.
Meanwhile, Jamie was still in the family mansion, activating his magic to track Ricky's path. With the help of magic, he knew exactly what was happening outside. They've left. Jamie extended his magical hand and gave a hesitant smirk. Now the magic circle he had prepared for a long time was finally being activated, ready to face the enemy. We should see how that hiding bug is doing. Jamie just realized something important. As expected, his dark mana traces were inside the Zenith Church. At the same time, he deduced the requirements to create their target. To create a holy chimera, 3 things are needed. First, a sacrifice as raw material, a chimera creator to conduct the experiment, and a high-ranking priest to infuse it with holy power. But one more thing left Jamie puzzled. There is only one high-ranking priest around here. He immediately thought of one person, the Bishop of Zenith. Jamie nimbly leaped from one branch to another. If it's Rash and the Knights, he looked down at the carriage below, and a bold idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps they could just raid the entire lab. Upon returning, Jamie reached a valuable conclusion. I only need to deal with the bishop. He was extremely confident in the plan he had laid out, and so it was checkmate at the bishop's castle. When evening came, he put on his cloak and prepared to head out. It seemed the time had come. The bishop had been waiting for this chance to rule for a very long time. He appeared to be looking forward to it immensely, an orphan becoming a holy knight. But God's blessings often come with hardships. He entered the confinement room. Ricky was standing in front of a large mirror. Now then, Ricky. He was about to touch Ricky's shoulder to cast his spell. Will you be able to survive this experiment? His dark hand was about to reach its target. You have to play along with me. But before he could finish, he was blocked by a sudden force. What? The bishop was blindsided, caught completely off guard. He lost his balance and fell flat on the floor. The bishop flew into a rage and shouted, How dare you? Who the hell are you? Demi stood tall before him, mocking his lack of class. A man of the church with such a foul mouth. Stunned, he gasped, A warlock? But when he saw the boy's face clearly, he realized who it was. I see. So that's how it is. You're the one who killed my holy knight? The bishop's temper flared as he prepared to teach Jamie a lesson. How dare you interfere with my plans? He summoned his power, demanding an immediate attack. I shall strike you down with divine judgment. A magic circle instantly manifested. Both were drawn into a fierce, violent battle. Holy territory! A priest's power increases significantly within a holy territory under divine protection. Demi? He also recognized the danger of his opponent's power. If it's a bishop-level holy territory, he would certainly have the strength to crush boulders with his bare hands. The bishop arrogantly declared, I'll end this quickly. He lunged toward Jamie like a raging storm. Fuming with rage, he was determined to take Jamie's life. I'll tear you apart! A direct blast of energy caught Jamie slightly off guard. The bishop taunted him. How's that feel? Next, combo of strikes rained down on Jamie's body. That's right, I'll turn you into raw material too. In an instant, Jamie transformed into a completely different person. He spoke to the man with pure contempt. You call this power? The bishop, stunned, widened his eyes and gnashed his teeth. What? He threw his fists, trying desperately to break Jamie's momentum under the pressure, but he couldn't do a damn thing. He was immediately flustered. "What the hell?" the bishop asked Jamie in total shock. "How can you use dark magic inside a holy territory?" He just gave a cold smile in response, while remaining focused on his spellcasting. "Holy territory, huh?" Jamie flexed his skills using his own magical threads to tighten around the man's wrists. "Look closely." Suddenly, the surrounding space froze solid. The bishop was stunned. Is the holy territory being absorbed by darkness? He tried to delude himself, denying what was happening right before his eyes. "Impossible!" He screamed in despair. "There's no way!" Jamie just smirked and replied, "Yes, there is." The bishop struggled to break free from the trap, but he was pushed back by Jamie's power and sent tumbling backward. In an instant, Jamie rushed forward and delivered a follow-up blast, making him cough up blood. The bishop had no strength left to resist. He could only slump down in a corner. Jamie stood before him and spoke with a threatening tone. "I have many things I'm curious about, so I hope you'll give me some answers." The bishop remained stubborn and talked back. "You really think I'm just going to tell you?" Jamie's face was full of murderous intent. He emphasized firmly, "Don't get it twisted." He pointed his hand, surging with spiritual energy toward him, and reminded him clearly, "I don't need your permission." Jamie placed his hand on the bishop's head, aiming to extract the information directly from his mind. "I'm going to crack your brain open." The bishop was overtaken by the spiritual energy. It caused him such agony that his eyes turned blood red. Deep within the dark laboratory, the leader seemed to be waiting for something. He lost his cool and hurled a glass at his subordinate. "That damn Lincoln!" He appeared extremely frustrated and unsettled. "Where the hell are you? The experiment is being delayed." The subordinate scrambled to leave in a panic. "I'll go check right away." But the hot-headed leader dealt with him instantly. Cold-bloodedly, he complained about how slow everyone was. "All of you are the same." "Too damn slow." Suddenly, he sensed something unusual above. "I sensed someone up there." Right then and there, he realized a danger was lurking. Crap, looks like Lincoln was followed. The Dark Knights had found their way to the library. They scrutinized every book on the shelves for clues. A Dark Knight spoke to Rash. "I can feel a draft coming from here." He quickly pieced together what that meant, meaning something was hidden behind the bookshelf. Rash scanned the shelves. His eyes stopped at one particular book. It was different from the others. This book was unusually clean. He reached out and fiddled with it. Immediately, a secret door revealed itself to everyone. "It's open!" Rash carefully warned them as he sensed a bad omen. The air felt ominous, like something was off. "Everyone get ready!" A surge of dark power was unleashed from behind the door. Rash used his sword to block the energy blast. He grimaced, struggling to keep it under control. "What kind of power is this?" After a period of resistance, finally, he was also blown away by that dark power. Rash was pushed back quite a distance. A Dark Knight called out to him anxiously. "Sir Rash!" Rash remained perfectly calm. He reassured everyone. "I'm fine. It looks like we've come to the right place." From behind the secret door, a massive and aggressive monster appeared. They all cried out in unison, "It's a chimera!" After using his powerful spiritual energy to read Lincoln's thoughts, Jamie was able to figure out the whole story. Building a powerful army at any cost was all to fulfill a prophecy. He stammered in response, "That's right." He used his aura to intimidate him. "Spill everything you just said." Lincoln hesitated in pure terror. "Got it." Jamie suddenly remembered something. Using his hand filled with power, he restored the man's consciousness. Under these circumstances, he finally spared him. "Now get lost." Demi stood before the mirror, looking mysterious. He felt a surge of confidence. "I've amplified the brainwashing power. He won't be able to spill a single thing about me." He touched the mirror and a light flashed. Right then, Demi had a bold idea. He then shape-shifted his face to look exactly like Lincoln. "Shall we go?" Meanwhile, the tyrannical villain slammed his hand on the table, consumed by restlessness. "Damn it, I almost kicked the bucket." He lost his temper, gritting his teeth hard. He was literally shaking with rage. "Lincoln, when the hell are you getting here?" "If it weren't for the experiment, I would have crushed him already." He glanced outside, checking to see if anyone was coming. He touched the large spiritual energy container in front of him, harboring a shameful intention. "But I have no other choice but to let this thing out." He smashed the jar, and liquid spilled all over the floor. He kept cursing, "This thing will take care of the rest." What the hell is Lincoln doing, that useless piece of junk? A villain stood over Ricky's body, a wicked thought brewing in his mind. If only this crucial specimen had divine power infused into its body. Looking at the unconscious Ricky, his craving for a physical vessel grew even stronger. "A body! Hurry up and bring me a body!" A moment later, Lincoln shuffled in. "Sorry, I'm late." He turned around in a rage and barked at Lincoln. but he froze when he saw Lincoln's battered and bruised face, completely caught by surprise. He asked, "What the hell happened to you?" Clutching his painful wounds, Lincoln began to explain the reason. "I was ambushed by a suspicious character. I'm late because I was busy killing him." The cunning man was also shocked to hear this. A suspicious character? Lincoln gave him more details about the person. "I think he's the one who killed the Holy Knight. He was way too strong to be taken alive." Hearing that, he became even more restless. He speculated, "Damn it! Is he part of the same crew that raided us? If we stall any longer, the experiment will be compromised." He urgently asked, "The body? Where's the body?" Lincoln looked worried and reminded him, "You said there's an intruder." "Are you really planning to keep going like this?" he screamed, asserting with total certainty, "It's going to be over soon anyway." "It's fine, I've already sent the specimen. So just hand over the body." Lincoln felt a wave of unease and thought to himself, "Specimen? Just what did he send?" After receiving the mysterious bottle of water, he looked absolutely thrilled. "Finally. I can finally see the results!" He took that dark water and poured it directly onto Ricky's body. "I wonder, just what kind of incredible chimera will be born? How powerful can it truly become?" The villain asked again with a sickeningly evil grin. "What do you think, Lincoln?" Lincoln was a bit flustered, but he had to give a vague answer to brush it off. "Why is he asking me? This is such a drag. Well, it'll definitely be stronger than the previous failure." He was quite surprised by such a simple answer. "Why are you stating the obvious?" That demon held up a syringe filled with a mysterious solution, preparing to inject it into the body. "Now we just need to proceed with one final perfecting step. And then finally," he stabbed into the tumorous growths that looked like eyes on the head. He gripped it tightly, his heart racing with anticipation. "Hurry up and bond already!" "Yes, this is it!" He frantically questioned Lincoln once again. "Lincoln, you're happy too, aren't you?" Lincoln just gave a half-hearted reply. "Yeah, for sure. This guy has totally lost his mind." The creepy bastard suddenly got suspicious. He flew into a rage and asked a strange question. Who the hell are you?" Lincoln was stunned by his question, but he forced a smile to confirm his identity. "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" "It's me, Lincoln. What's the deal?" "Holy crap, do these psychos have some kind of connection?" He exploded in anger and insisted, "Who are you trying to play?" "Lincoln!" He was frozen by the villain's over-the-top reaction. "You aren't Lincoln!" The monster's head was also taken off by the Dark Knights for daring to stand in their way. After taking it down, they felt a bit more at ease, having reached their target without any more obstacles. So this piece of trash was the last of them. Rash led the way as they all headed down. "Let's go down." Suddenly, a mysterious entity zoomed past them at lightning speed. A monster appeared right behind Rash. It snatched a knight and pinned him down. Another knight urgently shouted for everyone to get out. "Run!" They pushed themselves to the limit to escape the danger zone created by that monster. This monster is massive and much more powerful than the previous ones. These things are really on a whole different level from the rest. Rust faced some difficulties while casting. "It's too cramped here for magic. I can't get a proper strike in." Before the monster could land a direct hit, he managed to scramble away. "I need more space." Rash turned back to glance once more. He regained his composure just in time and launched his attack. "Sword of Judgment." Rash bravely charged at the monster and engaged it. After being struck repeatedly, the monster faltered and began to smoke, but immediately after, it surged with power again. Its eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. This situation made Jazz waver for a moment. The monster confronted him face to face. Its eyes flared with peak aggression. Only now did he realize how serious the situation was. "Holy shit, I was reckless. It's too late to dodge. I'm dead." In that life-or-death split second, a knight lunged forward and slashed the monster's arm to save him. The monster let out a maddened roar of pain. They shielded Rash. "Are you okay? We have to retreat now." "We have to retreat now." Once they were out of danger, Rash suggested they bring the injured knight along. "Understood." But they were cold and heartless about it. "We're leaving him behind." "What did you just say?" A cold-hearted knight reminded him. "The orders we received were to assist Raz, Amatic, in completing the mission." Their words moved Raz deeply, bringing him to tears. "We aren't concerned with anything else." A knight charged forward to battle the monster. He leaped high and aggressively advanced. "I'll clear the way." Another knight took advantage of the monster being occupied to lead him forward. "While it's distracted, we're moving up." Rush still couldn't bring himself to leave. "He'll die if he fights that monster alone." Then, the knight explained to him with a purely rational mindset, "We know. However, we are the Dark Knights. We act only to achieve the most optimal result." Rashert recalled the words he'd heard before, regarding these dark knights, absolute obedience to their master's command. This is the sole reason for a dark knight's existence. Their lives are merely tools, controlled by that person's orders. He felt conflicted again, by the way they disregarded their own lives, completing the mission by sacrificing their own lives. That's insane. I'll never be okay with that. The knight was pinned to the ground by the monster, struggling with everything he had to resist. He hurriedly urged them, "Go, get out of here." The ceiling shook under the monster's immense strength. A moment later, bricks shifted and caved in. The scene before him left Roz speechless, frozen in his tracks, right in front of his eyes. The ceiling had collapsed into a pile of rubble. The monster was still alive, thrusting out a hand tipped with sharp claws. Both of them were stunned by its relentless vitality. The monster grabbed the remaining knight, and that last knight also desperately urged him to flee. "Lord Raz, we have to move out right now." But Raz's attitude was incredibly firm. "I can't leave him behind." The monster tightened its grip on the poor knight. Rush yelled at it, demanding, "Let him go now!" He decisively drew his sword, his eyes blazing with rage and determination, resolved to avenge those who had fallen. But the Dark Knight reassured him, "Lord Raz, I'll be fine." Raz ignored those words and continued to chant his incantation. "I serve the goddess of mercy and judgment." A Bizzo aura surrounded his body, emitting a blinding light. "Holy Maso!" Raz's gaze turned ice-cold. "Begone!" He thrust the sword straight down. Carrying powerful surges of spiritual energy, the monster was struck and shrieked in agony and torment. Rush aggressively advanced toward the beast and let out a massive shout. "Obliterate!" The attacked monster thrashed in pain. Rush had thought long and hard this time, before finally making his decision. "In the end, I have to use that power. My holy executioner, the legendary blade he had kept hidden for so long. He finally decided to unleash it in this battle. The holy executioners of the Church of Fioro. They were the 7 knights who were bestowed with holy power from the goddess of mercy and punishment, Fioro. That power had short duration and severe side effects, yet it possessed immense divine energy. The other Dark Knights stepped forward to support their comrade. "Poor guy, you're still alive." He himself couldn't believe he was still breathing. "I'm actually alive?" This power brings retribution to the wicked and infinite mercy to the righteous. Rush turned to them and confessed honestly, "This is the power Fioro granted me, the goddess of mercy and punishment." The knight who was just injured had now recovered and was even dancing with joy. That being said, once the holy executioner's power fades, all the pain they suffered will be transferred to me. But Rush, with his noble heart, decided to keep this a secret from them. "No need to tell them. It's a huge relief that you're okay." He continued to lead everyone forward, moving toward the front. "All right, let's move." On Jamie's side, a fierce battle between 2 people was unfolding. He had revealed his true form and dared to confront the wicked Dark Mage head-on. The Dark Mage's power surged out, forcing him to skillfully block it with his hands. He howled like a madman and cursed him. "How dare you screw with my experiment? You damn piece of shit, Dark Mage!" But Jeremy responded to him with total composure. He even roasted him a bit more. "How interesting. I don't think that's something I should hear from someone who has completely trashed their own body." But the Dark Mage snapped back with his own moronic logic. "Are your eyes just for show? This is a masterpiece." He manifested a pair of wings and flashed a sly, sinister grin. "I'll show you exactly what I mean." He had put so much effort into creating those wings, yet Jamie critiqued them with one savage line. "Those chimera wings look like absolute dog shit." Being dissed to his face made him growl in fury. "How dare you?" But Jeremy didn't forget to remind him. "You've forgotten something, haven't you?" Seeing his precious item in Jamie's hands, the Dark Mage immediately panicked. "My core ingredient!" Before he could even lunge to grab it, Jamie crushed it with his bare hands. "It was fun, but I'm done playing with this." He ground the filthy thing into dust and then intentionally taunted him. "Oops, my hand slipped." The Dark Mage, seeing his painstakingly prepared ingredient destroyed, was so pissed his blood boiled as he spat curses. "You filthy brat of a mage!" Demi just finished recalibrating a section of his magic circle. He continued to mock him. "I only broke one of your toys. Why are you so triggered? How about we change the scenery?" Beneath both of their feet, glowing magic circle expanded rapidly. He recognized this spell, and a wicked thought flashed through his mind. "This is teleportation magic. It'll vanish into thin air as long as I destroy it." "How dare this kid piss me off this much?" He clenched his fist and put all his effort into preparing to destroy it. "I'm gonna blow this piece of shit away." but no matter what he tried, he couldn't break through the protection spell of this power. What the hell, it won't break? The dark mage was left dazed by the overwhelming aura that appeared, but a powerful surge of energy wrapped around his body. That bastard Jamie had also equipped a pair of wings to square up with the dark mage. He was stunned, senseless. How? How is that thing not destroyed? Jamie mocked him. It's definitely because you're too weak. Then he challenged the other guy to a fight. Now let's have a good time together in this forest, shall we? Jamie's eyes were filled with bloodlust and cold-blooded desire. Once we're done having fun, I'll completely dismantle you and turn you into my servant, my personal slave. The insulted dark mage tried to strike first. You arrogant brat! With his light and fluid movements, Jamie easily dodged the lethal blow. Jamie landed safely on the ground. He prepared for his next move. That was a close call. Time to wrap this up. Down below, the dark mage was incredibly confident. He looked down on him. I'm curious. We can't know for sure, since I've already dispatched 2 elites. Hearing that, Jamie was slightly surprised. Elites? The mage aggressively charged forward like a moth to a flame. None of your business, you dog! He put every ounce of strength into the final struggle. Jamie remained agile, dodging several of his expert strikes. The evil mage had an inhumane plan ready. It looks like they've taken care of one kid, but they'll never survive, because I sent 2 of them. But Jamie saw right through his intentions. He couldn't help but mock him. If being stupid was a competition, you'd take first place. Yet he stubbornly pressed his attack. No, this is the secret. Seeing his unusual behavior, Jamie became even more suspicious. I think there are 9 different entities living inside that body. It seems impossible to even call him human anymore. Looking back at the body accompanied by those freakish malformations on him made Jamie once again completely amazed. The synergy between those entities is also top tier. I will definitely. He has made up his mind and desires to claim him for himself, to turn that man into his own servant. Rask and the knight. Knights were brought to a different room. One of them asked blankly, "Where is this place?" Rask made a crucial decision. He decided to put the children's safety first. Find the kids first, I still have 20 minutes left. Anxious thoughts began to surge within him. We need to find Ricky before the holy executioner's power fades away. The whole group split up in every direction to search. Rask carefully scouted the surrounding situation. Suddenly, he sensed danger closing in on him. A bright flash of light shot down rapidly. Startled, Rask hurriedly turned around. He quickly warned the night knights to escape and dodge. Rask looked forward. His face was struck with shock, frozen in place. In front of them was a monster, resembling a long-haired banshee. It was a chimera that could wield a sword. The obstacle before him left him stunned and speechless. No way! A knight shouted his name. Sir Rask! They also pointed out yet another hurdle for Rask. Look over there! Beside them, another massive-looking beast appeared. Another one just showed up. Look, it's a nightmare and goblin chimera. Rask began to feel uneasy, having to clash with these fierce and giant creatures. They are monsters that even the elite ranks would have a hard time dealing with. Memories of his time with the well-behaved boy flashed back. Ricky, even I can't do it. It's impossible, but he just couldn't look away. Facing the danger before him, the boy decisively unsheathed his sword. Everyone. Rask's eyes were filled with determination to face it head-on. He declared he was ready to fight right where Ricky's group was. The young boy was also starting to move. His breathing steadied as Ricky suddenly sat up. His sharp face looked a bit downcast, but his eyes sparkled in an unusual way. Ricky looked dazed at the unfamiliar scene and wondered, where on earth am I? He stepped off the table he was lying on and looked around. Lincoln, why am I here? Father, where are you? After searching for a while, he was bewildered by the dead silence of the place. There's absolutely no one here. Ricky walked around and discovered a tank containing the body of his friend, my best friend. The boy stood frozen at the horrific sight, stammering out, Sino, why are you here? Memories slowly surfaced in Ricky's mind, looking just like me. Us. A flash of light mixed with flowing blood. But we were chosen by God. The boy looked at his hands, which were shaking uncontrollably. Tears poured down like rain. Isn't being chosen supposed to be a blessing? How can this evil be a blessing? Ricky fought back his tears and tried to reassure himself. Get a grip. The boy turned away to leave this dangerous place. I need to get out of here first. Ricky hesitated as his hand touched the doorknob. He still felt a pang of guilt about leaving Sino, his best friend, behind. Tears kept streaming down Ricky's face. But he promised himself he'd come back for his friend. I'm so sorry, I'll definitely come back for you. Ricky ran away from that heartless place. Zenith Church. I will never forgive you all. The boy ran faster and faster, hearing a loud noise nearby. The boy got a hunch, guessing, is there a fight? Could they be coming to save me? Ricky stopped and turned to check it out. The noise grows even louder. They're close on the blood-stained ground, making the boy hesitate for a moment. As he steps forward, I don't know why, but this is so creepy. Should I turn back? There are rapid footsteps and hurried voices. They're rushing in from the right. Dodge! Ricky sees these people. He is so happy he's moved to tears. When the boy sees Raz fighting fiercely, he also calls out to him, Uncle! He's busy fending off monsters, but Raz still doesn't forget to correct him, saying, It's Big Bro! The monster suddenly turns its head. It uses iron chains to lash out relentlessly. Raz is caught off guard by its power. He quickly tells the knights to fight back. Damn it! Block him! A knight steps up to parry. Stop! Another monster swoops down right in front of them. To follow up the strike, Raz realizes the danger. He screams a warning to the boy, Run, Ricky! The knights are also blocked by the massive beast ahead, unable to advance further. Crap, we're pinned down. But now Ricky turns pale and confused, replying, My bodies, I can't move. The monster tenses its muscles, preparing to crush the boy right under its feet. Raz screams in a panic, Ricky! He swings his sword frantically at the monster. Against the beast's gargantuan body, Raz's strikes only cause sparks and friction. The monster doesn't even feel it. The other knights rush over to back him up with more power. Sir Raz! Tears stream down his face while calling the boy's name. In total despair, Ricky. Raz stands still amidst the thick dust. He feels overwhelmed with self-blame. In the end, I couldn't save him? Crap. Ricky's hand struggles within the white smoke. The boy clenches his teeth, braving the pain despite the sweat pouring down his face. Ricky seems to have been revived. The boy is still safe and sound. Bro! Behind the dust cloud, something is still moving violently. Raz quickly sizes up the situation. He calls out loudly to Ricky, telling the boy to move his position. It's still very dangerous. Hurry, get over here to me right now! Ricky obeys and dashes straight into Raz's arms. He leans close to the boy's ear and asks caringly, How is everything going? Raz looks around intently, carefully calculating their window for action. I can hold them off for another 10 minutes. No, maybe even less. He grips his sword tightly, a concern weighing on his mind. I can't go all out while trying to protect Ricky. Raz looks at Ricky affectionately and instructs him. Ricky, kid, you should head upstairs first. The boy is surprised, but Ricky is obedient and mature. He clearly understands the situation and his own responsibility. If I stay, I'll only be in the way. Yes, I understand. Taking advantage of the low visibility, Ricky runs off quickly. Before leaving, the boy doesn't forget to tell him, You have to come back safely, okay? Raz clenches his fist to show he understands. With a gaze and an aura full of resolve, he prepares to deal with the monsters. Raz curses at it in anger. If it's just you, the centaur monster gallops toward him. Raz frowns, determined to take them down. Then I'm going to destroy you! Ricky escapes quickly to the upper floor. Recalling his narrow escape just now, the boy can't help but reflect. What just happened back there? Ricky, as he runs, an indescribable thought surges within him. After that light defeated the monster? I can feel my stomach churning. Above all, it's that weird feeling that I sensed from that monster. Just like Levan, that bone-chilling, creepy malice. After Ricky has been running for a while, he discovers a new glimmer of hope. It's a door. Without hesitation, Ricky heads straight inside. Because he's been running for his life, he has to stop. He gasps for air to catch his breath. The boy gazes up at the star-studded sky as a wave of disappointment surges within him. Was it all just a lie? Salvation and faith. Thinking of his loved ones, Ricky couldn't help but sob until the tears overflowed. Anna must be all alone at the orphanage. If anyone dares to touch my little sister, I will. The familiar, happy image of his sister flashes before his eyes once again. Ricky feels a sudden hollow emptiness, unable to utter a single word. The boy is deeply scarred once more by all the negativity aimed right at him. What is this? What is this horrible feeling? Deep inside Ricky's soul, something keeps urging him on. I don't know why, but I feel like I have to go. The boy stands there silently, in a daze, but he has to pick up the pace and leave for his own safety. Ricky moves forward instinctively, but unexpectedly, that dark mage has chased him all the way here. You're quite good at running. He howls as Jamie uses a stimulant to take him down. I'll finish you off with this. His tentacles reach out toward the boy, cursing him. Die! The Chimera researcher attacks incessantly. I'll end this. A massive explosion erupts in the middle of the forest. Despite the tension, Jamie manages a smirk. That's some serious power. Even a graze would be life-threatening. He concentrates his energy into the palm of his hand, but the magic I've prepped is just enough to counter it. With this, I'll win. The Chimera researcher is absolutely livid. He curses, "You little rat." Losing his patience, he lunges. "Playtime is over!" Jamie's eyes widen in shock. The Chimera researcher points his vein-bulging hand at him. "Time for you to die!" Fresh tentacles erupt from his hand, ensnaring Jamie until he is completely swallowed up, forming a gruesome red orb. Suddenly, the researcher, Chimera, realized something was wrong. He screamed, "You! Where are you?" "Where are you hiding?" Right then, Jamie's figure appeared behind him, not far away. Jamie exhaled while chanting a spell. He commanded, "Dark space." The Chimera researcher looked around warily. "A barrier? He's trying to trap me." The Chimera researcher mocked him. "You think a simple barrier?" He frantically controlled his tentacles to seize Jamie. "Can actually hold me back?" Jamie panicked as he realized danger was imminent. "Damn it!" The Chimera researcher continued casting Tentacle Storm. A massive surge of tentacles erupted from the magic circle, but not a single one could pierce through Jamie's barrier. He anxiously assessed the situation. Truly interesting. He's combining Chimera abilities with magic. Jamie's gaze sharpened. But that's all there is to it. The Chimera researcher was about to ramble. "You held out longer than I expected." "How about—" Jamie's voice suddenly cut him off. "What is it this time?" The Chimera researcher whipped around to where Jamie had just appeared. "How?" He hastily backed away. The Chimera researcher's pupils suddenly constricted. "What?" He scrambled to run when he saw Jamie, appearing right behind him again. "What the hell is going on?" "I'm certain you were down there." Jamie smiled wickedly. "Don't you know? That was me, Fourth Circle Black Magic Doppelganger. A spell that creates a clone of oneself, capable of using the exact same abilities. When both lock eyes, one of the two will vanish." A look of amusement flashed across Jamie's face as he reached his hand forward. "The reason you failed is because you can't even size up your enemy properly," he muttered, "You piece of trash." Immediately after, the Chimera researcher looked down. His hands were covered in spreading, rotting patches. "What's wrong?" Jamie taunted, making the Chimera researcher tremble with pure rage. What kind of magic is this?" "Your body is slowly decomposing." He couldn't believe it. "This little trick will mean nothing once I kill the Chimera researcher." Before he could finish, Jamie added, "That's why I prepared one more thing." A black orb appeared, hovering over Jamie's hand. Dark orb. The Chimera researcher stared at the orb, tense. "What are you planning?" The orb touched his wings. Then it began to corrode. The Chimera researcher's face, he screamed in agony as his body broke out in sores. Jamie calmly explained, "Dark orb is a spell that intensifies the target's sensation of pain, threefold wherever the orb touches." He flew closer, feigning curiosity. "How does it feel to have your body slowly rot away?" Overwhelmed by pain, the researcher, Chimera, could only swear erratically, You bastard!" Jamie smiled as he continued the incantation. "Seems like it's still not enough." He cast gravity. The researcher's body, Chimera, suddenly lost balance and plummeted. A massive explosion erupted. The moment his body slammed into the ground, the Chimera researcher's body convulsed. He had lost consciousness. Jamie turned his head and praised, "Good job, Brecky. You can rest now." At that same moment, the wings vanished. The Chimera researcher's wings were reduced to two small tufts of feathers. Slime dripped from his head. "My vessel," Jamie said coldly. "Normally, this level of pain alone would send anyone into shock. So I wonder, how much did you ruin your body to still—" He placed his hand on the creature's head. A magic circle appeared as he whispered, "My slave." Jeremy calculated, "It looks like I won't be able to turn you into my subordinate, because you're too broken. At least I'll extract the information from your head." Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out. Jamie glanced back in horror. He quickly leaped backward as he saw the Chimera researcher suddenly stand up. "What the hell, seriously?" In front of him were two pitch-black chimeras. "I didn't expect there to be any chimeras left." The Chimera researcher spoke up. "You—" James froze. "I miscalculated." Without a second thought, he immediately cast a spell. "I used too much mana earlier. I will never let that bastard get away with this." A dark arrow pierced through the Chimera researcher's chest. He coughed up blood in confusion. Looking down at his bleeding chest, Jamie flashed a childlike smile. "Dying instantly will be less painful, but it seems you're still alive." However, deep down, he felt a bit disappointed. "I can't believe he endured that attack. How should I kill this scumbag?" Right now, Ricky felt his whole body trembling involuntarily. "The closer I get, the more nauseous I feel. But for some reason, I feel like I have to go." Immediately after, a large explosion erupted right behind him. Ricky gave a strained laugh and turned around.
Maybe I should just head back.
The moment he spoke, another explosion flared up, making Ricky flinch violently. Jamie skidded across the ground. He grit his teeth to suppress a groan. I don't have enough mana to create a shield. I won't be able to block the next hit. Ricky then realized the person in front of him was moaning.
Why is he here?
The Chimera researcher declared, "Now die." A magic sphere began to condense in the Chimera's mouth. Ricky panicked and wanted to rush over to stop it. "No, James!" Even James didn't expect it. He mumbled, unable to believe his eyes. "Ricky?" The Chimera spat out a powerful stream of magic. Ricky used all his strength to try and save his friend. "James!" Jamie was terrified and shouted a warning. "Don't! Get back!" Vicky's face turned pale, but he still stood firmly in front.
Jamie, I'm sorry, my body just moved on its own.
The force of the collision triggered a horrific explosion. Jamie's body spasmed non-stop in agonizing pain. As he moved, his entire body was drenched in blood. He tried to crawl toward Ricky, calling out his friend's name. "Ricky!" Jamie pleaded in desperation. "Please!" Ricky's face looked incredibly peaceful. Jamie muttered, tears about to burst out. "No." He stared blankly at the palms of his hands. Once again, because of me. That person has... Voices kept calling out his name from his past life. "Diablo, Diablo,
you must keep on living."
Jamie's mind reverted to when he was Diablo. Everyone else died just to save me. Jamie's eyes turned lifeless due to the horror he was witnessing. He dazed. "Not again." The Chimera researcher felt satisfied at Jamie's suffering. What a truly touching scene, resulting from that last trial. His voice weighed heavily on Jamie's mind. "Now I'll send you to join your friend." The voices of those from his past echoed.
"Lord Diablo."
"Listen to me, Lord Diablo. Tell them for me. Master, please don't forget us. Please don't abandon us even in death. I will still stand by the first great power, the rebellion against the gods." Immediately after, a surge of power surrounded Jamie's body like a whirlwind. This power made even the Chimera flinch. The Chimera researcher grew tense. His aura has completely changed. His body trembled from the pressure. "This is bad. I need to end this quickly." At this moment, Jamie leaned down toward Vicky. His eyes were full of murderous intent. "Just wait a moment. I'll be right back." Black magic hovered around Jamie. How could I have forgotten? The first power that I created. A skeletal hand rose from beneath the ground. Then one by one, skeletons began to rise. The Chimera researcher was terrified, but still talked tough. "You bastard, who the hell are you?" "The army that I created, as a rebellion against the gods, was forged to clash with the forces of the 12 gods. Super Soul." The researcher, Chimera, let out a crazed laugh, trying to hide his panic. "You think you can beat me with these low-level undead?" Jamie cut him off. "Can't you see?" He smirked. "They all died by your hand," he commanded. "Go." Immediately, the skeleton surged past him, Jamie declared. "Go forth and satisfy the grudges, buried deep within your hearts." A horde of skeletons surrounded the two chimeras and the Chimera researcher. The Chimera opened its maw full of sharp teeth, attacking one of the skeletons, but it got bitten right back. The Chimera furiously punched the skeleton's head off. Right after biting it, the skeleton's head fell to the ground. Jamie's voice rang out again. "My kin transcend death." The skeleton, with half its head shattered, quickly rose back up. The Chimera researcher backed away in despair, only to be stopped by a tree trunk. "Stop!" He was mid-sentence when a bony hand grabbed his face. "Get away from me!" Jamie continued his incantation. "This is my domain where death is sown. Death," he thought to himself, "is also a living hell for me." A vengeful skeleton slammed the Chimera researcher onto the ground. The Chimera researcher screamed in pure agony. He reached out his hand, desperate to escape the hell he was enduring. Finally, the skeleton stopped, leaving only the blood-soaked body of the researcher, Chimera lying motionless. Jamie relaxed. He's finally dead. He was surprised to discover something. From the Chimera researcher's mouth, a green gem fell out. Jeremy was intrigued by the glow of the gem. This gem in his hand was the seed of life, a rare object stuffed with life force. Even considering the regeneration of his body, his vitality is simply unbelievable. So he was hiding something like this? Jeremy smirked. This was way beyond my expectations. If I have this, then I can transcend the limits of my flesh and reclaim my youth. He was surprised to see black smoke enveloping the skeletons. Demi suddenly remembered something. When he saw the joyful faces of the skeletons, "Oh, right," he awkwardly commanded, "You may leave now. I'll call for you again sometime." Immediately, the black mist around him dissipated, making the skeletons vanish. Jamie suddenly coughed up blood. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it! I pushed myself way too far.
Rebellion. Against the gods is still too much for me.
He bit his lip, trying to hold on. But I can't pass out here. Jamie remembered Ricky was still unconscious. I can't let this kid die after all this. His eyes emitted a mysterious purple light.
Rather than dying like this, it would be better to become my servant, right, Ricky?
A magic circle appeared as Jamie chanted,
Osin En, come to me!
A surge of dark power surrounded Ricky's body. As his hand touched Ricky, his body suddenly began to glow. The light overwhelmed Jamie.
This is divine golden light,
lifting Ricky's body into the air. At the same time, it made Jamie's eyes throb with pain. A gentle voice resonated. I don't understand what's going on. The blue-haired goddess held Ricky's body. Her voice still rang out. Even though she never spoke a word,
Little one, who are you to try and take what belongs to me?
Jamie was shocked to realize the person before him was Pizzo. Just then, Goddess Pizzo's eyes opened and looked at him. You know me? Whispered voices echoed through the dark night in town. Lincoln's face went blank as he reported to the Count.
Yes, he muttered.
One last time before his throat was slashed.
I must
tell the Count. Someone scoffed. You're useless. The white-haired woman spoke nonchalantly. We have released Hay. Begin the judgment of the heretics. On the other side, Rush was finally finished. He slumped down on the ground, sighing in relief. I barely beat it in time. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, yet he managed to squeeze out a smile. It hurts so much I might actually die, but thank goodness no one lost their life. His train of thought was interrupted by a call. Lord Rash, the red-haired youth said anxiously. Are you all right? A beam of light appeared, startling Rash. It quickly transformed into a violent vortex beneath his feet. He? Rush couldn't believe it as he stared at his own hands. This is... He recognized the source of this power. Goddess Pizzo. The scene shifted to where Goddess Pizzo was questioning him. Jamie, do you know me? Jamie was in a state of extreme tension. Holy shit, how did she manage to descend? Violating the laws of causality, even through a mere phantom, would have grave consequences. Thus, Goddess Pizzo's impatient voice sounded like he wanted to crack Jamie's head open. Can you not hear my voice? She snapped irritably. Answer me this instant! He scrambled to defend himself. I only know that Ricky's holiness belongs to you. Goddess Pizzo questioned him. And yet you say, you were trying to turn him into an undead? Even knowing that? Jamie answered honestly, I didn't want him to die. Goddess Pizzo's aura became terrifying. Are you claiming the undead are not dead? That is a disgraceful act against the deceased. He gritted his teeth in fury upon hearing her words. How dare you fail to grasp the preciousness of life? Huh? Jamie finally snapped with frustration. You motherfucker! You lot are the ones who look down on life, after sacrificing the entirety of humanity! How dare you? Goddess Pizzo's eyes widened in horror as she listened to him. What kind of accusation is this? She was nearly losing it. No, it wasn't me. Seeing this made Jamie confused. What's up with this reaction? Goddess Pizzo decided to brush it off. Either way, this child will become my apostle. If you turn him into an undead, I will not let you off the hook. Jamie repeated in surprise. Apostle? An apostle. Someone closer to the gods than anyone else. Their very existence secured the status of the Pope, Huang, and they possessed enough power to hold the title of the strongest holy knight, a perfect cleric. Jamie fell into deep thought. I knew that kid had some holiness in him, but to become an apostle? Ah, well, I guess that's why Pizzo could descend to the mortal realm. He broke into a sly grin. This is even more interesting than I thought. Jamie flipped the script. I'm sincerely sorry. What can I do to make up for this? His act confused Goddess Pizzo. Sorry? With a totally innocent face, he revealed. The darkness has already swallowed him. Half of Ricky is already undead. Goddess Pizzo's face darkened instantly. She screamed in a rage. Do you have any idea what you've done? Jeremy scolded himself for that earlier provocation. Damn it, that was a boneheaded move. Goddess Pizzo's frown deepened. Do you have a death wish? Jamie tried to hold his ground. Things would get pretty messy if that were the case. Because if I die, Ricky goes down with me. His mocking words made Goddess Pizzo livid. Do you really think your threats will work on me? Jamie's face was full of confident defiance. There can only be one apostle. If you lose them, it'll take you a hell of a long time to find a replacement. More importantly, for a god to descend to the mortal realm, to descend here without any restrictions. They need to have an apostle, don't they? Demi spoke honestly, like I just said. I don't want to kill him. Ricky is my friend. Goddess Pizzo replied, You truly are a wicked one. You've certainly cooked up plenty of schemes to keep yourself alive, Demi asked curiously. But why did you turn him into your apostle? His gaze drifted off into the distance. In the current world, there shouldn't be a need for an apostle, because this world is unfolding exactly according to the plan of the 12 gods. A peaceful world. A system that the 12 gods worked together to create. Isn't that right? Goddess Piso bit her lip nervously. How much do you know? He used a mocking tone. The most sacred among the 12 gods, the one who loves all things, overflowing with so much compassion, that they'd even want the power to reform evil. He grew intrigued. Perhaps you've been exiled, Goddess Piso gasped. You? Jamie smirked, seeing his prediction was spot on. The contradiction was clear as day. She couldn't utter a single lie, without violating her own dignity, so she was forced to stay silent. He suddenly mentioned his name from his past life. Diablo Volpir. Goddess Piso shuddered. How on earth do you know that name? Jamie lied through his teeth. I am that person's successor. Goddess Piso was bewildered. Impossible. Volpir must have... Her body began to fade. Damn it, why now? Sensing the opportunity had arrived, Jamie seized the moment. How about teaming up with me? Before vanishing, Goddess Piso left a final message. Come to my temple. We shall discuss everything properly. Ricky gently descended to the ground. Jamie looked at Ricky with a calculating gaze. If everything goes smoothly, I'll eventually have a very useful tool. Ricky finally opened his eyes. He vaguely saw Jamie's blood-stained face. Ricky quickly scrambled up. Are you okay? Are you hurt? You're bleeding. Wait, what happened to your eyes? Why are they purple? I feel like my body's pretty weird too. Jamie responded calmly now. You're really worried about others before yourself, even when you're in this state. How, while you're an apostle of the goddess, you're also an undead, Jamie recounted. Look, he revealed bluntly. I'm the one who made you like this using dark magic. Jamie had already braced himself. He was certain Ricky would hold a grudge against him. However, Ricky just smiled. I see. His words left Jamie feeling deflated. That's it? Ricky said nonchalantly. Just because you're a dark mage doesn't mean you're a bad person, right? Actually, you're a real one. Very kind. Jamie's aura shifted. I get it. But regardless, I'm the one who put you in such a dangerous spot. I even tried to kill your sister. Ricky comforted him. But in the end, you saved me. And you didn't kill Anna either, so you're a good person. Jamie was speechless at such stubbornness. Man, you're such a simp. The wounds on his body were quickly healed by a divine light. When Ricky took his hand, countless injuries on his body were mended. Ricky felt relieved. I just had a feeling it would work, so I gave it a try. It actually worked! Ricky suddenly remembered. Oh, Sir Rash is on his way here. Jamie snapped back to reality. Got it. Then I'd better get going. He still hesitated slightly. Also, what I told you, Ricky cut him off. To you. I must seem like a total fool, right? Ricky let go of Jamie's hand. See you later. Jamie at the Janus Church branch. The person in the black cloak bowed their head. We are inquisitors serving the Janus Church. I apologize, but due to special circumstances, we cannot disclose our identities. Arhino Welton asked sternly, Why are inquisitors here? The inquisitor spoke up. We are following orders from our superiors to track down heretics. The inquisitor held out a jar containing eyes. During our operation, we found this, confirming that Charles was a heretic. And after obtaining a confession, he was executed. He was stunned. Those bastards! They were using him as a scapegoat. The inquisitor prepared to continue. This is a serious internal matter that requires absolute secrecy within the church. That's why we conducted a swift investigation. And Rush shouted, Are you kidding me? Arhino Welton spoke firmly. That's enough. He wore a fake smile. However, I must applaud your audacity. Arhino Welton's face instantly shifted into a threatening expression. You dared to commit a crime, murdering someone within my territory. Do you have a death wish? The terrified inquisitor quickly dropped to his knees. We were simply punishing a sinner of the church. Arhino Welton warned, I am the judge of this land. No one has the right to harm another. Without my permission. The inquisitor trembled. Please, Duke, hear me out. Arhino Welton cut him off. The Janus Church. Veins popped on his face as he struggled to contain his overwhelming rage. The inquisitor felt the looming danger. If this keeps up, I'm toast. But he couldn't back down. Finally, he decided to face him. Are you really that arrogant? It's unwise for the Duke to turn his back on the Janus Church. The moment he finished his sentence, his arm was severed from his body. The inquisitor screamed in agony. Arhino Welton threatened, Your right hand is next, and then your head. If you want to keep your head on your shoulders, then get the hell out of here. The inquisitor tremblingly clutched his severed hand. This is completely different.
from what that girl said.
Ras was surprised by Duke Welton's actions. He didn't bring up anything related to the Chimera at all. He put all his focus on his role as the lord of this territory.
If things keep going like this,
He thought joyfully, then clearly we will be on top of everyone. In contrast to the mood of Ras, the Inquisitor was in total despair. He quickly fell to his knees, begging,
I am truly sorry.
Our church will pay a full compensation.
So please just let it slide this time.
The Inquisitor plotted in secret. I must never forget that HAISS is the stepping stone for our expansion to the east. He spoke aloud. Please reconsider. However, Welton had no intention of relenting. I won't take back my word.
You have lost my trust.
He coldly declared, I'm cutting all ties with the Genesis Church. Ras was bewildered.
Wait, what? Why is the Duke doing this?
The Inquisitor made a choice. I'll withdraw. Ras sighed, exhausted. I feel terrible about all of this. Afterwards, the Janus Church paid a massive compensation and retreated. Shocked voices echoed inside the house.
Why so sudden?
And then a guest arrived for Vicky and Anna. Vicky gritted his teeth in resignation while Anna looked on curiously. Who is it? Ras knelt respectfully. I offer you my greetings once again. I am the holy governor of the Pizzo Church, Rasamatic. He continued. You will become an icon for the Pizzo Church, as an apostle of the goddess. And one day, Anna will awaken as a saintess. When that time comes, she will look upon the world with her holy eyes. But Rush still tried to convince them. Afton will do its best to welcome you, so you have no reason to. Before he could finish, Ricky's joyful shout interrupted him. Is that true? He was so happy. Anna, my little sister, Rush confirmed. That's right. Anna will be able to see very soon. Ricky hurriedly hugged Anna. What a relief! Anna, truly, really. Anna was flustered. Brother? The simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saintess is a harbinger of great trouble to come. Rush lamented.
Oh, goddess.
Even as such troubles approach, he prayed fervently. Please let me be able to protect these two. And that was how these two became entirely dependent on the Church of Pizzo, and I, Jamie Welton. Diablo Volfir will face my own trial. At this moment, Jamie, dressed in formal attire, stepped forward. He recalled, the 12 gods are currently split into factions. That's also why Janus is pushing themselves to develop holy knights. But I suspect that Pizzo has been isolated to some extent. Jamie thought about what the goddess Pizzo said before disappearing. If I want to know for sure, I have to go to Afton. His posture was almost solemn as he stood before the door leading to the garden. Then Jamie took a deep breath, gathering his resolve. Let's do this. You've got this. Diablo Volfir. His face shifted into a childish, fawning expression. Mom! Belle turned toward Jamie. Jamie snuggled up to her, pleading. Mom? Belle was confused. What's gotten into you? Jamie made up a story. I love having tea with you and Sarah. Sarah smiled contentedly. Mom and Sarah feel the same way. Belle frowned. Even though you usually find it boring? Jamie felt a pang of guilt. He immediately denied it. No, I didn't. Wait, how did you know? Jamie was in disbelief. Sears Belle smiled. Is there something you want to tell me? Jamie felt tense. I'll have to put a bit more thought into my game plan. He was determined to lie. I'm just in a really good mood today. Sears Belle still didn't buy it. Yeah, Sarah wondered. You're acting really sus, brother. Sears Belle spoke up. Just say what you want. I'm all ears. Jamie had been waiting for this moment. His face lit up. Really? Mom, are you for real about that? Of course, Jamie happily said. Then I want to go to your house in Apton. Sears Belle was curious. Why the sudden interest in Apton? Jamie played innocent. I heard there's a mountain with bubbles this big over there. Internally, he was cringing hard at his own embarrassing behavior. I want to crawl into a hole and die. Sears Belle said gently, Is that so? Now I want you to act really cute for me. Her words hit him like a bolt from the blue. Sensing his hesitation, Sears Belle feigned disappointment. No, well, I guess we'll just have to do it next time then. Jamie quickly stopped her. Wait a sec. I've never backed down from any challenge. I am the great dark mage, Diablo Volfir. Jamie said shyly, He blushed and made a heart gesture with his hands. I love you so much, Mommy. Sears Belle was overjoyed. Of course I'll grant your request, my adorable little son. Yes. Jamie was currently soul-searching. Am I really the great dark mage? His mother suddenly spoke up. Let's see. Jamie was nervous. She revealed, Actually, I already planned to go home last week. I totally forgot. Jamie mumbled, pretending to be stoked, despite the gloomy aura surrounding him. I see, we're going to Apton. That's so hype. Jamie felt completely drained. I can't believe she played me like that just to make me do those things. I'll definitely kill you again.
Once I've used you.
Pizzo's son, Rush, was hyped to see him.
Jamie, where'd you just go?
Jamie answered honestly, I went to see Mom and Sarah. He still had lingering questions, but what was with that look? Jamie dodged the question.
Just some stuff, he said while secretly cursing him out.
Go away, you Pizzo hag! Rush gave a thumbs up.
I don't really get it. But I'm sure everything's gonna be fine.
Meanwhile, Jamie was debating whether or not he should just kill him. He asked in a dark tone, forget it.
But why are you here, Rush?
He replied, I have some business to discuss with the Duke. You're interested in my dad? Rush continued. That's right, I told him I'd drop by. He smiled brightly. I had to tell you this in person. Jamie was expectant. Huh? Tell me what? Could it be a hint from Pizzo? Rush placed a hand on his shoulder.
Ricky and Anna will be coming with me.
Jamie was confused.
I see, isn't that obvious, though?
They are an apostle and a saintess, after all. He said sympathetically, this goodbye isn't forever.
Jamie. His words made Jamie's blood boil. But Rush.
A medic still didn't notice the change in his mood and continued to comfort him. Ricky and Anna will never forget you. I don't know when you guys will meet again.
But won't it be great to reunite after?
Jamie growled. What exactly are you trying to say? He suddenly pulled him into a tight hug. Jamie froze up and Rush said softly,
Your friendship will never change.
So don't be sad or disappointed.
This isn't the end.
He turned to leave. You'll be seeing me around quite often. Jamie spat out the goddess's name through gritted teeth. Pizzo, keep your bratty kid in check, Arneo Walton complained. He didn't get what his father-in-law was thinking. He recalled the request to bring Jamie over. Sears Bell let out a forced laugh. He thought that even his late mother wouldn't have understood what was going on in his head. Aquino Walton was still worried. Is it true he just wants to see Jamie? He looked at his wife. You're leaving tomorrow. Is that really okay? Sears Bell replied cheerfully. Why wouldn't it be? She said flirtatiously. The legendary Knights of Welton are going to be our escort, you know. Aquino Welton blushed. Of course, I trust them completely.
But honestly, I wish I could.
Sears Bell added some praise. Who would even dare to mess with us? My husband is the Duke of Welton, after all. He tried his best to stay humble, while soaking in his wife's compliments. She mentioned Rush. A medic, and above all, Sir Rush will be riding with us. I was shook when I heard that. Rush is a holy governor. Sears Bell smiled. They rarely ever leave Afton. Welton looked concerned. You can tell how serious the Pizzo Church incident is. This time he blurted out, I'm worried about Jamie. He recalled that Jamie has power far beyond his years. If it's like last time, where he couldn't keep his cool and just blew up later, I don't know if even the leader could hold him back, Sears Bell said nonchalantly. I think we don't need to stress over that. Do you know what happened today? She talked about how Jamie tried to act all cute. She had almost melted.
I wish I could see that all the time.
Aquino Walton smiled as well. So that's how it went down, huh? She nuzzled against her husband's arm. Everyone makes mistakes, but I believe in our son. The two of them held hands affectionately. Aquino Welton said, I'm so glad I met you. Sears Bell replied, me too. A figure zoomed toward the horizon. Jamie was hyped. Found it!
Since I had to grind it into dust.
And absorb it, it took way longer than I thought. But the payoff is better than I expected. Hard work finally paid off. He said to Break, good luck. Break has hit level 6, it's just a matter of time now. You expect to regain the power you had back when you were Diablo. Jamie hovers over an abandoned building. I still have a long way to go to get back to my peak performance, but now I can easily smoke anyone. At a professor's level, Jans and Philip Riza bow to their master. You have arrived. Jamie, let it be known that I am heading to Afton. It's quite far, so I'll be gone for a while. Philip Riza's face turns pale. Afton is on the northern border, right? If you go alone, it will take a month. Jans painfully holds a piece of wood in his hand. Should we keep chopping wood? The two of them are currently disguised as lumberjacks. Jamie is annoyed. Do you guys have something to complain about? Philip avoids eye contact. No, not really. Jans agrees, as you wish, my lord. He declares, don't worry. You guys are coming along this time, too. Jamie condenses dark magic. I just remembered something I had forgotten for a long time. Philip Riza and Jans are terrified. What is this scary thing? Philip Riza is curious. What is it, master? Jamie places his hand on the door. Why, this is the undead storehouse. Simply put, this is your new home. He points toward the two of them. Simply put, this is your new home. Philip Riza and Jans are bewildered. To be honest, I'm not really vibing with living in a warehouse. Jamie looks at them, confused. No one who enters has ever been able to leave. He quickly kicks both of them inside. Stop yapping and get in there. Jans is scared to tears. Going right now. Their bodies are gradually swallowed by the shadows. Amidst it all, Jamie finds it novel. They are an interesting pair, as they have different egos and emotions. They will be very useful if I train them well, Jan says to Philip Riza as they step out. He called this a storehouse, so I didn't expect much. But actually, it's pretty nice. It's more spacious than I thought. Philip Riza shares the feeling again. When we were inside, it felt like we were being filled with power from within. Jamie agrees. That's right, this is my first technique. Rebellion against God. He explains, this space was formed entirely by my own power. The undead, who lived in rebellion against the gods, absorb this power and are strengthened by it. Philip wonders, doesn't that place a massive burden on you then? Why is Master Jamie so chill? Are you worried about me? He quickly bowed his head. I had you all wrong. Master, please forgive me. He cursed Jan inwardly. Are you trying to get killed? Jamie didn't mind, it's fine. If it were a burden to me, I wouldn't have brought it up. Jan said excitedly. In that case, can you make us stronger in just one step? Philip Rice hurriedly covered his mouth, but he still tried to say, it would be better to stay in there for a while. To be honest, it's full of bones in there. Jamie got cranky. Wanna die? The carriage had stopped in front of the bridge. Jamie felt dejected. Father, he muttered to himself as Aquino Welton lifted him high up. I'm not a doll. He instructed, make sure you protect your mother, your little sister, and your friend. Aquino Welton said, I can trust you, right? Jamie replied gloomily, of course, father. He hugged his son. All right, come back safely. Jamie replied shyly, yes. The flags of the two families fluttered as Jack O'Brien introduced himself. The great knight is I, Jack O'Brien. Since we'll be departing soon, I will explain our plan. Anna said regretfully, I wish Rick could come with us. Ricky replied, he volunteered for escort duty. Demi closed her eyes in thought, so they mean that even though it might take a bit, they will ensure maximum safety. C.S. Bell said gently. Sarah falls asleep instantly every time we're in the carriage. The carriage finally departed upon the signal. Then let's go, Ras said to Jack O'Brien. I'll guard the rear. He replied, as you command, Sir Ras. Jamie glanced at Pizzo, wondering what she was about to say. He stares intently, as if nothing happened. Even though I mentioned the name Diablo fearlessly, it means that woman hasn't told the other gods about it yet. He smirks, or maybe she just can't. Jamie thinks to himself, whatever. A lot of things will change when I get back. Sarah Welton gradually wakes up. A cheerful voice rings in her ear. Huh? Hello there. Ricky leans in close. You're Sarah, right? I'm Ricky. He freezes when he sees her on the verge of tears. Sarah Welton bursts out crying in terror. Jamie shouts, what did you do to Sarah? Ricky hurriedly explains, chill, Jamie. This is so not fair. 2 days later, the Welton family carriage travels through the rain. All 3 members of the Welton family are fast asleep. Ricky gazes blankly at the scenery outside. Rush speeds up from the back to the front. Ricky calls out happily, and Rush smiles back. Everyone looks pretty exhausted, huh? Jamie finally opens his eyes. He asks dizzily, how long was I out? Ricky answers with a smile, about 2 hours. You were sleeping like a baby. Rick asks him while riding alongside. It must be pretty boring stuck in that carriage, right? Should I tell you a fun story? Rask looks at the mountain ahead and begins to tell. There's a legend about Mount Miatri here, Jamie says impatiently. Doesn't sound like it's going to be fun. Ricky says excitedly, drowning out Jamie's voice. Yeah, tell us, Rask. A medic says with satisfaction. I knew it. Of course you two would be interested. Ricky remembers Anna. He says Anna loves these kinds of stories, but she's still asleep. Ralph gives some advice. Just listen and tell her about it later. Ralph imagines a dragon and says, once upon a time when dragons soared through the skies and elves still wandered the mountains and forests, Miatri was actually just a single mountain. But one fine day, 2 dragons appeared right here. Jamie was surprised to hear this. He thought, a dragon? Rush continued the story. A wicked black dragon and a gentle blue dragon named Miatri. There was a woman, a human mage whom Miatri loved, but humans and dragons were never meant to be together. The other dragons couldn't just stand by and sent the black dragon to kill that mage. Through that fierce battle, the mountain was split in 2, and a violent stream of water flowed through the valley. After the battle ended, the black dragon was driven away, but Miatri's woman had died. After losing her, Miatri hid himself deep within the mountains. They say he's still there to this very day. Anna, who had woken up at some point, suddenly chimed in. They say the storms started happening frequently after that, right? It's such a sad story. Ricky was startled and said, when did you wake up? Rush clarified, yeah, looks like you know it too. That's why people call the rain that falls around here dragon's tears. Jeremy fell into deep thought. A legend. It could actually be a true story. However, dragons were considered mythical back then. He spoke up, that story could be, before he could finish. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down, making the carriage wobble violently. Everyone inside was jolted. Cias and Sarah woke up in a panic. Anna held her head and screamed in terror. Sarah fearfully hugged Cias. She tried to comfort Sarah. "It's okay. Everything's fine, right, Jamie?" Jeremy forced a smile. "Of course, it's just a little rain." He said that outwardly, but deep down he felt something was off. He thought, this bad vibe. The carriage continued to race down the road. Unfortunately, lightning struck a tree nearby. The tree trunk collapsed right onto the carriage. The driver was horrified at the sight. The carriage was immediately flipped over by the impact. Cias held Sarah tight in a panic and screamed. Ricky panicked and warned Anna to be careful. The carriage door flew open from the impact, causing Cias and Sarah, who were holding each other tight, to fall out. Jamie cried out in shock. "Mom! Sarah!" She cried out in fear. "Jamie! Sarah! Save Sarah!" Jamie clung to the carriage with one hand, while reaching out toward them with the other to cast a spell. He shouted, "I can save you both!" Jamie cast Sea Telegraph, and a massive magic circle appeared. A surge of sea blue power gently enveloped Sarah and Cias as they were falling toward the abyss. He held back his breath and thought, "I did it." Then he carefully lifted the two of them back up, while Jamie maintained the magic to lift them. He also scanned the situation. He said in annoyance, "What just happened?" Suddenly, his hand slipped from the carriage's edge. Jamie looked at his hand in horror. Cias's face went pale as she screamed her son's name. "Jamie!" He was panicking but still tried to reassure her. "I'm okay, I can use magic to fly." He reached out to use magic only to be struck by terror. Jamie thought dizzily, "I can't use it." Mana was leaking out of Jamie's body. He fell freely toward the depths, thinking to himself, this is mana burn. The mana of a high-level mage being consumed, causing the mana in an entire area to catch fire, rendering a mage completely useless. A voice suddenly echoed in his head. "Who are you?" Jeremy's eyes widened in shock. The voice spoke again. "Are you a dragon?" Jeremy frowned and thought, "A dragon?" His body fell straight into the water. Cias tried to dive in to save him but was held back. She screamed, "Jamie!" She cried out in agony, "Let me go! My son is down there! He's right there!" The guard behind her tried to hold her tight and said, my lady, please stay calm." A golden light surrounded Cias, causing her to turn her head in surprise. Ba Ricky said hesitatingly, "I'm sorry. I just wanted to help you." Then Ba looked back at Ricky and said, "Ricky!" Sarah cried in fear in Anna's arms. Exhausted, she closed her eyes and said, "Brother." Raz stepped in front of Cias. He knelt on one knee and spoke up. "My lady, this might sound cocky, but Jamie will be just fine." His next words calmed her down. "This is just an optimistic point of view, but I know Jamie's skills well." He looked straight at Cias. He said those rapids might be dangerous, but once Jamie's magic returns, he is more than capable of surviving. Rash stood up firmly. He clenched his fist and spoke in a serious tone. "However, I will head down there myself. If it's me, I can make it back safely." Ricky and Jack were worried. Ricky called out and Jack spoke up. "Even so, it's still too dangerous, even for you." Rash promised. 3 hours, my lady. "I will be back in exactly 3 hours." Cias said hesitantly, "It could be dangerous." Even with the power of a divine governor, she bowed her head slightly and said, "Knowing that, I have a favor to ask of you." Cias reached out a hand, pleading earnestly. "Please, my son, please come back together with Jamie." Rash kissed her hand and said, "Yes, my lady, I will return." The scene shifts to an underwater cave. Jamie gradually regained consciousness. He was startled when he saw himself bound by many ropes and blue chains. He wondered where he was. He looked at his bound hands. He tried to move, thinking to himself, what's going on here? Who was that just now? A voice spoke up, catching his attention. "You're awake." A woman with blue hair and a horn on her head, wearing a Greek-style outfit, walked up to him. She asked, "Are you a dragon?" Jeremy replied in annoyance, "Can't you tell just by looking at me?" The blue-haired woman agreed without hesitation. "True." She put her hands on her hips and questioned him. "Looking at you, I knew right away that you weren't a dragon, but that's just straight-up nonsense." Jeremy flinched and became alert. He thought, "I just felt a very faint trace of bloodlust." The blue-haired woman spoke her mind. "How can a human who isn't a dragon actually have this much potential? And your mana is identical to the way a dragon gathers power." Demi recalled the previous moment. He thought, "Does she think my original chi is like a dragon's?" The blue-haired woman furrowed her brows. "Humans are trash at absorbing mana. Since they lack both wisdom and talent, even if they try to copy dragons, they can't pull it off." Now Jamie thought irritably, "Copying talent? Are you kidding me? How dare she talk like that to someone?" that they've always been terrified of for so long? The blue-haired woman stared at him and began to guess. But you're different. Are you a half-elf? No. Even high elves can't hold a candle to dragons. Jamie felt annoyed. Why do you keep saying it's impossible when you're literally seeing it for yourself? The blue-haired woman was surprised by his defiance. She glared at him and said, "Look at this little brat. For someone who just got caught, you're being way too smug, don't you think?" Jeremy questioned. "Then what exactly are you so high and mighty about? You're the one who kept mistaking me for a dragon and then went ahead and snatched me." The blue-haired woman stepped closer to him and asked, "Snatched?" he silently recalled earlier. The sudden gust of wind, and the lightning that suddenly struck right beside the carriage, and that thing that was definitely Monoburn, all of that was orchestrated by someone. She turned around and said calmly, "Yeah." "Well, I guess you could see it that way." "I just wanted to see it with my own eyes." Jamie said indignantly, "Say what?" He shouted in anger, "Because of you, Mom and Sarah." Suddenly it hit him. "Wait, why am I so triggered right now?" He hesitantly said, "Fine, whatever, if it's you." Jamie felt guilty, glancing away as he spoke. "I guess it's reasonable to be curious about who I am. Take these shackles off, and then we can talk." The blue-haired woman immediately refused. "No way," Jamie wondered why. She nonchalantly said, "It's more fun seeing you like this." Demi snapped, "Say what?" The blue-haired woman said with amusement, "Those expressions are hilarious. It makes me want to keep you here even more." He thought, bullying others like this is just... He remembered something and said, "That personality is exactly like the blue dragon Miatri, which is you." "Isn't it?" Blue dragons are the gentlest species among all dragons. They are particularly friendly toward humans, and their feelings toward humans are much like how humans feel about dogs or cats. He thought, if I had run into a red dragon, or the infamously violent black dragon, or a devious and cunning green dragon, Demi felt a bit relieved and thought, should I consider myself lucky? He spoke carefully. "Why did you kidnap me just because you thought I was a dragon?" Her bloodlust flared up. "Well, that was obviously to kill you." Jamie thought again, "What's with that killing intent?" He gave a forced smile. "So can you let me go now?" She coldly said, "Not yet." Jamie asked helplessly for the reason. Miatri said playfully, "Let me cook up some kind of excuse first." Jamie was speechless, thinking, what the hell is she talking about? She suddenly had a wicked idea. Miatri smiled and said, "If I used you as a material, I'm pretty sure I could get a master-level dragon soldier." Dragon soldiers are artificial creatures, created using the power of dragons. Jeremy's expression became serious. He thought a master level might be even more. If I had materials like myself, then even I... He shook his head and thought, wait, no, that's not right. I'm literally on the brink of death, so what am I even thinking? What's going on? Jamie gave a friendly smile and said, "But hey, sis, why would you even want to kill a dragon anyway?" Miatri grimaced and said, "Big sister, my foot, this has absolutely nothing to do with you." Jamie smiled and spoke straight to the point. "Is it because of that human lover of yours?" The chains on his hands suddenly loosened, which caused Jamie to fall unexpectedly. Miatri glared at him threateningly. "If you ever talk about him like that again, I will make your life a living hell." He thought to himself, I knew it. Jamie continued to press with his questions. "I heard that your tribe never accepted him." He went on, "And you betrayed them just so he could live." She snapped in anger. "How?" Miatri screamed, her power erupting violently all around them. "How dare you act like... You actually know something about this?" Jamie struggled to speak as the water was about to submerge him. "You never intended to kill me from the start, nor did you want to turn me into a dragon soldier, right? You could have brainwashed me from the beginning, but you chose not to." Closing his eyes tight, he shouted, "You're too kind-hearted. So much so that it's hard to believe you're actually a dragon." A familiar voice surfaced in Miatri's mind. The swordsman said gently, "You're so kind-hearted that it's hard to believe, and you're actually a dragon." She grit her teeth, enduring the rush of old memories. She decided to spare him. Stopping her magic, she said, "This is your final warning. There won't be a second chance." Demi coughed up a mouthful of water. He thought to himself, she's dead serious. I'd better watch what I say. Miatri crossed her arms, looking nostalgic as she spoke. "You really are a strange human, almost just like him." Jamie wiped the water from his face and asked curiously about him. She answered, referring to his main character, "The story that you humans only know through some rumors." Outside, the water was still rushing violently. Rush exclaimed, "This rain seriously has no chill, it won't stop." He thought anxiously, "Jamie, where are you?" Miatri's voice echoed through the cave as she began her story. "It was about 700 years ago. His name was Canon, and he was a dark mage. Jemmy asked again in disbelief. A dark mage? Miatri said sadly, I'm sure you're shocked. Who would have thought a species that loves white magic would fall for a human who uses dark arts? He flinched and stammered, yeah, I guess a little. However, deep down, his heart was racing with excitement. This is absolutely mind-blowing, Miatri continued her tale. He only chose to use dark magic as a means to uncover the ultimate truth of this world. He was a mage who had ascended to the 9th circle. Jamie felt like he was hearing the most shocking news of his life. He thought in a panic, wait, what, the 9th circle? He blurted out, hold on, for the past 1,000 years, no human has ever managed to reach the 9th circle. Miatri interrupted, I'm about to tell you why right now. Even before he met me, Canon was already searching for the truth of this world. Together we explored countless ruins, and that's when we fell in love. We were so happy. But it all ended the day the Dragon Lord issued that decree. She recalled the Dragon Lord's contemptuous face. Canon, you have committed a sin that should never have been committed. Every dragon was out to kill Canon. We ran, but eventually we reached our limit. Miatri's tears were about to spill over as she recalled saying, Go, Canon. In there, even the dragons won't be able to find you. Don't worry about me. Even if they punish me, they won't kill me. It was a ruin with extremely powerful restrictions, and it only allowed one person to enter. Canon hid inside there. She buried her face in her hands and wept as Canon walked inside. The Dragon Lord said coldly, Miatri shall be exiled for 1,000 years. To a dragon, 1,000 years isn't a very long time. However, Canon tried to come and save me after just a few years, right after he discovered the truth about this world. Canon looked at her blankly, his eyes filled with rage. Lying in his arms, she was tightly bound by black smoke-like threads. He shouted, Why are you just sitting there? Aren't your kind the best at magic? The Dragon Lord, along with the red dragon beside him, mocked. Looks like he's lost his mind. That truth is a hard pill for humans to swallow after all. That person saved me. And after losing our pursuers, we hid in the vast mountains. Demi looked on with empathy as she said, Canon died. Miatri said calmly, Actually, this ending might be for the better. I've tried to convince myself that he's finally at peace now. She bit her lip and said with anger, as she remembered images of Canon. Fury practically overflowed from her words. My tribe began to erase every trace of Canon, the books he left behind, even the people he met, everything. A theory formed in Jamie's mind. The truth that the dragons wanted to erase. Don't tell me, Miatri said solemnly. So this place, where Canon's existence still remains, is the last place I must protect. Inside the cave was a tomb surrounded by lush greenery. She said, That's why I'm here. Jamie realized, so that's how it is. No wonder she hadn't heard anything about him. He recalled the first thing he did after being reincarnated, which was searching for traces of his past self. Diablo Volnir, he thought while searching for info. There were no records left in the books. Forget about news, there wasn't even a scrap left. Not even a single folktale. Nor a song, nothing remained. He mused, It's way too clean. It's as if someone intentionally wiped away every single track. Jamie was certain they must have erased his existence, just like they did with Canon. Those 12 gods? No. Dragon god Braham and his dragon kin. Canon was a 9th circle mage, who went so far as to learn dark magic, to uncover the truth of the world. Just how much did Canon discover? To be wiped out so thoroughly like that? Jemmy said with near certainty. Is this Canon's grave? Miatri asked back, Why do you look so heartbroken? As a fellow mage, I want to honor his life. Miatri went silent for a moment, then said, Follow me. The two of them walked toward a grave sheltered under the shade of a tree. This is it. This is where Canon rests in eternal peace. He flinched when he saw something. His gaze fell upon a bracelet, glistening as it hung over the grave. My bracelet. The ultimate resistance, one of the 3 great artifacts that Diablo Volnir created to stand against the 12 gods. An artifact that grants absolute immunity to any disease or curse. Jamie was stunned. Who would have thought I'd find it here? He thought tensely. So that's it. That's why. Canon went to seek the truth of the world. He must have uncovered the truth about the existence of Diablo Volnir after finding that bracelet. Jemmy looked at Miatri nervously. If I ask for it, she'd probably kill me on the spot. At that moment, Miatri was clasping her hands in greeting. I'm here, Canon. Jemmy spoke up to probe, what's the deal with that bracelet? She explained that it belonged to Canon. It's an object of immense power. It saved his life countless times. He shuddered in disbelief. There isn't even a single speck of dust on it. It's even been enchanted for cleanliness and protection. He smiled at Miatri. Is that all that's left of Canon? She immediately grew wary. "Why do you ask?" Demi stammered, quickly trying to clarify. "I don't mean any harm, I'm just curious. He was a man who went searching for the truth. About this world, after all. So I was just wondering if he happened to leave any records behind." She calmed down. "There's still a diary," he suggested. "A diary? Can I take a look?"
No.
Miyatri refused instantly. "I'm not letting you see it." Jamie thought of another way. "Then tell me about it." His words left Miyatri stunned. "You know it, don't you? What the truth of this world really is." Immediately after, Miyatri's face flared with burning rage. "You've crossed the line. That is not something a pathetic human like you deserves to know." Jamie cut her off. "You're wrong," he argued persuasively. "He gave up his life to uncover that truth. He might have failed in the end, but you're the one protecting that legacy, aren't you?" he asserted, instead of using those things as mere objects and to preserve memories of him. He would have wanted humanity to inherit them more than anything. Miyatri wavered slightly. "What a smart, annoying little brat. But you're wrong about one thing. I don't need anything to keep his memory alive, because everything about him is already engraved in my heart." Images of her happy times with Canon flashed before her again. The voice of her lover simultaneously echoed in Jamie's mind. "Please don't forget me, Diablo." He stepped closer. "I find this so baffling," Miyatri mocked. "Right, because a kid is still just a kid." Jamie called out, "Wait!" A diary appeared, wrapped in chains. Miyatri explained, "I'm not showing you this because you convinced me. It's just that it's useless anyway. There's nothing written in here." Jamie touched it. "It's sealed." Miyatri continued, "Yeah, and no human can break the seal on this thing." She went on, "Now stop following me. I'm sending you back to where you belong." Jamie spoke up. "Wait a second." His pupils turned purple as dark magic swirled around him. "From here on out, don't be surprised by anything you see." Miyatri gasped. "What?" Only then did she realize that he was a dark mage. Concentrated dark magic enveloped the seal. Miyatri's eyes widened in pure shock. "What is this cracked power? It's on a whole different level. Even human dark magic isn't quite this pitch black." The diary was finally opened. A golden light escaped from the diary and floated into the air. Imperial calendar, year 22, March 16th. I met a blue dragon. She told me I was filthy because I'm a dark mage. Imperial calendar, year 22, March 20th. Somehow, she ended up traveling with me. Thanks to Miyatri's carefree nature, this journey has become much more enjoyable. Is she really a dragon? Imperial calendar, year 22, April 26th. I rode on Miyatri's back to reach the pre-marked location, a place beyond the reach of humans. I call this place the Land of Death. Imperial calendar, year 23, December 24th. The Dragon Lord has ordered the Dragonkin to eliminate me. I'm fine. I'm only worried about her, the one who betrayed her own kind for me. I want to let her go, but I can't. I love Miyatri. Imperial calendar, year 41, March 8th. What kind of battle did you fight in? The date written on the headstone was 6 years ago today. Imperial calendar, year 41, month omitted. We have settled in a certain mountain range. We've come this far to escape the eyes of the dragons. Next, we will move on to Gammon in the southwest. That was the name of the place written at the bottom of the tombstone. It's a place that no longer exists. Jemmy focused on the words flowing out of the diary, but something was there. Miyatri wept as she learned of those diary entries. Sobbing, "Canon, Canon, my love." Jemmy fell into deep thought. I think I know which headstone Canon was referring to. He remembered before going to war, to show his determination. "I, Diablo Volnir." Carved words, filled with despair about the past, and hope for the future. At this point, Demi closed the diary. It was 65,966 years ago when Canon discovered it, and I appeared 700 years after that. Only now did he realize it meant I was reincarnated exactly 666 years after my own death. He then handed the diary back to Miyatri, who was still covering her face, crying on the ground. "But where on earth is Gammon?" Jamie frowned in thought. I wrote those words as if I were certain of my victory, but I don't recall writing anything about Gammon. That means someone found my headstone, even before Canon did. He smiled upon finding something interesting. Truly impressive. Demi looked toward the grave. Who would have thought he could uncover the truth that the 12 gods had hidden behind such perfect bars? Even though the truth is that humans were degraded about 60,000 years ago and reduced to mere slaves of the 12 gods, do not despair. For this man has once again been born into this world. The 12 gods will soon be obliterated. Humanity shall have its freedom once more. Miyatri was moved. "It says he loves me." He never said those words to me even once. He only ever told me I was annoying and clingy. Demi comforted the blue dragon lady. Didn't you say you still hold on to your memories? I believe he still lives on in your heart, as long as you never forget him.
Perhaps it's true. Canon is always with you.
Though Miyatri was deeply moved, she remained stubborn.
So, little brat?
You sure have a way with words, don't you? What a total kid. Demi thought helplessly to himself, I am not a brat. Miyatri longingly hugged the diary.
If only I could turn back time.
He patted her head to comfort her.
Everyone feels that way.
He told himself he had gone too far to ever go back. But then, Miyatri gripped Jamie's hand tightly.
But you know what?
She asked curiously, what the hell kind of dark magic is yours anyway?
Are you really just a dark mage?
Jamie decided to lie. It's just regular dark mana. Miyatri lost her patience. Cut the crap. Do you think I've never tried using dark mana to break the seal myself? He flinched, not expecting this.
Wait, what?
You studied dark magic? Miyatri was speechless. Are you crazy? She bragged with a hint of pride.
I've brought in people who can use dark magic before.
Jamie corrected her. You mean you kidnapped them? Miyatri happily replied. We just shared views.
I told him if he didn't want to die,
he should follow me, and he folded instantly. In a society that's called kidnapping and coercion, Miyatri recounted, but no matter what we did,
we couldn't read a single thing from that diary.
Until you.
And your strange energy showed up.
In her eyes, Gamey almost looked like Canon's silhouette.
I hate to admit it,
but the power he was searching for in the outside world
is just like this.
Jeremy thought to himself, looks like I can't dodge this one. Then he spoke up. Fine, I'll tell you the truth. I am a mage carrying out Canon's legacy. Miyatri asked in disbelief, Canon left everything here.
How can someone who never met him be fulfilling his wish?
He immediately explained,
I never received it directly from him.
But we are walking the same path. He continued to explain so she would understand. So it's no stretch to say that I'm carrying out his wish. A question flashed through Miyatri's subconscious.
In that case,
are you also planning to defy the 12 gods? He was stunned that she realized it. Did he say that? Miyatri replied instantly. No, but the diary tells me as much. Her voice dropped. He was furious at the 12 gods and hated the dragons. They cooperated with them.
If you're planning on doing something like that, then in the end...
No, he couldn't let her keep overthinking things. Jamie confirmed her suspicion. You're right, Miyatri. I am planning to fight against the 12 gods. Miyatri immediately shot down the idea. That's impossible. I hate the 12 gods and the dragons too. And even if you might, soon possess power equal to a dragon. She sadly stroked the diary and then spoke the hard truth. It's not just one, but 12 dragon-level powers. It's just not happening. Just live like a normal human. For your own sake, give it up. He then began to tell a story from his past life. Long ago, there was a man who dared to stand against the 12 gods. That man had many comrades, but they all either died or betrayed him. In the end, he lost to the 12 gods and was sealed away for eternity. Demi recalled the burning rage he felt right before being sealed.
I will return no matter what it takes.
Even if it takes a very long time. But he never gave up, not even now. His eyes were full of determination. That's why I can't give up either. Miyatri was stunned. You, Jamie thought to him.